Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for July 16, 2019. We'll begin with item number 1, 2016-4153BZ, 4701 19th Avenue, Brooklyn. Signs on for decision.
It's closed? Yeah. It's closed. It is. So I don't think there was anything else we needed to discuss with this.
No, we received the final EIS.
We did? We got all the parts. Okay.
Yeah.
And I just really want to thank you and your consultants for having done such an excellent job in that final analysis. And so I'd like to make a motion to grant. Grant on condition. The condition was that the uses would remain separate in perpetuity, right? That the sites would not be combined, and that the uses will remain separate in perpetuity.
Thank you.
Okay? So for motion to grant on that condition.
Chair Palmetto?
I'm sorry, before we do that, I saw a submission with the EAS. Should we like reopen it for the submission?
No, we don't need to. The record remains open. It's just whether we have a conversation with the applicant.
Yeah.
So again,
Chair Palmetto?
aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye. And of course, I can't give you the long list, but a lot of people extend their thanks to you and their gratitude, and we'd love nothing more if you didn't come and visit it once it's open, and we'll let you know when the groundbreaking is, so maybe you can come and visit that too. So thank you very much. Everybody says thank you personally. Quite a few people did. So thank you.
Good luck. Good luck.
Okay. Item, appeals calendar, item number 2, 2017-310A, 1002 Farragut Road, Brooklyn. This is the Department of Buildings application.
Timothy McKernan for the Department of Buildings. I think owner and the Department of Buildings are willing to continue to adjourn the CO modification action until the resolution of the appeal, which is the next item.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Item number 3, 2019-45A, 1002 Farragut Road, Brooklyn.
We have feedback.
You can sign in with.
Should we do that now?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Ken Fisher from the law firm of Cozen O'Connor, and as I'm sure you recall, I represent the owner of the facility, and the principal of that company is here, Mr. Gershon Klein. He'll testify after I do. I wonder if we could close the door.
Yeah.
Can you close the door?
Yeah. The door behind you, please.
Yeah.
Close. I don't
if
know
that
it will
helps.
help you because it's coming from the window.
The outside, it's coming from the outside. It's not-
Yeah. So please speak up because for people to hear you and also hopefully for our recording.
Yeah, the recording is fine.
The recording's fine. Everyone speak clearly into their mics though, okay?
And of particular importance to you, Mr. Klein is also the principal of CMW, the tenant that operates the transfer station. He was the principal of City Waste, the transportation company that uses the transfer station before he sold it. I apologize, I conflated those two in my remarks at the first hearing, and he'll clear that up for the record. And he'll be happy to answer any questions that you have about what actually happens at the facility based on his personal knowledge. In addition to that, Jeffrey Baker, who is CMW's environmental counsel, came down from Albany, and he'll be available to answer questions specifically about the permitting regime. I also want to mention that at the review session, there was a request for photographs of the interior of the space to show the demising wall. We weren't able to produce those by today, but we'll be happy to provide them. And I just want to remind the commissioners that the DOB case was to revoke the building permit for the wall. And in fact, the wall is what started all of this to some extent. It's what separates that portion of the facility, the relatively small portion of the building that's used by CMW, from the balance of the building. And we submitted to you an updated plan that showed more clearly where that demising wall is. So if you go in there and you walk in and there isn't a big truck trailer parked in it, you'll see that it's basically 4 walls that separated from anything else in the building. we'll provide the photographs to support that. I thought it was very apt yesterday that council pointed out that this was a land use decision, and that the question before you is sort of how safe is the use of the land for this purpose at that location. And in that context, I think it's worth noting, and we've referenced this to you, that there's a pretty comprehensive scheme of regulations by various agencies that regulate the entire life cycle of the waste. I brought with me just the DEC rules, which are voluminous, and not even all the sections that they reference internally. But what's significant about this comprehensive scheme is that the agencies that have expertise in the various aspects of this each have come up with their own set of requirements for each aspect of it. And I point out to you that the DOB has conceded on the record that they are not experts in this. So you've got the public health law as well as the DEC regulations that apply to the generator of the waste. And those agencies with the expertise have determined that the waste can be placed securely for disposal in a doctor's office or other generator, of which there are thousands throughout the city, including specifically in residential districts, because we encourage physicians' offices in residential districts. The Department of Transportation and DEC have very comprehensive regulations and permit requirements that cover what happens when it leaves the physician's office on its way someplace else. And in fact, I believe that Mr. Baker will be prepared to testify that you can actually move up to 50 pounds of regulated medical waste without meeting the most stringent requirements and actually minimal requirements. There's also a comprehensive set of regulations that apply to the transportation company when it leaves wherever it's coming from. And there are a whole myriad of rules that apply to the facilities that receive the waste for it either to be autoclaved and shredded in the case of sharps or incinerated in the case of other types of waste. And last but not least, there are comprehensive regulations that are associated with the permit that CMW holds for this facility that deals with what happens when a truck shows up with boxes of regulated medical waste and they get loaded onto another truck and then they are taken off for final disposal to one of those two facilities. In that regard, I just want to clarify some language, and Mr. Klein will confirm it. Consolidation in this case means taking the boxes from many different smaller trucks and putting them on one truck. They are not open, they are not commingled. The same thing with sorting. I think we had a question about yesterday. In this context, sorting means that some of the boxes are going to go to one facility, potentially, to be disposed of, and others are going to a different facility to be disposed of, so they are sorted in that category.
What would that be based on?
Whether or not they're going to be autoclaved and shred, or whether they're going to be incinerated.
And that would be something that would be written on the outside of the box? There would be
Yeah,
notation?
I believe it's on the manifest. Mr. Klein can confirm that.
Thank you.
So I can't emphasize enough to you that at this facility, pursuant to their permit, the boxes are sealed. They are not open. They are not commingled. They are not sorted in the sense of putting the materials from inside of one bag into a pile with similar materials from another bag. There is no mechanical equipment except maybe a hand truck, and in fact, Mr. Baker tells me they are prohibited from using, for example, a conveyor belt where things might fall off if they're not properly placed or closely watched, or any other type of equipment. Now, the reason I emphasize that is because DOB analogizes this and says that it is the same as a solid waste transfer station, which would be use group 18. But as the chair pointed out at the very first hearing, this is nothing like a solid waste transfer station, which commingles putrescible waste from different commercial uses, principally sanitation department transfer stations, obviously for residential waste and community facility waste, but most commonly when we think of the type of solid waste transfer stations that are regulated by city law, these are for the private carters that pick up different types of waste at different locations that are put out by generators who are only loosely regulated. I can assure you I put all of my white paper in a recycle bin in my office, but I can't guarantee that everybody else at 277 Park Avenue does the same thing, and to the best of my knowledge, sanitation has never checked that. But the point is that a solid waste transfer station in the conventional terms involves a great deal of inherent risks in the type of operation. And it is properly categorized together with other use group 18 uses, such as a plant for the manufacturing of sulfuric acid. Now, that's not to say that there's no risks of any kind associated with the handling of this, which is, but we think that the regulations mitigate that risk to the extent that it is appropriate to place this facility in the same category, as the chair pointed out, as a human crematorium. In other words, if this use is not permitted at this location, we could build a crematorium there and have the regulated medical waste brought there for incineration, and that would be a permitted use under use group 16. The Department of Buildings, and I basically relies on the notion that it might be unsafe getting from the doctor's office to the truck. It might be unsafe if there was a car accident in a residential neighborhood. These are all things that the permits and the regulations applicable to those components in the system, the generator, the transport company, the transfer station, the transport company, and then ultimately the treatment and disposal site are intended to mitigate. And he talks about it's okay, but only if everything is perfectly operated. Uses basically that phrase in their written submission on page 3, perfectly operated. Well, I think that we all recognize that the rules that government adopts are intended to be as comprehensive and effective as they can be, but that doesn't mean that everything has to be perfectly operated at all times. If that were the case, you would locate an apartment building in a residential district for fear that the gas lines can explode. So it's really a question of what have the people with the expertise determined are the steps that need to be taken to make sure that the public safety is met. And when you hear from Mr. Klein about the actual operation at the facility, I think you'll have a great deal of confidence that this is an appropriate use, it's an appropriate classification at this location. Finally, at the end of DOB's submission, they made 2 comments. One was that if you determine that this is not a freight transfer station, terminal, that it be an unclassified. I think from the discussion yesterday, the board understands that freight means something that's carried for compensation, which was consistent with the 2 cases that I provided the citations for at the last hearing. You pay the freight, and that is what it's always been considered. Actually, freight was originally just a duty, and then it evolved into meaning the goods themselves, and whether they have value or not, there's a value to somebody in having them hauled away. So we think that that's an appropriate use group. But as I mentioned at the last hearing, if you want to call a warehouse consistent with how UPS's facilities are often categorized, they take regulated medical waste. By the way, DOB argued to you in their papers, that's okay because it's an accessory use. And I don't understand how being an accessory use, regardless of the volume of the accessory use, somehow makes it safer than a facility that's dedicated for that purpose. So we're flexible on the classification, but we do believe that the freight designation is the appropriate one, and certainly that it's use group 16. The other thing that council offered in papers was that in the event that you agree with us and determine that this is use group 16, that there be a reference to having a permit with the types of conditions that DEC imposes on the certificate of occupancy itself. We would be fine with that. We just want to make sure that we cover the language of it appropriately, but we have a permit. The permit has conditions. It sets forth operating requirements. We comply with them. And if the board would be most comfortable knowing that such a facility has such a permit on a going forward basis, we have no issue with that whatsoever. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'd also be happy to come back to the podium after the other witnesses testify to sum up if you like, because I'm sure you're anxious to hear from Mr. Klein.
Right, thank you.
I just have one question. I didn't understand the exception to perfectly operated. I'm sure you acknowledge that with the higher risk associated with the use, the more precise the operation must be.
Yeah. So I'm glad you asked that question, Commissioner. The rules are designed to minimize the risk to the point where the DEC is confident that such facilities can be safely operated. You take precautions, obviously. I didn't know whether to go into this or not, but the notion that this was going to turn on the possibility of a leak from a bag containing a disease which, to the best of my knowledge, only exists in Africa and not in the United States seemed to be an extreme.
There were cases in the U.S.
Right.
actually.
But I actually want to make the contrary point. And that's the point that is made every time you have your teeth cleaned and the hygienist is wearing a mask, because the hygienist doesn't know if you have a cold or tuberculosis. And so they mask to be on the safe side in all cases. And that doesn't mean that in every case they're going to handle things safely in the dentist office, but nonetheless, they're generated in these facilities. So what I'm saying is that the test for the inherent danger of something is based on the operation itself and the regulatory scheme under which it's operated. It cannot be based on the notion that something is going to go wrong. DEC, in our case, regulates the volume that can go through there. The types of containers that the material is brought in is regulated. You can't just go down to Costco and buy a box for the shipment of regulated medical waste. So I think what I'm saying is that the agencies with expertise in the operation have determined that the regulatory scheme is the appropriate one. And if you were to make land use decisions based on the assumption that it's going to go wrong, then that would put a whole range of decisions in jeopardy. But beyond that,
would it be fair to say that you believe that the requirements that are in place here are sufficient to safely secure this operation?
100%, and Mr. Klein will confirm that in his detail. But I also want to point out that unlike a facility for the storage of explosives or for the manufacture of sulfuric acid, in the event that something arrived at the facility, and I hope you'll ask him how often this has happened, and I hope you'll ask him how often they've had a radiation alert, but in the event that something arrived at the facility and for whatever reason a whole series of boxes broke open and the interior bags, in some cases triple bagged or double bagged, in all of those boxes were somehow exposed, the risk is relatively small because it's in a contained area within a fenced yard. It's not like a cloud of viruses is going to escape into the atmosphere and poison the city. And lastly, I know the chair asked about some of the other facilities. There are other facilities that may have other kinds of operations and other kinds of permits. You know, we know, as I mentioned last time, the Radiac facility is in the heart of a residential part of Williamsburg that has a variety of materials that are far more hazardous. Some transfer stations have other kinds of operations. Mr. Klein can reference that. Mr. Baker also can confirm that there are different permits, and facilities may have other permits. But in this case, what we're talking about is a permit for regulated medical waste that is not radioactive, that is not identified as being super infectious, that is generated in thousands and thousands of locations and travel to the limited number of facilities that exist in the city of New York. So yes, Commissioner, that's exactly what I'm saying, is that the risk to the public from the use of the land in this matter is minimum and is consistent with Use Group 16.
I just want to add, though, that when you're talking about regulation to minimize risk, regulation also often develops as a result of an accident where the regulators realize that they should have thought of X, right?
Well-
And so, and they're constantly modifying regulations. The zoning resolution actually has the minimum standards for manufacturing districts. That all developed as the city was learning that manufacturing districts are polluters, for example, right? So they regulated the amount of VOCs and noise and so on.
And in fact, Commissioner, I'm old enough to remember, perhaps some of you are also, when medical waste was unregulated and it was floating up on the beaches of Long Island and New Jersey because people were not disposing of it correctly, which is what prompted the adoption of these comprehensive set of regulations in the first place. And I think that, at least in my memory, I can't think of an instance of that happening since the regulations were adopted. That's exactly why, and Commissioner, Chair, you're exactly right that, in fact, as I was looking over Part 365 today, dealing with the transport, there's a whole series of sections that had been repealed and replaced with other sections because as the regulators learn from their experience, they continue to update the requirements.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please state your name for the record.
Gershon Klein. Good morning, honorable and members of the board. My name is Gershon Klein. I'm the managing member of the applicant, FMA Farragut Road, and the subject property owner. I watched the recording of the board's public hearing conducted on April 23rd of this year, and I attended yesterday's review session, and I'm here to provide testimony regarding the relationship between the applicant and CMW Industries LLC, which is the operator of the regulated medical waste transfer station, as well as respond to the questions raised at yesterday's review session. Additionally, I've been actively involved in the regulated medical waste field since 2007, and I will discuss the workflow of regulated medical waste and the role of the parties involved. FMA Farragut Road purchased the land at 1002 Farragut Road in the Canarsie section of Brooklyn in 2001 and developed the property shortly thereafter. The property consists of a 6,000 square foot building along with 2 adjacent outdoor yards for a total property footprint of approximately 13,000 square feet. The building currently has 2 tenants: Apple Home Care, a non-emergency medical transportation service, also known as an ambulette company, and CMW Industries, a regulated medical waste transfer station. I am the executive principal of all 3 entities: FMA Farragut Road, the landlord; Apple Home Care, the ambulette company; and CMW Industries, the regulated medical waste transfer station. The building used to have another tenant, City Waste, a medical waste transportation company as opposed to a transfer station. However, I sold that business in July of 2016, and City Waste is no longer a tenant at FMA Farragut Road.
So you own City Waste also?
I used to own City Waste, yes.
Okay.
although it does utilize the services provided by CMW Industries LLC.
Say that again.
City Waste is a customer of CMW.
Still currently, though.
Still
you don't-
currently, yes. Apple Home Care, the Ambulette company, occupies a garage consisting of approximately 2,600 square feet and 1,000 square feet of office space at the facility. CMW Industries, the regulated medical waste transfer station, occupies approximately 1,300 square feet, and there's a fire-rated dividing wall between both tenants. There's additional 1,000 square feet of mezzanine office space that was occupied by City Waste for their offices and currently has no tenant. As I mentioned earlier, I've been active in the regulated medical waste field since 2007, and I would like to describe to the board the process of how regulated medical waste is generated, transported, and ultimately disposed. Every healthcare facility, as well as many public and private venues such as stadiums, hotels, and highway rest stops, whose visitors use injectables, such as insulin, generate or allow for the disposal of regulated medical waste. A generator will have a sharps container or a red bag-lined medical waste trash can in a designated area. The sharps containers are those small red boxes you notice in the exam room of your doctor's office or in the washrooms of hotels and public rest stops. All needles or anything sharp is required to be placed into the sharps container after it was used. Sometimes people confuse medical waste sharps containers with the white boxes you see outside the doctor's offices. Those boxes belong to the medical lab, and the doctor leaves vials of blood in those boxes to be picked up by the lab for processing. Once the sharps containers or the red bag-lined medical waste trash cans are full, they are collected and sealed by the generator, and prepared for pickup and disposal. The generator will enclose the sharps containers or red bag medical waste within a sealed, hard-sided plastic container or cardboard box that will contain one or more durable plastic liner bags. Essentially, the regulated medical waste has a minimum triple containment. The actual sharps receptacle that you put the needles in, the liner that's in the hard-sided container or the cardboard box, and the hard-sided container or the cardboard box. Each containment on its own should be impenetrable. The hard-sided containers and cardboard boxes and liners are provided by the transportation company. Each one of those boxes, I shouldn't say each one, the boxes before they're provided are tested by a testing lab to make sure they meet DOT requirements. The generator will then complete a manifest which indicates the weight or volume of the waste and how the generator wants the regulated medical waste disposed. Medical waste is disposed via incineration, or it is autoclaved, shredded, and then shipped to a landfill. The generator will then arrange for medical for pickup of the medical waste with a medical waste transportation company. A medical waste transportation company is permitted by New York State Department of Conservation and must have a Part 364 transportation permit. I think it changed to 365 now, 364. The medical waste transportation company will then pick up the sealed medical waste containers from the generator in a small box truck or cargo van. Once the truck is full, it will proceed to a medical waste transfer station or consolidation onto larger trucks to be transported to an off-site facility for proper disposal. As Ken said, the consolidation is all the smaller trucks coming to one location, offloading it from the smaller trucks onto a larger container. The regular medical waste is also sorted, as Ken described, based on the type of disposal required. Some medical waste requires incineration, such as chemo, trace chemo, or standard like sharps, which is generally autoclaved and shredded and then sent to an autoclave. At no time does the regular medical waste transportation open any of the boxes it receives, and furthermore, it will not accept any open or leaky boxes from the medical waste transporter. The role of the medical waste transfer station is to provide economical means for transport of the regulated medical waste to the disposal facility. And as mentioned before, the medical waste is not opened or treated at the regulated medical waste transfer station. All deliveries to the regulated medical waste transfer station are logged. Furthermore, all boxes are screened for radioactive material via fixed radiation monitors at both ends of the building and at both ends of the regular medical transfer station.
What do you mean at both ends?
In other words, you load from the back, and the trailer comes in from the front, so both sides have radiation, fixed radiation.
So receiving and then moving on to the next, it's
On to the
checked
next,
on
yes,
both.
it's a double check. And there's also a handheld radiation detector if necessary, if you want to check exactly which box if something goes off, but yes.
What is the acceptable level of radiation?
I think it's 0.2 or 0.02, I'm not sure, but there's a company that comes in and calibrates the fixed radiation detectors, as well as before you open up, DEC comes and does their own checks to make sure that the radiation detectors are operational and meet their requirements.
And what
You mean
would
before you open your facility,
Yes,
you get a
yes.
DEC inspection?
Yes, sure.
There is a protocol to make sure that these sensors are operational and they
Yes.
being looked at frequently, like
They're logged and they're checked all the time, yes. Once a year, they're calibrated and they're logged, which means we have a chip inside the building that's 0.5 that will go off, and you make sure that you're checking that it works.
And is
Let's
the
say-
DEC come to verify those inspections,
The
or that's just
the-
something you're doing on your own?
We have a log, and the DEC can look at it whenever they want, and the DEC does come to inspect. I can't tell you if they're going to inspect the radiation detector every single time, but
Yeah.
they have the option of doing that.
And what's the protocol if a package comes in that's over the .02?
So we would not accept that package, we would send it back to the generator. If for some reason the generator is closed, we have to contact DEC and they'll give us instructions what they want us to do with that particular package.
If you
What
could find it.
percentage of packages?
Since inception, we have had not one radioactive box come into the building.
So your detectors never went off?
That's right. But I do know we would have to file if it was, and Stericycle, which is a much larger company than us, and I think they probably do 500 times or maybe 1,000 times the amount of waste, I think had three radioactive boxes this year in the last report.
Are you aware that the fire department did do a test and found some radioactive material?
Right, so I am aware of that. So what happened is that, I'll address that.
Oh, if you're going to
Yeah,
address it
no,
later on,
it's no
please.
problem. I was going to talk about the task force coming in a second.
Let's do it organically.
Right, so after the Board of Standard Appeals public hearing on April 25th of this year, a task force from DOB, FDNY, and DEC police came unannounced to the facility. And no violations were issued to the regular medical waste transfer station. The Ambulette company did get 4 violations from FDNY and 1 from the DEC police. The reason that the radioactive went off is because the chip checks it all the time. So the chip is upstairs, and that's how you make sure. So as soon as DEC police came, they understood that right away. But FDNY, as well as whoever was there from DOB, I guess, didn't understand that.
Well, I didn't understand.
Yeah,
You
did
said-
you say that?
There is a chip upstairs that makes sure you test. That's how the radiation has to go off to make sure it's working properly. So there's a chip upstairs that has 0.5 on it. That's
Oh, of
more-
radioactive material.
Yes,
When
so-
you
right,
say
and
chip, it's like
in a
a
lead
source?
box. It's in a lead box. I'm sorry.
It's like a source of radiation
Yes.
with known radiation capacity.
Of .5.
And you get it and you expose it to the sensor.
Yes, it's exposed.
And
on
if it
its-
reads,
yes,
that
that's
means
how-
that it's
That's how we
working?
know it's working.
Okay.
Yes. So when they were there, for some reason,
And what
that-
happened during the inspection? Why? did
It
they-
goes off every day. They check it all the time.
Yes, I understand, but when the FDNI came in and...
So their radiation detector went off, and they thought there was radiation in the building.
It was
but-
responding
but
to
it was
the chip
responding
that
to the
was
chip.
upstairs.
So the chip does it regularly throughout
Yes,
the day?
yes.
Yeah, I understand.
And why this
Poor
wasn't
timing.
explained to them on site?
It was, but so when the DEC police came, they understood it. They opened up the trailer. They looked in the trailer. They understood everything, but DOB did not necessarily understand that. But after they came and DEC explained it to them, it was accepted.
It'd be great if you can get something from DC stating that it sounds like a very unfortunate timing, but
Well, DEC did not issue any tickets to us.
Okay.
So if there was a problem, they would have issued a ticket to us. They only issued 1 ticket for a waste oil container that was not registered with DEC. And we've had that container for quite a bit, and we didn't know it had to be registered, so that's the only ticket we got from DEC, and they came back 5 weeks later to give us that ticket. They didn't give it to us on that day. 5 weeks later, they came back, and it's since been remediated. We got it registered, and we're good to go.
Sorry, what was it that was supposed to be registered?
We have, for the ambulette company, the garage has waste oil, so we have a waste oil container.
Okay.
So we didn't realize that the waste oil container needs to be registered with the DEC, so we got a ticket for that. We registered it since then, and it's been remediated.
So could we just go back to the chip, because Commissioner Shetton understands what it is, but I don't. So the chip is inside the machine.
No, it's not inside the machine.
Oh.
It's in the office upstairs.
It's in the office.
And it'll test to make sure that the radiation detectors are working.
Oh, so, I
It lets
see.
off the
So
radiation.
it-
NY brought in their own.
It's like if you have a thermometer
No. Yeah,
that
yeah.
measures the temperature, you have something hot that you know that its temperature
Right.
is, let's say, 100.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you want to test the thermometer, you get that thing and put the thermometer on it, and if it reads 100,
It's
it
working.
means it's operational.
Right, okay.
Right. And the other tickets that were received were some, I guess, violations to the ambulette company for certificate of fitnesses.
Can we get, like, create an explanation for that incident when they noticed that the radiation grade is elevated? Can we get something in writing
To
explaining?
explain it?
Yes, to explain what happened and just to put it in the record.
Sure,
And also, can we also get your radiation logs, your log tests?
sure.
Okay, radiation log tests, I don't know. So, some of this is, one of the reasons that I really wanted somebody from DEC to testify is because now this is us being radiation and infectious disease experts, and I don't want to do that. So
I'm just checking to see
they
if it's
have
done
a,
regularly.
right, but so for instance, they have an environmental engineer here who reads those reports, or counts lawyer, sorry, who can read those reports, and maybe it's best to explain to us like that, because this is a little bit similar to when we have the FAA engineers come, where they make a presentation and we're not determining whether flight paths are actually being compromised, right? That's what the engineer does.
And
So-
radiation is one of the concerns. It's not
yeah, it's just
like
one
the
of
main-
them.
the main one.
It was mostly that there was this scare, and it's really to understand better why, because there was this chip on the wall in the office to test the radiation equipment, so,
And you want that chip, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
That's how you
right.
make sure it works.
right, okay. Okay, thank you.
I'd be happy to, thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions that the board may have.
Okay, yeah, so my question goes like this. So, the transfer company, so there's a transport company, which is do you operate one of those transport companies as well?
I used to, that's the one I sold, which was City Waste.
Oh, City Waste is a transport
Yes.
company. Okay. So the transport company is required, in order to be able to be a transporter of medical waste, it's required to have a 364 permit to do that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then that transport company has to verify that the boxes that it receives from the generators are those type of boxes that are limited, either the red solid plastic or the cardboard boxes with the liners, right?
The company actually, the transportation company provides the boxes to the generator. The generator does not make their own boxes. Those boxes are provided by the transportation company, and their markings are on the box, as well as showing that they were crash tested properly. That's all on the box. That's
Okay.
Are those boxes reused or are they one-time use?
So the hard-sided containers are reused, and the cardboard boxes are not reused. Typically, if you have a lot of liquid waste, you would use a hard-sided container, which is plastic, and if you have just mostly sharps, you'll use a cardboard box.
Okay.
Do you
And so
also-
just curious, in terms of the generator, does kind of like the old days of, I don't know, milk that always came in a glass jar, and, the milk guy gave it to you with milk in it, and then you have to return the glass jar? Does the transport company hand to the generator a whole bunch of these boxes that they keep in storage and then they fill them up? Or
Yes.
that's the process?
Yes, generally
Okay.
when they're, when they call in their order, or if their order is, let's say, weekly, so the transportation company will give boxes they'll have it in store, let's say 5, if they're using 5, depending on what their volume is, yes.
Okay, okay. And then, so once it's on the truck, and then the truck comes to your location, then what happens to the boxes from there?
So every box is manifested, and like I said, the generator will indicate what type of waste it is, and will tell you how he wants the waste to be destroyed. At that point, the box is moved from the small truck onto the larger trailer.
Okay, but the larger trailer isn't there yet. Let's say
The
there's
large trailers,
didn't arrive yet.
You don't take there's no deliveries unless the trailer is there. In other words, the trailer is inside the building, the tractor comes, backs the trailer into the building, it leaves every single day.
it leaves the trailer.
It leaves the trailer there, and the trailer sits there, and then all the small trucks come and load into the trailer. When the trailer is full, which is typically every morning, 5 a.m., the tractor brings the empty trailer, puts it in the spot, and takes the full trailer to Pennsylvania for disposal.
Okay. So what happens on the odd time when the trailer, like that, there was a lot of traffic and that truck didn't make it? The tractor trailer didn't make it to drop off the trailer. So now you've got all of your customers waiting to drop off in the building.
We work in sync, and they will know if there's room in the trailer or there's not room in the trailer. They'll just show up and say, hi, I have a delivery for you.
Okay.
Not every truck drops off every single day. Some trucks will go, let's say, to Long Island, and they don't get a full small box truck, so they have no reason to drop off their material every single day. It could stay in the truck for up to 7 days. So then they'll come to the trailer, depending on what their necessities are.
Do you utilize the same trailer for autoclave materials versus incinerated materials?
Yes.
So then you're off, so they're packed just in different sections of the
Right.
truck and it goes to the...
Generally in the back or in the front, yes.
Oh, I see, okay.
Two more questions. The first one is regarding the packaging. My understanding is that you don't control the kind of packaging you're getting. The generator package the material and just send it to you, right?
We give them the packaging material.
Okay, so you provide the generator with that kind of packaging?
We give them the tape, we give them the box, we give them the liners, we give them, and in some cases, we even provide them with the sharps containers, depending on what type of contract you have with the generator. I should say, what type of contract the transportation company has with the generator.
Do you have some sort of like communication between your facility and the generator? So you can make sure that they don't put liquid waste in a cardboard packaging?
The transportation company will not pick up a leaky box. They will.
No, at that time they pick it up, it might not be leaking, but probably in like an hour or so, it could start. Do you have something like a contract? Do not put liquid waste in this kind of packaging?
Yes, most of the companies that use a lot of liquid, like a dialysis center, uses the hard-sided containers, which is plastic containers. Dialysis centers, which have more liquid waste. Doctors' offices typically have only sharps, very little amount of liquid. So the transportation company knows what to give the doctor's office, the generator, as far as packaging materials.
So in your operation plan, you have this point covered. You know how to control that.
Yes.
The second thing, regarding the chip.
Wait, could you just go back to that one? But you're not the transporter in this situation.
Right, but the transportation company, when I was the transporter, right, and they know how to do it, yes.
Right, so that we need to keep this separate, right? He, in this role, what we're talking about right now, is just receiving the boxes, right? So it's another company, for completely unrelated company now because he sold it, right? Who's in charge of deciding whether they take the box from the generator, right? And then you can decide whether you take the box from the transporter.
Absolutely
For similar
correct.
reasons, okay.
The second thing is the chip. Do you have a protocol to keep, because my understanding is that any radioactive source should be kept in a certain manner, in a strong room, in like a casing. There is a protocol to keep it. It should be a guy responsible for it. Do you have this?
You mean the chip?
Yes.
It's a small, like, size of a quarter.
But it's a
and
source- it's a source of radiation at the end of the day.
Yes, it's in a lead
in a
case.
lead box,
It's locked
yeah.
away,
Okay,
yeah.
so you have, I don't care where it is, you have a protocol.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
That's
this
right.
protocol is corresponding to a regulation set
Okay.
by one of the city or federal agencies, describes how you keep this
Yes.
source safe.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you aware of the behavior at 893 Shepherd, the operation?
Am I aware of the behavior?
Are you aware of the operation at 893
I
Shepherd?
just know that City Waste, when they moved out of 1002 Farragut Road, they went into Shepherd Avenue space. That's all I know. I have nothing to do with the Shepherd Avenue space.
Okay.
Why are you asking about the Shepherd Avenue space? Because it's another location?
It's another location. And
But it's for the transporter, not for another transfer agent, right?
Correct.
Correct.
That's right, okay. So, yeah, so maybe this is something that your council's going to talk about, but can you explain the difference between what you do and what Stericycle does? The one, for instance, on Staten Island that's enormous and use Group 18?
Again, I don't have intimate knowledge of what Stericycle does, but Stericycle is what you would call a cradle-to-grave operation. They own transportation companies, they own transfer stations, disposal sites, as well as landfills. So they do everything. So they have multiple permits under one corporate umbrella. In our case, you have City Waste, which is a transportation company that's not owned by me, and I'm just focusing on the transfer station, which is CMW, which is a separate entity. Additionally, there are some transfer stations, which is not us, that have what's called reusable sharps programs in the transfer station. The reusable sharps program is if you go into a hospital, most of the hospitals today have the sharps containers in like, you'll see like in a beige type of bin. So what they do is those are mechanically emptied in a transfer station and then washed and given back to the hospital, and then they go from there to a disposal site. That's done typically at a local spot, not off-site at the disposal site. I can't say that Stericycle is doing it, but I do know the one on Vale Avenue used to do it like that.
It goes back to the hospital after they're washed?
Those are reusable sharps programs. They're special
Right.
programs that they don't want to spend money on a new sharps container all the time. So they have
The
one.
container is washed. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Not the sharp.
Not the sharp. Right. The container is
Yeah,
empty,
okay.
washed, and given back for reuse.
Okay, got it. So that would be where they're actually handling the waste, because they're actually emptying the containers with the sharps.
I can't say that they're doing that, but
No,
I'm saying
no,
but there are
that
some
exists.
transfer stations that do that, correct?
But I think that's what we're trying to get at when we try to refine what this is. It's a situation where nobody's opening a box to empty it, wash it, clean the container, and send it back.
None of
Right,
it-
that wouldn't qualify under what we're talking about
Basically,
here.
there's no processing happening on this site.
Right.
It is just handling of a prepackaged, as per regulation, boxes or containers being transported or transferred from one facility to the other.
Absolutely correct.
Right. Okay, great, thank you very much. Any other questions?
I had a question. Since you are in various parts of this field, and in the paperwork it said that you have operated other sites such as this within and outside of the city, do you know of other sites within the city that operate similarly to you that are relatively small stations, and how are they classified?
I think there was some confusion. I think somebody looked at the City Waste website, and since City Waste was taken over by a company called Sharps Inc., they have operations throughout the city or maybe in other states as well. I personally do not. So I think that's where the confusion came about. City Waste now is owned by a larger company and they have outside operations.
Okay, so this is your only CMW site?
Correct.
Okay. Got it. Okay, got it. All right, thank you. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you sign that?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Baker. I'm an attorney with Young Summer in Albany.
That's your application.
And I specialize in environmental and land use law. I've been representing Mr. Klein in CMW since approximately late 2008 and took him through most of the DEC process that resulted in this permit. You should also know the reason I got hired, this went through an extremely extensive DEC hearing process that was frankly out of proportion to the level of activity that was being done here. This went through its normal process where it received a negative declaration under seeker. It had a public hearing and a comment period and a legislative public hearing. Because of the political uproar, they ordered a issues conference, which is a prelude to an adjudicatory hearing. Again, very rarely done, usually only for the largest and most complex projects. We went through an issues conference. The ALJ was very considerate of all of largely the citizens that applied, but it was also then Council Member Charles Barron and then Assemblyman Nick Perry also were parties to that conference. And the judge, found that there were no issues for adjudication. There was no reason the permit could not be issued, and that decision was affirmed by the commissioner. And the big factor that came in is what you're dealing with, is because we went around the area, is in the fact that you had in the immediate vicinity other package handling businesses. I think it's a UPS facility and some others around, which handle virtually the same things in a lot of different manners and in terms of truck and everything else. This is literally just a package handling facility. And as was talked about, this whole regulatory scheme came up after the 80s with the mishandling of medical waste. So they came up with a better scheme to do all of that. And it's very comprehensive. Some people would say it's overkill now. As Gershon explained, he was originally in the business with city waste, which is a Part 364 hauler. 364 is the section of the regulations that deal with the transportation of solid waste. Not all solid waste needs a 364 permit. Household solid waste doesn't need one, but commercial does, waste oil. There's a whole category of different uses that require to be a certain type of licensed hauler. And to be a 364 regulated medical waste hauler, you need an added certification to show that you're properly trained and you understand the rules of handle.
That phrase, you need a what?
You need a higher level, you need an additional certification. It's like a license endorsement. It's probably the best way to do it on your driver's license that allows you to drive another vehicle. It allows them to handle the regulated medical waste and shows that they are familiar with the DOT rules for packaging and everything else we talked about. And again, an aside, because whenever we're dealing with the whole regulatory scheme and environmental law, there are always exceptions, there are always weird carve-outs and stuff. Any of you can take up to 50 pounds a day of regulated medical waste in a single car or truckload and not need any permit whatsoever. And you can take that and you can take it to a medical waste disposal facility on your own. The stuff still has to be manifested because the regulations, the regulatory scheme for medical waste starts with the generator. The primary responsibility is on the doctor's or clinic's office. And they know, and to your question, sir, is their obligations, they're under the same regulatory assumption of knowledge that they know how to handle their materials, how to bag it, how to dispose it. And they have the primary responsibility to do it, but they can then give it to you. And you can decide, I'm going to pick it up, and you can charge them for it, put it in my truck, drive it to a disposal facility on your own, or drive it to even Gershon's place without a permit. This stuff gets handled all the time, but it does require it has to be in the proper box, the DOT box. And that's it's all built in to assure that there's no breakage and no leakage. And it was talked about before, it is in the permit for CMW, it is also in the regulatory standards. You cannot move the boxes with any kind of a chute or dumping. You basically can't do anything where you're pushing it off onto a floor where it has the possibility that it could break. Basically, it's got to be handled like fragile material. Move it by hand, you can move it on a hand cart or something, but you can't toss it and you can't drop it down. So, it's like walking around the city where you have all your loadings down and people are dropping things down into their basements, and I was passing somebody who was doing that now. You can't do that with medical waste.
Are the boxes marked fragile or do not drop or anything like that?
I don't know if they have any label like that on it, but again, everybody who's been trained in handling knows not to do that. One of the things I wanted to talk about, Madam Chairman, is because I heard your discussions yesterday, and it was very useful, and I understand you had the confusion when you were looking on the DEC website of whether this was a permitted or a registered facility. And I got to tell you, when you came up with that one, I was racking my brain because I was trying to figure out, where is this coming from? What happens? And I tracked it down and I figured it out.
Okay, good.
I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of myself. First of all, let's start off with some basics. In any range of DEC regulatory programs, you often have a breakdown of a sort of a level of permitting. Many things simply require registration, which is a ministerial permit is an action. You say, I'm here, I promise to follow these basic standards that are in the regulations, but you're on notice and you can come and inspect me anytime. Okay? There are very, very few regulated medical waste registered facilities, and they are set forth in the regulations, and they're like on-site radiopharmaceutical facilities that dispose of them. It's a very narrow range of registered facilities. CMW is not a registered facility. CMW is a fully permitted, regulated medical waste transfer station. What happened, and this is where the confusion comes in, every year they have to file, well, everyone who has a solid waste management facility has to file an annual report. The forms of the report are on DEC's website. You click on them and you fill out the form. What evidently happened for CMW over the last 2 years since they started operating, they filled in the wrong form. They filled in the form for, and they filled in two wrong forms. In 2017, they filed a form for a permitted solid waste transfer station. Those are the big transfer stations that take household solid waste or something else, and you have to deal with them, and you all are very familiar with those. In 2018, they filled out the form for a registered solid waste transfer station. Those are smaller scale transfer facilities that don't go through individual permitting, but still have to file reports and are on the radar screen for DEC. What they didn't fill out, but Stericycle did, was the regulated medical waste transfer facility form. So they didn't put in the right form. I don't think DEC cares, because if you compare the two forms, there's far more detail in the form provided by CMW. They did more work and had to go back through their books to create all the detailed information than Stericycle had to do. So it is nothing more than that. They are fully permitted. They have a permit under what is now 365. Also, to make you all environmental lawyers by the end of this, DEC did a major rewrite of the Part 360 regulations 2 years ago. So you often hear that medical waste facility is a regulated 360 facility.
Right.
That's not technically true, although they're still combining the words. 360 used to be a very long section with something like 13 subparts for like each category: landfill, solid waste, recycling facilities, so forth. They broke a lot of that out. So now regulated medical waste is Part 365. Nothing much changed substantively of what was there, but it is also still considered a 360 solid waste facility because all of its definitions in 365 are back in 360. So just to make you all properly confused that we do. And I think I want to make one other point that to keep in mind here. Because remember, as you know, when you're dealing with land use issues, you're dealing with the externalities of the activity and what is the risk and what happens to the department. Under the permit for CMW, they are allowed to store the regulated medical waste for a limited period of time. Going to your question, what if the truck's not ready to go out, or if it's not full or whatever? They can hold the medical waste there for 7 days, up to 7 days. After 72 hours, if it's there more than 72 hours, it has to be refrigerated below 45 degrees, the whole waste, to make sure there's no risk of it creating any odor. So that's in their permit. Their permit is more restrictive than the regulations under Part 365. The 365 regulations would, if it was putrescent waste, which is, can start to smell, they can keep it up to 3 days at above 45 degrees, up to 7 days at between 45 and 32 degrees, and up to 30 days at below 32 degrees. If it's non-putrescible waste, they can hold it up to 15 days at greater than 45 degrees, and for up to 30 days at less than 45 degrees. So in other words, they would be able to hold types of medical waste under virtual storage in areas for far longer than CMW is permitted to do. And in fact, as Gershon said, they don't even come close to that anyway. I don't think they generally hold anything more than 24 hours. before they have a load going out. So,
Okay.
that's a lot of stuff I threw at you, I hope.
Well, we've been studying this a lot, so I think we actually understand you.
Yeah, this is very.
But thank you. So, so you may not know about the specific facility, but maybe you do. I'm guessing you've been to the
I've been there.
facility? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So for one, you mentioned that after 72 hours, the waste has to be refrigerated.
It's a refrigerated trailer.
Oh, it's a refrigerated, that was the answer? Okay, so.
A very good question, but that's how the refrigeration is done. They're kept in refrigerated trailers.
So when the hauler then,
And just by the way, it's a 364 hauler with a refrigerated trailer, can park and leave it in a trailer for, I think, up to 7 days.
Depending on the temperature?
Yeah, as long as they've got it refrigerated.
refrigerated trailer, because it could be hauling it across country or something like that, right? And it takes days.
Right.
Right, okay, that's interesting. So, you heard our struggle. So, for example, Stericycle that has use group 18 use in Staten Island, and apparently based on the website in that location, and just looking at the location, it's huge there. And they obviously are doing many other things. How do we determine the difference, kind of as outsiders looking in, between what Stericycle can do and what CMW can do at this location?
I do not have, unfortunately, they don't put it online, the individual permits. At one point, I did have a copy of the permit for one of the Stericycle facilities. I wouldn't even pretend if it's still the current one. Based on their annual reports, I think they do the same thing that CMW does in terms of they just move and transfer, they just have a transfer facility permit. I don't know, but what they do is they are vertically integrated as a company. So they have the 364 hauler, they have the transfer station, and they have the disposal site. And the reason that Mr. Klein started this project was that as a 364 hauler, he found that he was not being treated fairly necessarily at Stericycle, where he could not get his trucks in. And what CMW is doing, which is very important, is breaking a Stericycle monopoly to provide some price competition to doctors and clinics' office in New York City. Because without them, everybody would be going either to Stericycle or with a 364 hauler going farther afield. Mm-hmm. So not only are we removing trucks from the road, you are providing some competition in the market, so it is not simply a monopolistic enterprise. Because it is clearly an expensive undertaking, as you've seen on these things, to run a proper RMW transfer facility.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So is it possible that Stericycle has multiple permits, that there's a permit for doing exactly what CMW is, and then it has a separate kind of a permit for taking the sharps out and washing the containers, and a separate permit for whatever it is?
It's possible, I don't know.
Okay, so what we're struggling with here is, it seems as if Stericycle has this use group 18 designation as a regulated, as a waste management location, that's the zoning use group designation, which is only permitted in heavy manufacturing districts, right?
Right.
And what we're trying to figure out here is how to characterize something that's a much lighter use by referring to something kind of simple.
Well, let me
Yeah.
help you if I can, because we went through this, and I first had to approach all of these issues that you're dealing with when we were wrapping up the DEC permit, because, give you all the backstory on why somewhat where we're here is when the opponents of the project realized that they were losing, they got special legislation passed, which added a provision to the environmental conservation law that required the applicant to certify that it was in compliance with zoning.
Yes.
That is the reticulated medical waste program with that requirement is the only requirement in the entire DEC regulatory scheme that requires a zoning certification. DEC was against that, by the way. It was put in by the legislature, and they changed that because they said, we're not adjudicating DEC never gets in and say, we're not deciding if you're complying with zoning. That's a local thing. We're certainly not going to, overstep the bounds of the BSA or DOB on something like that. They never do. They said, we're not going to make this as a permit criteria. You had to prove it first. It was, you had to certify that you did it, and we did for what it is, for that purpose.
Right.
We made it clear, and I think Mr. Fisher has laid it out in his papers. Under the zoning ordinance, of the city zoning law, you do not define solid waste to include regulated medical waste, if I have that correctly.
Right.
So what you essentially you have a state designation of a solid waste scheme, which is bigger and broader than the city regulation. The city chose not to create a separate or to consider regulated medical waste as solid waste. You have separate solid waste restrictions, under the Department of Sanitation and certainly under the zoning ordinance. And these materials, again, it's a rational determination by the city council when it created the ordinance and didn't create a separate category for this, is not to treat this like a solid waste transfer station. It isn't like it. It's no different from your package handling facilities. It certainly doesn't have, the same truck traffic generation. We're limited by the number of trucks in our permit that we can take. The materials that are getting handled are, there's no particular threat to the community. And so I think that's what your distinction is. I don't know why Stericycle found themselves in that district, or they found that location. It just simply may have made sense, also given the size of their operation, what they needed in terms of a yard or something to handle.
Right.
Remember, DEC doesn't even, as opposed to other programs, doesn't put any restrictions on the type of neighborhood or a buffer zone for RMW facilities. For other transfer facilities and landfills and other stuff, they'll create buffer distances.
Because we're aware of these kinds of land use issues, what I'm trying to get at is for clarity for DOB in the future, for us to be able to very simply define what is this use group 16 use versus what is use group 18 use, because I don't disagree with DOB that when you take this stuff out of the box and whatever it is, you clean it, you redistribute it, you incinerate it, and all of that sort of stuff. I don't disagree with them that should be handled more stringently than moving boxes from here to here on a trailer.
And that would be a treatment facility, not a transfer facility.
Okay,
I think that's your
need.
distinction.
That's what we need.
I think if you want to have a bright line,
Yes.
you simply say a transfer facility. And this would be redundant because they're not allowed to do it anyway under the rules. That does not involve any of the opening of the boxes, cleaning of reusable containers. That's about it. I mean, again, they cannot do that anyway. They can't open up a box. They can't even open up a box and put a little box in it.
So you said we're not allowed to do it anyway. That's because you're a 365 permit facility?
Yes.
So if
It's in the regulations.
Okay, if I were allowed to do that, what would I be? What permit would I need?
You would be a 365 that allows treatment. A 365 facility is a regulated medical waste transfer, storage, or treatment facility.
Okay.
You can be all three, rarely. You are more likely a storage and a treatment facility or a transfer facility. It's all under the same regulatory part. It's part 365, but as his permit, or your individual permit says what your authorized activity is. His authorized activity is only as a transfer station. He can't open any boxes. He doesn't reuse the material.
So, but there isn't like 365 part 1A 2 little Roman numeral 4.
He's saying there is.
There might be. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I don't want to say
And I
something.
don't need you to do this right now on the fly, but that's what we're trying to get
Actually,
at,
there
right?
isn't.
There is not.
I was going to say it was 365-2, but they do combine them all together, and I do not believe, no, they don't. I wish I could give you a sub-paragraph.
So on the permit itself, though, that is limiting the use here,
Right.
is there a sentence that says, this is what you can do, list, which we could then
Well, you can
quote?
take from the The authorized activity is the operation of a 15-ton per day, 333 tons per month, regulated medical waste transfer station with transfer between vehicles and up to 350 gallons per day of conditionally exempt hazardous waste for consolidation by long-haul transport to a permitted treatment and/or destruction facility.
And you're reading from the permit?
Yeah. You have a copy of this.
Which we
I-
have, okay. So.
And
what-
that's on the front page under authorized activity. They also have it as their first condition of the permitted activities. There's a little more detail. But yeah, that's
Okay.
their standard.
Did you want to say something? No. So, okay, go
I just
ahead.
had a question. Do you have other clients like CMW operating in New York City?
No. There are not many other regulated medical waste transfer facilities elsewhere. There are very
standalone
few in the
because-
state.
because
Yeah.
Stericycle
Stericycle
runs
is
the
the
show.
500-pound gorilla.
Right.
I mean, they've
Because
got it.
actually, when I stumbled on that website that had all of those licensed
Yeah.
annual reports, almost every one of them, and there were many that were not Stericycle, where they had to explain what they were transporting or whatever. I'm not sure what they were doing, frankly, but they all said going to Stericycle. Actually, every one of them said going to Stericycle, so that's why I concluded that the Stericycle was doing other things
Their
on that
treatment
site.
facilities are not in the city. I do not believe
Okay.
that any of those are treatment facilities, because if you look at their annual reports for those two facilities, for the Staten Island and the Bronx, they show their ultimate source of disposal, and they are sterile, I think they're almost all Stericycle facilities. I think there was one other one they listed once, that are outside the city. I think one's on Long Island, I'm not sure.
Okay,
And CMW sends theirs to a place in a disposal site in Pennsylvania.
okay. So you mean the thousands and thousands of medical offices and hotels and all of that stuff in New York City only have, what is it, 2 locations to go?
The transfer facilities of states. I don't know how many 364 RMW
Transporter.
haulers, transporters there are.
Oh,
And I don't even
okay.
think that's a database that DEC necessarily has, because there's also no geographic restriction, I don't believe, on where a 364 can operate in the state.
I
You have to
see.
have one to operate in the state. If you're a New Jersey company, you need a New York State license for it. But
Okay.
if I'm a 364, based here in New York City, I can go to Rochester.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Did you have questions? You don't remember?
No.
All right, thank you, very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ken Fisher, we'd be pleased to submit just a very short description, I think, pulled from the regulations.
That would be great.
Because I think there are some distinctions that we can give you
Yeah.
a bright line, but if we're unable to do that, we'll let you know. And I think that the chair put it aptly, if it's transport and storage, that is appropriate for use group 16. If there's treatment, that would not be suitable for use group 16. And the incorporation of the requirement to have a permit that does not include treatment, I think would satisfy what the buildings department had suggested,
Right.
as well as our needs.
Because I'm thinking that this is the
Treatment,
beginning
sorting,
of a blossoming business, right? And so DOB may be, at the moment, it sounds almost like a one-off, but DOB may in future be confronted with others of these, and there are C8 districts throughout the city, fewer and fewer, but nonetheless. So,
Well, actually, where I think it's most likely to come up would be in some of what we believe are the packaging facilities, the warehouse facilities, that in our original research were listed as garages or other things that
Right.
don't, or warehouses,
Right,
without
yes.
disclosing the fact that RMW is transported through there at all. So I can see in some future iteration of this, a UPS facility or whatever, having to indicate on their C of O
Right.
that the use includes the transport of RMW.
right, so it would be an accessory, use group 16 or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
understood. Okay, thank you very much, very helpful. Carl, the podium. Are there any other speakers on this? Oh, I'm sorry, there's the TOP, right? Sorry, yeah, no. I don't know if FDNY wants to speak, but I'll ask.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Tim McKernan again for the Department of Buildings. In my presentation, I'm going to briefly survey the other regulated medical waste facilities on DEC's website. Then I'm going to quickly review DOB's main argument, including DOB's concern about why this shouldn't be classified as a motor freight station. And then finally, I'll reiterate several requests in the case the board does find this as a use group 16 use. My research indicated there are only 5 such facilities based on DEC's website. First is the Stericycle in Staten Island, which I think we've discussed before. That is listed on its CO as a use group 18 transfer station, medical waste, and it's in an M1 district, which I believe council pointed out was allowed based on a discretionary action by BSA. There's a BSA notation on that CO.
Do you know whether it's an A or a BZ notation by any chance?
I might have the exhibit, but
Quite interesting.
I'm just curious as to whether it's an appeal or a variance.
667-87A.
87A, yeah, it's an appeal. 87A.
Strange. Useful.
Yep.
Say it again, 66?
677, 78.
What is it again? 667?
667-87A.
Oh, all right.
And I submitted that CO as a exhibit to
No, we
my...
want to look up the case.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure.
I'm going to send an email, Manny.
Yeah, please.
Obviously, the first facility on DEC's website, which I skipped, is this one. Second is the Stericycle in Staten Island. The third is a Cardinal Health facility, 2425 Waterbury Avenue. That actually looks like it expired in 2016. Similarly, there's another facility in the Bronx, Daniels Sharp Smart.
Sorry, where is Waterbury Avenue?
2425 Waterbury Avenue, Bronx, New York.
Okay.
And that was in an M1 zone, but there was no mention of regulated medical waste on the CO.
What was this? What was the use group on this? Yeah.
I think it might have been offices.
Yeah.
I don't recall, but
Yeah.
again,
I think we did some of this already
Okay.
on the first hearing, and we looked at what we could find out. And the only one that was listed as use group 18 was Stericycle. It was the only one that actually said what was going on at the site. All of the others said things like garage or warehouse, wherever.
Right, well, I'll just point
Seems,
out,
okay.
Daniels, which I was about to discuss, that's
Okay.
1281 Viele Avenue, Bronx. Now, that's also expired, but the zoning district was M31, and the use group, and this is why my search wouldn't have returned it, it's use group 18B Waste Transfer Station. So when I asked our analytics group to do the research, we searched for regulated medical waste. So these facilities, which have a 18B Waste Transfer Station CO designation, I wouldn't have caught them. And similarly, there's the Stericycle Bronx facility. And that actually is the most permissive CO. That's use group 18B Solid Waste Management Facility. So at least as far as the CO is concerned, they would have the most permissive rights. That's 910 East 138th Street, Bronx. And that's in an M3 district. So I understand it's not dispositive, but at least from the department's perspective, we have been consistent as classifying these regulated medical waste transfer stations as use group 18.
But it's also possible that, of course, when you find a place in an M3, because that's real estate, right? And then it's easy to classify it that way. And so, and as we talked about with Stericycle, we don't even know what they're doing. They could be emptying out all the boxes and who knows what.
Yes,
Incinerating and
right. We can't say that they located an M3. They could have had that site in mind and then applied for the CO.
Right,
We don't
but you
know.
just don't know, but, you know, real estate drives a lot of decisions about what a use group is. Yeah.
So quickly, I want to just explain the department's concern about classifying this as a motor freight station. First, I'm going to say, I think it's not a necessary finding, especially if the board finds that the facility is not dangerous. The department's argument that it should be a manufacturing use is based on the level of danger. Hearing what the board has to say, it seems like it might not find that the facility has that requisite level of danger. And then the department requests that if that's the case, it categorize it as a unique use group 16 use. And the concern is because it's a fine line between a storage facility and a motor freight station. Council explained that depending on the permit and the certain conditions, the regulated medical waste can actually be stored at this facility for quite some time. And I think if you jump to a different type of freight or whatever you want to call it, material such as radioactive waste, what we're concerned about is either someone won't disclose or whatever activity that they're transferring at this facility, they're going to call it a motor freight station. DOB is not going to be aware of what type of material this is. And in fact, in that case, and I think the department acknowledges, radioactive waste on a spectrum is more dangerous, the risk is higher than this regulated medical waste. And what we're concerned about is a different type of material that's more dangerous than regulated medical waste being characterized as a motor freight station because they can make very similar arguments that there's no treatment. So that's the slippery slope that the Department of Buildings is concerned with, and that's why we've argued so vehemently that this should not be a motor freight station, especially because, like I just said, it's not a necessary finding if the board finds that the level of danger is not there. I think it's the board has the authority to find this as a new and unique use group 16 use.
I don't know. How is that different from a warehouse that is operating against its rules and regulations? It says it's a warehouse and it stores goods. It could store bombs, for all you know, and not state it. So why would you have an extra restriction on this?
Sure. I think part of our concern is that under New York case law, a use has a right to be listed as that use if it meets the definition. So what we're concerned about is even if they disclose perhaps that they are dealing with radioactive materials, they're going to say, we are a motor freight station because it meets the dictionary definition of that activity. So I think even if there was not a hidden aspect of what was going on, it could be a close call that they could use this as precedent to argue that because they meet the definition of that 16D group, 16D use group, that they have the right to be in a C8 district. So that's our concern.
And, you know, I do have to say that I'm very sympathetic to the kinds of problems that DOB has to deal with on a daily basis. They're constantly confronted with these really tricky questions. And to the extent that we can tailor it and not open doors that they're concerned, their experience has been doors get opened. Then we end up seeing the results here, right? And so to the extent that in this particular situation, we could tailor it where it comes out as something that's issued as a TPPN as opposed to just fitting under something where who knows what in the future might come of our analysis. I understand what you're saying, and it's true that people don't go inside of, that UPS is transporting this kind of stuff, and it's true that people could be storing all kinds of crazy things inside of warehouses, but to the extent that we could prevent crazy things from being stored inside of warehouses by regulation. I'm just curious, really, if we talk about some of those those locations which apparently are doing the same thing or something similar, and they're listed as offices and garages and things like that, they may not tell DOB what they're doing, right? DOB will figure it out perhaps by the name of the applicant. So the next time CMW comes to get a permit, DOB knows who CMW is, but XYZ company may not reveal what it is they're planning on doing. So
I just feel that the more onerous you make something for somebody, the more likely they're going to try and skirt the requirements. So if you're going to say on the C of O that you're going to have to state that you're not receiving radioactive medical waste, And that's already actually.
No, that would be stated, that's already regulated by DEC.
Right, that's what I'm saying, it's already regulated by DEC,
Right.
but if you're gonna state certain restrictions, it's more likely that they're gonna say, oh, we're transferring boxes of candy. You know, like,
Right.
that's it, we're transferring, you know, sheets.
Right.
You know, and they're gonna make it, and then, so then the onus will then be on DOB to actually physically inspect.
Right.
Because I don't think that you can actually stop people from trying to lie if they are so determined to do so, to be evasive, no matter what you do.
Sorry, finish.
So the question is, if you don't do it for warehouses and self-storage, then why would you do it here? They're already regulated by DEC. DEC is already setting down a series of regulations that are pretty stringent. So then why would we add here and single this out? That's my question.
Well, I think one concern is, and if we look at DEC's website, I reference the facility at Cardinal Health, that's the 2425 Waterbury Avenue, and if I remember correctly there, CO just says use group 6 offices. And I think if this board were to determine, again, assuming arguendo, that this regulated medical waste transfer station is use group 16, DOB would actually then have the authority to enforce against such a facility that it was operating with a use group 6 CO.
But why can't DOB enforce now if it has a use group 6 CO and it's not?
It's not doing that.
Well, I agreed. I think the enforcement is much cleaner if the BSA has stated that this is a use group 16 regulated medical waste transfer station, and then it's clean as can be.
No, but before that, I mean, DOB moved to revoke the CO here because it wasn't an accessory used to an automotive repair, right? So you were already aware that the use in the space wasn't consistent with what it said on the C of O.
Right.
Clearly, if that use is actually in place in that so-called office building, it's not an office building, right? It
Well,
must be
I think
something else.
The posture of this case might be different. I think the point I was just trying to make, how we wound up here has to do with the applications that were filed over a course of nearly a decade, and they, I think to their credit, filing the appeals earlier, several years ago. I guess my point was merely, from the department's perspective in terms of enforcement, it would be cleaner if this was its own use, in which I think it would remove any doubt going forward as to our enforcement. For instance, if there's a facility that has no mention of regulated medical waste on the CO.
Okay, understand.
And I won't.
No, I think, I do think it's cleaner for DOB and even for FDNY, who is going to, inspect the site, for them to know that this has a permit to transfer a regulated medical waste, and that it is different from other warehouses. Now, yes, could a warehouse therefore, knowing that they can transfer regulated medical waste, apply for that? Once they do that, it actually behooves, then it's on everybody's radars and everybody's aware of it, and therefore, I think there would be less of a misuse. I think there would be greater chance of somebody saying, hey, I can do this. I don't have to play this game of being 16 or something. Now I can clearly be a regulated medical waste, and I'm in the clear. I don't have to be afraid of what I'm doing, stating it. I can be very clear up front and follow all the rules and regulations that DEC says, and I can get the permit. And by the way, since DEC requires a certification, I now can very clearly show this. I think it provides a lot more clarity for an operator, whether it's a warehouse or very specifically a regulated medical waste. So I would be more inclined to having that clarity laid out, just for, in terms of the operation and for the monitoring of.
And the one reason that I agree, that's my feeling about it too, is because we're talking about uses that are permitted in a C8. So it's a very permissive level of zoning districts. You arguably don't want to see this in a regular commercial district like a C1, right? Arguably.
But why, when the generators are in an R district? Well, you've got large-scale generators in hospitals that are probably larger-scale generators that are generating regulated medical waste that are probably radioactive, even more dangerous, and they're in residentials.
Right.
Fair point.
So, I mean, I'm just raising the question.
Yeah.
I just want to hear views
Right,
on it
right.
before we decide to
So,
vote.
but it's interesting, because I think the thing that made it, it's the point that's interesting, really interesting, is that Use Group 16 has crematoria, right? So the thing that's quite strange about regulating the Stericycle version as Use Group 18 is they're arguably incinerating, and then, or what was the other choice?
Sorting.
Autoclaving, right? Neither of which are as, let's say, or neither of which are more sort of devastating in their activity than a crematorium, right? And that's Use Group 16. So it is actually odd to even consider the regulated medical waste at all in the 18.
I'd like to say just a few things about that. First, I think I don't want to waste everyone's time reiterating the department's position on the danger. I think the board understands. I do just want to distinguish a few things and make a few points. One, my understanding is human crematoriums do not take bodies infected with infectious agents. So I don't believe it's the same material that would be going to a crematorium as would be going to a regulated medical waste facility. So I do think there's a difference.
Really?
But
When
one,
a person dies, they go to a crematorium?
I think they generally are at the hospital, and there could be an autopsy, because the statutes and the regulations talk about autopsy material. So I do think there's a difference.
We're talking about a person who died from a bad disease, right? That person then is transferred to a funeral home, which, by the way, is in Park Avenue on really, and it's transferred right to a funeral home, and then from there, sometimes, I don't know if the funeral homes here ever have their own crematoria, but it does go to a crematorium, right? And the person died of any number of things.
So if I think I could phrase this slightly different. I think there are bodies that are contaminated with certain infectious agents, certain, not all, that would not be sent directly to a crematorium. And that's the concern. That's my I think that's right. Again, I don't want to keep repeating certain infectious diseases. I'm not here to scaremonger, but my understanding is certain diseases, the body would not be sent directly to a crematorium because of the danger of that body.
So if we were,
But
granted, Ebola, a person who dies from Ebola might not go to your neighborhood crematoria. However,
certain
people
bodies
die of lots of other kinds of.
And I think this gets to the other point, which is, I think if you consider use group 16, 17, and 18, 17 and 18 being M, and not allowed in a C8 district, I think it's a spectrum of danger. And I acknowledge there are certainly use group 18 uses that are, for instance, radioactive materials that are more dangerous, or other use group 18 uses that create a larger nuisance. I'm not here to say that this is the most extreme, but I think one thing to consider is whether these are required widely throughout the city. And I'm not arguing that's a necessary prong to find this a use group 16 use. I think if the board finds it's not sufficiently dangerous, it may find it's a use group 16 use. But I think one thing to consider is whether this facility is required widely throughout the facility, or required widely throughout the city. That's the language in use group 3215, zoning resolution section 3215. And I think what we've heard today is this facility is just not required widely throughout the city. The department's not against
No.
No.
We heard that there was a monopoly,
Yeah.
and there was one corporation that was dominating this field, not that.
That has I'm sorry, competition has nothing to do with land use. There are plenty of C8 zoning, there are plenty of M1 and M3 zoning districts in the city that would allow, I think, robust competition in the regulated medical waste field, regardless of whether it's allowed in C8s.
No, but the issue is, of course, it's required widely throughout the city. The generators are every 15 feet, right?
Is 5 facilities in all of New York City required widely throughout the city?
But
Is that the mean?
But I think the scale.
Is nothing about whether.
Right, and I think also the scale of these operators are significantly larger, that probably is not being measured in any ways. I mean, what CMW can handle maybe 5 trucks, Stera can handle 100, and there's a big difference in that volume, and that is not being measured in that analysis of the quantity. So I think we ought to be careful in
We can
that.
agree to disagree. I think the fact that there are only 5 such facilities in New York right now speaks for itself, and that these are not required widely throughout the city.
But this sounds very similar to a conversation we had about another site quite recently, whether it's a department store or a variety store, where business models change constantly, right? And I think what CMW is doing is creating a new business model.
Right.
And, I think that because it stores so little, right? It's a tiny facility, it's 1,300 square feet. So, which is just big enough to fit one trailer truck, one trailer. So it sounds like the one trailer operation can potentially reduce costs to all the doctors who are being forced to have their regulated medical waste transported to one handler, right? And so this idea that there might be more and more in neighborhoods as there are more and more of those ambulatory care centers that are enormous, those urgent care centers, and also treatments change. There's probably more and more reasons to have injectables and all that kind of stuff.
In any event, it seems like something the legislator should handle, not particularly us.
Right.
Because we don't, and if there's a dispute with that, I'd like to see something in writing to make me feel comfortable with it. But at this point, it seems like a legislation issue.
Right. Okay, understood. But I think Commissioner Otley Brown brings up a super interesting point about why even use group 16. And I don't think we can decide this here, but I think it's something that everybody should be thinking about. Like, what is right? If, as we talked about at the very first hearing, we have some of the largest hospitals in the country, in an R district, and they are enormous generators, and some of them actually handle the materials on site, and then I don't know how they dispose of them. I don't know if they dispose of them on site.
Right, I mean, I understand that. I think that's a classic balancing that the zoning resolution does, is community facilities, including hospitals, are zoned permissively because they're for the convenience of residents.
Yes,
this facility is
Doesn't
not
need to be
retail.
convenient.
It does not need to be convenient to the residents.
Right.
And that's why I believe it's reasonable to say it's not required widely throughout the city and only permitted in
But that's not
M
even really
districts.
before.
But
Nothing.
What? Sorry.
I think we've explored this territory sufficiently. And finally, I'll just reiterate the requests. So, one, as we discussed at some length earlier, that the board find this unique use group 16 use, and second, that and actually to appellant's credit, I think he explored this more fully than I, that this specific use and actually permit be listed on the CO if the board grants the appeal.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. What I would like to do is have appellant brief for us just their recommendation about how to describe this particular use versus a different use, so we can understand the kind of the difference between storage and transport and versus handling or processing, right? And then, but I think we could close the hearing. No? Okay, so that way, so it'll just, and if DOB wants to respond, of course, you're welcome. I'd like to keep the length of the submission to 5 pages. I think that's plenty. And if you attach, please, you've done it before, but attach the statutes to which you refer and maybe circle what it is, just to make it easy for us non-scientists. And so we could put this on, so I'd like to make a motion to close and then put this on for, I don't know if DOB wants a response? Do you want like a week to respond or?
Sure, respond.
Okay. So DOB always writes very briefly anyway, but 5-page limit for both.
We'll make a good faith effort, and we'll make a commitment to a good faith effort to confer with council, so maybe we can come to some understanding. If not, both sides will put their submissions in, and you can figure it out. But we'll reach out to DOB council to see if we can work something out between the two of us as to what those conditions might be.
Okay. That'd be great. But in terms of the briefing schedule, we're working on this right now.
Mr. Fisher, how soon would you be able to submit?
Certainly within 2 weeks.
Maybe for DOB, 1, 2, 3. We could do September 10th for a decision. We unfortunately don't have anything between August 13th and September 10th, which is just like in that magic spot. But that gives a submission deadline. The last submission will be due by August 21st. So how about, Mr. Fisher, we do 1 to 3 weeks and DOB 2 weeks? Would that be sufficient?
That's right.
Does that work? Okay, so Mr. Fisher, 1 to 3 weeks from tomorrow, August 7th would be your submission, and DOB, your submission would be due August 21st for a decision on September 10th.
Works for me.
Great.
And we can have the same schedule for the DOB modification.
I was just going to ask you.
Yeah.
So the two are traveling in tandem.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, everyone, for
Motion to
coming. Really
close?
helpful testimony.
Motion
Haven't
to
closed
close.
yet. Haven't
Haven't
closed
closed
yet.
yet, right? Yeah, good.
Vote on
For a
close.
motion to close?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
So one stays a continued, one is a decision. You're not closing the original,
No, that one's gonna stay open.
okay, fine, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, okay.
Taking a break.
Special order calendar, continued hearing
15
items.
minutes.
What?
Continue.
Keep going. Item number 4, 41850BZ, 7369 217th Street, 7336 Springville Boulevard, 21902 74th Avenue, and 7310 220th Street, Queens. You need to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Eric Goydell with the law firm of Mora Goldstein, Altshuler and Names of Goydell PC. I reviewed the review session that you had yesterday, and we certainly understand the board's frustration with how long this process has been ongoing, but we appreciate the latitude that you have thus far given. As noted, I think, by Commissioner Chanda or Commissioner Otley Brown, I couldn't tell who was talking at the time. There's been a new board of directors in this co-op for about a year. Windsor Oaks is a self-managed development and has an on-site property manager that the board hired. That manager abruptly resigned several months ago. The board is actually in the process of interviewing third-party management companies. They haven't made that decision yet whether to remain self-managed or to go to third parties, but they are in that process. Since we were before you last, they replaced the landscaping company that had been their landscaping company for as long as I can remember, and I've been their attorney for 20 some odd years, Green Turf Landscaping, which was responsible for most of what we'll call the dumping of cuttings and debris in the buffer zone. They had hired, starting with this season, a company called Verdi Domain out of Suffolk County, but unfortunately, and without slandering the company, they found out quickly that they could barely cut the grass on the property, and it was their intent to let a contract with them for these plantings on the buffer zone. And while Chair Perlmutter, you indicate that yes, there are plenty of landscapers around who can do this work, we have to take into account that Windsor Oaks is actually a 60-some-odd acre property, so the goal was to to have the same landscaping company that we use for the property to hopefully be responsible for the buffer zone. So it's not like we could hire, we're not looking to hire like a mom and pop to just plant some trees. So that is what created an issue. Also, there is no irrigation in the buffer zone because the buffer zone was supposed to be left alone. And we're talking about planting trees ultimately at the pretty much the southernmost border of the property, which is 100+ feet away from any water sources that are located on the property. So we need to get the correct landscaper, because we don't want to plant and then kill off what we're planting. The board, in the meantime, did enter into a fence contract, but to do the work is the proverbial cart before the horse, or the fence before the trees. And so that they didn't want to proceed with that work if they have to bring in the trees. And then I think, again, it was Commissioner Brown, Ali Brown, who talked yesterday about the finances and said, it's not really your concern, but there may be that at play. And there is a bit of that at play. While it's not the concern of the BSA, it is a concern of the board that took over in the midst of a window. It's 900 units roughly 900 units on the property. Window and door replacement project at a cost of $4 million, and then they discovered when they were doing lighting that there was electrical problems because the buildings date back to the early 1950s, and the lighting that they were going to put in with the doors required upgrading of wiring and breakers. So there was a need for them to actually assess shareholders when they did not expect to have to do that. They thought they would have had sufficient funds to do that, and they've actually even gone to the point where our firm is handling 2 contracts right now to sell 2 apartments that the board was fortunate enough, unfortunate for some certain shareholders, but back in 2008, 2009, during the housing crisis, when banks foreclosed, the board took it upon itself to approach those banks after they foreclosed. They didn't want to foreclose on their own shareholders, but once their shareholders were gone, they purchased these apartments from banks at a discount, but now they're selling off. They used their reserve funds at that time to purchase about a dozen apartments, and now they're selling 2 of them off, but they're essentially using reserve fund money. They actually doubled their investment, though, by buying at a discount and selling now, but they're actually using reserve fund money right now to kind of pay for some of the operations. They've already spent about over $250,000 in the buffer zone, and as you can see from the pictures that we submitted, it is vibrant. It doesn't have trees, but it is coming back. It has come back to life, and the board has to balance the timing of these expenditures against the complaints of shareholders, which they do have to respond to, where they don't really see a tangible benefit for the money that's spent there. We recognize the board recognizes its obligations under the 1950s variance, but we have to kind of balance that off with the shareholders. The board intends to see this through, but as I think Chair Perlmutter talked about yesterday, maybe we could spread this out over a slightly longer period of time. There was discussion, I guess, by Commissioner Scavetta about holding our feet to the fire and making sure we're doing what we promised we would do. So we would appreciate perhaps a little longer leash, a little bit of a longer leash to be able to let this contract that you're talking about have a timetable where perhaps, as someone suggested, we do work in piecemeal so that we can afford to do the work. I know Barbara Amcroft, who's on the board, is here, and she's been in getting bids from 3 other landscapers already. I think she just wants to talk for a minute or 2, but we would appreciate a further short adjournment, maybe into the beginning of the fall, late summer, beginning of the fall, where we could have these contracts and a commitment to maybe get this work done, if not by the fall, first thing in the spring.
Right, so actually, I think the ideal, because, nothing like having a deadline to really motivate a person, would be to get the contract signed, so that means reaching out to all these landscapers, right? Get the contract signed by, say, the very beginning of September.
Yes.
And that would give them enough time to mobilize to begin phase 1 of the planting in the planting season, which really must be by late October, right? Otherwise,
Right.
you hit.
Again, the only issue we have with that, Chair Perlmutter, is that we do have a not that we can't use a second landscaping company, but our landscaping season runs with this landscaping company until October. We do have we provided the contracts that at the end of any landscaping season, we have a 3-year, I think we have a 3-year contract where at the end of the first year, we could terminate the contract at the end of each landscaping season. So we did provide for it out. We could discuss, having a second company there, but I think the board would just be concerned with the fact that that would be telegraphing our punch to the existing company 2 months before we could get out of the
Why
contract.
would it be telegraphing it? Why can't you just be having a separate arrangement that the contract date starts?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, so you're not saying we should be doing the work in October, September?
No, I'm saying that, when is the contract up with the other?
Well, the contract, the season ends October 31st, and then it renews, it rolls over again for a year unless we terminate it as of like April, I think it's April 1 or thereabouts.
Well, no, what I was suggesting is that you enter into an agreement with another landscaper that they're going to do the work, but planting season is, someplace early October that goes to about mid-November when you have your first freeze.
Gotcha.
Right? So the idea would be that you do a phase 1 between, say, October 15th and November 15th, something like that, right? So
Again, I'm not an expert in this, I may know
Yeah,
more
yeah.
about medical waste, but at least what I heard today. But the problem is, I guess, if we plant in October, it's I'll call it the care, obviously, once you get to a freeze, but it's the care of we don't have a landscaping company. It's the care for that, in that window period. It's the care that we're gonna have to bring in outside water. Well, I said that we're gonna bring in, we just can't rely upon the elements to take care of these trees when they've just been planted. And so we're going to have a company that's a little more aggressive in what they're doing, just in planting and going away.
no, they can't go away.
Right.
When you're ordering
Right.
thousands of dollars worth of trees and
Correct.
shrubs and so on, they're in it for the long haul, right?
Correct,
They
correct.
guarantee the success of the plant.
Correct, but that's why we were
Right.
hoping to be able to have the landscaping company that we ultimately use to be able to be responsible for that, because, if it's a one-off, like I said, if it's a one-off with a particular,
Right.
just another company to plant, that's not the ultimate company that we use, and maybe that will be if it turns
Yeah.
out it's the ultimate company we hire for the next season, that's great, but if it's a one-off type planting, that's gonna be an issue of who's gonna be responsible for that.
But kind of what I'm hearing behind all this, because, it's been going on for very,
Yes, a
very
couple years
long
now.
time.
Yes,
And
it
I
is.
appreciate board issues and so on, but in terms of the optics, this has been going on for a very, very long time. And so kind of what I'm hearing behind all this is that you don't even want to even entertain other landscapers until the termination of this current contract.
No, I'm not, no, we're happy to sign a contract with a new landscaping company for, starting for the April season. I just don't know if we're gonna get to a point where we have that company in place by September to be able to, for them to be doing the plantings in October. That's all I'm
Right.
saying. I don't know,
Okay.
Barbara, maybe you wanna
Okay.
speak to
Yeah.
that? Yeah, that's the issue. No, we have no problem signing a contract and having it in pocket.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's see what we can do.
Yeah, you're on the board of directors, right, so you have to be sworn in. Yeah. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Just to be a little clearer than Eric.
Could you say your name?
Oh, sorry, Barbara Amcrat. I am on the Board of Directors of Windsor Oaks. We have been entertaining proposals from 3 new landscaping companies, and we're trying to get a proposal so that we can get the green space taken care of, our land and gardens taken care of. And thirdly, we need somebody for snow removal, so we're trying to get the whole kit and caboodle together with one company. We found 3 that seem to be viable, so we are looking into them. We got proposals from them, and we will make a decision soon. Hopefully, we have a board meeting soon.
Okay.
But all of these companies just seem to think that they can mow the grass and everything down to like 6 inches to begin with, and then we plant after that. So it's kind of like a low cleanup, and then the plan is to put trees in, put everything else in after the cleanup. So the cleanup is going to take a good 2 weeks to begin with, whenever we sign the contract. I have been in touch with the New York Restoration Project, Matthew Dane, and he had promised us free trees up to 100, turns out, and that was in December after our hearing here. We got 0. I don't know why. I don't know whether they gave it to private properties or whatever, but I can't even get a hold of him, and neither can our councilman's office, so I asked to help us again. I think he sent a letter in too, telling that we have asked to help us. I mean, this cleanup has cost a fortune so far, and as you know, I mean, there was like this big uproar about the clubhouse, and that's what started the whole thing, and we spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and honestly, we are trying to get our money and use it for purposes that really have to be done, like roofing, and we have spent a lot of money on gardening and cleanup the first time, so this is going to be the second cleanup. And we're kind of at our wits' end. I mean, I don't know what else to do. We are trying, honestly. It's the new board. We are together, and we're not fighting you. We're trying to work with you.
Right.
We just need a little latitude.
Right. So, but I'm trying to understand the kind of latitude that you need versus the kind of assurance that we need that this problem isn't just being kicked down the road for, the last time we met was November here, right?
Yeah.
And so, and we said that allows for an April planting, right? So, but before that, the last time we met was exactly a year ago, which was please hire somebody for a September planting. So we've had 2 planting seasons at least that have gone by, and now we're being asked to skip a third.
Gotcha. But
Right.
okay, so like I said, we have 3 proposals. At our next board meeting, we're going to bring this up, and God willing, we will pick one, get a contract, get it signed. I don't know when the contract will start because this present landscaping company, in quotes, I think their contract expires like the beginning of November. So I don't know that a new company will even start until the next season because they'd have to hire manpower and do everything else. But a couple of them did say they will hire extra manpower to clean up the space, cut the grass in the green space again. So we're looking into that too, just so that it'll be cut down and it'll look nicer than it is now because we do have a lot of weeds.
Okay.
And I don't know what else to do.
When is your board meeting?
August 1st.
Okay. So how about you were to come back here in September and give us an update on your contract? Are there speakers on this?
No.
Community neighbors? No? Okay.
No, the neighbors are fine with what we're doing. We're friends.
Okay, good. Well, there used to be a lot of speakers.
Yeah, I know.
You've worn them down.
I think you got a letter from Ellie last night.
Yes.
Eleanor, we sent
Eleanor,
her
right.
back in.
Yeah, so.
Okay. You want to look for a September slot?
I think September 10th is really packed, so I think it'd be best to do September 17th. Submission would be by August 28th, so if you could provide us an update of what happened.
Yeah, just to
that year.
provide an update about what happened, and ideally you do have a signed contract, or you're negotiating with one preferred, and any day now you're going to enter it. And then the contract should include a performance schedule. And we understand the cost. We know this has been expensive, right? And that you're not big-time developers with lots of money to sort of throw at this. But so the performance schedule should show what is going to be planted when.
See what the scope of work, basically.
Scope of work, and, ideally, it would be, and it seems to me that's where a landscaper would work, there'd be a plan that shows in this area, we're going to plant these kinds of things first. I'm assuming they plant trees before they plant shrubs, because this just gets in the way, right? So, that kind of thing, right? So how, yeah, and you need the performance schedule anyway, so you can see whether they're meeting their obligations.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, submission August 28th for hearing September 17th.
Got it.
Right.
Thank you. I think we take a 10-minute break?
Yes.
5-minute break?
5-minute break?
5-minute break. Welcome, wait.
On the record. We're back on the record, July 16, 2019. Item number 5, 31673BZ, 3102 68th Street in Queens. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fullader for Basilati Associate Architects today. So we heard a lot of the back and forth about the vending machine. It is a small site on the BQE, as everybody already explained yesterday, and there's not many places to put items, so the loudness of the BQE is much, much less than a vending machine.
Much more, you mean? Less or more?
No.
I mean, more. A vending machine is much less than...
Except maybe at 3 in the morning when
Yeah.
somebody really needs a soda and then it goes banging onto the,
And,
yeah.
yeah,
So that's why I asked about some kind of attenuation behind it, you know?
And there hasn't been complaints at all. This was unanimously approved by the community board, so I was told to point those items out.
Okay. Comments, other board members' opinions on that particular subject?
We discussed this, or mentioned yesterday, it could be a condition. What if,
Yeah, we could.
upon receiving complaints about the vending machine, they would install?
Well, upon receiving complaints isn't a condition, because, right?
I mean, isn't it,
Yeah.
I mean, the next time they come to renew, their neighbors are saying, I complained, and they didn't? I don't know, I'm just.
Yeah.
I think that will be very difficult to prove because the complaint doesn't have to stem from a Coke can coming down.
Right.
It could be someone just out of frustration, bumping something, and that could be a noise, and that's the fact that it's happening on the site could raise a complaint. So I think we have to be,
No, I think.
it's going to be very difficult to specify.
Right.
This is New York City.
Fair.
You're not going to have a farm site of silence. So I think the occasional Coke can at 3 in the morning is fine.
Okay.
Then for the lighting plan, they say they're fixing the lighting, and I was unable to confirm if there's currently shields, but there will be shields, and we asked that you put a condition.
All right, so
that
there must
be
be shields then, okay.
And that was the drop-off, is because of the
So
shield.
because
But I couldn't confirm whether those shields are currently on site.
So we could have a condition that shields must be placed on the lighting such that the lumens at the property line are 0. Okay. And then what else was there? And then condition putting sound attenuation on, around the HVAC, which is it's a code requirement anyway,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
Okay, independent of whether the BQE is louder, it's still a code
Yeah,
requirement.
understood.
Yeah.
Noise code?
Yeah, noise code. Okay, all right. Are there any speakers on this? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shibata?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition that shields be placed on the lighting such that, that the lumen reaches a level of 0 at the property line, and that sound attenuating, whatever,
Attenuation
materials,
measures.
or materials be placed around the HVAC equipment that is located on the roof of the building. consistent with noise code.
Is that baffling or something?
What?
Is that called baffling or?
Yeah, it is kind of, it's like a baffle. They're little, like partitions, not partitions, they're almost like blankets, but they're something. Right? But anyway, material. Okay. Let them take it for what there is. Okay. So then on that basis, motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shibeta?
Aye.
We close.
No, I didn't, did we go around close and take a vote?
I said
I
Vice Chair
don't remember saying
Chanda.
aye. I just don't remember saying aye.
Long morning.
So just when we write the condition and the resolution, I would write proper sound attenuation is provided for the HVAC. So, yeah, proper means it's sufficient, so it should be installed and functional.
Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you.
Item number 6, 540-84BZ, 341 Soundview Avenue, the Bronx. Raise your right hand. Come. You owner, the owner, your client. The client, could you raise your right hand, sir? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I brought with me today the owner-operator of the site, so we can go through all the comments together and all be on the same exact page.
Wonderful, thank you.
So firstly, he did install landscaping, but he will take photographs with a key showing that all the landscaping matches with the plans. He has to talk with his architect to make sure each of those items link up, but he wanted to show you that he did fix the landscaping. For the wall behind, he was unsure whether him or the guy behind him actually owns the wall, but he can power wash it.
It's a concrete block, terrible-looking wall.
So
it
he can
needs-
figure
so-
out paint.
So the thing is, it looks terrible,
Yeah.
right? So the side that's on his side,
Yeah.
you know, he can speak to the neighbor. I mean, is it?
to the neighbor?
You should know whether it's on your property line or not. If
Sir,
you're
you
going
have
to
to come
speak,
up
you
and
have to
identify
have
yourself.
Say your name.
Sorry about that. Lance Medina?
Lance Medina?
Lance Medina. It's definitely on the property line.
It's on your property, or it's on the property line?
It divides, it's a shared property line.
So according to that, half of it's yours.
Yeah, so
Right?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I mean, it was there when I moved in.
Right,
I
right.
just don't want to,
So I'm sure your neighbor wouldn't object to you making your side look nice?
yeah, all right. I mean, that's why I was just discussing with her. I was going to clean it up, pressure wash it.
No.
But,
So
I'll paint
it's a nasty concrete block wall, right?
Yeah.
It needs to be, this is a residence district. It needs to be stuccoed.
Stuccoed, like
Yeah,
actually stucco?
Yeah. Some kind of stucco, the stucco material.
Yeah.
And then
So this is in my backyard, right?
this is on your
On my
your side.
Yeah,
I
and
don't-
behind the building. So there's a building that occupies the whole space, and then, which is mine, and then that's like a little area in the back, and that's where the wall is.
So, yeah, and that's part of the problem is I can't really tell from the photographs where this thing is, but
It's
you
behind.
have 4 trees that are planted in front of it.
In front.
Yeah, and, yeah.
All right, no problem.
Okay, so it's not that it's not visible, it's visible, right? Right, and the way that your other wall is treated, like you have trees up against a nice-looking brick wall and trees up against a nice-looking stucco wall, but this doesn't look like that.
Oh,
Okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm a little confused.
that's in my backyard.
I'm looking at this. That's in your, I just don't know where that is.
Turn it around, maybe.
Yeah, though, this
Yeah,
block
so-
wall.
So that is directly behind the building, so it's not visible from the street. It's visible if you walk outside into my backyard, then you can see it. If you exit the rear of the
Can
building,
you show it in the plan? Just point where this is in the plan, please.
so it's right here.
Where? that not visible from the street? I don't get
The
that.
street's here.
Right? And the wall is back there?
Yeah.
How is that not visible?
Saying from the street it wasn't visible.
But I don't,
Can I see that?
I don't get it. You can see into the backyard. There's no wall that prevents you from looking all the way back.
You can
Yeah,
look
well,
straight back,
I have
right?
the,
There's
that
that-
slotted
that
gate
small
now,
spot, you can look
that
straight
that
back,
gate
right?
that now has slots in it, which is maybe 4 feet
And
at
that's a
most.
structure in the middle, right?
4 feet wide at most. And then there's trees behind that also. And then the wall is, you would have to like really stick your head in there. But I mean, I don't have a problem painting it and stuccoing it.
Okay, so
Just
you
to give
stucco
you a-
first and then you paint it to look like the other wall, right?
Yeah, just no problem.
So that it looks, you can use colored stucco. That's another way to
Yeah,
do
yeah,
it,
yeah.
right?
I would have to get some, there's no problem.
Okay, good. And then there was also a fence that's in really bad shape.
Oh, so this, I was kind of pressed to send her the photos.
Right.
So that's actually, while they were doing the landscaping, I took the photos and we were putting in those slots.
Oh.
So those slots, I just told everybody, they get back up, let me take a picture.
Oh, okay,
So
it's
the
in
slots-
process, okay.
Yeah, the slots are actually brand new.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to, at that point, it was missing the wire that runs it through the top to hold them
Okay.
all in place.
Ah,
So we
okay.
would just,
So, this is always for a list, don't show photos. Don't
Yeah, I just
let your
wanted you-
client provide photos that show something's in bad shape, because then it brings up something
Understood.
like that.
We had a few
Okay.
adjournments, and I wanted you to get at the point that you
Yeah,
did
yeah.
re-landscape, so
But then
it
there
was-
should be a little note that
was
says
way-
that's,
okay.
it's being
The
installed.
landscape.
I was weighing my best odds.
Yeah,
I didn't want you to see
I
that he
think it
was
was,
doing that
I
thing.
think with the explanation, it was helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's why. And then, and the sensors, he can explain how they work probably better than I. so I
okay.
also brought them.
all right, so the sensors are inside the garage, maybe about a foot past the entrance gate. So when you're approaching the garage, you're going about a foot, and then the sensors are on each side. So if a vehicle was exiting the garage, it would go off from the minute the front of the vehicle broke the sensor, the line in the sensor, all the way to the vehicle exited. She had mentioned that you guys wanted some kind of sensor as it approached the gate, but I mean, everywhere I looked and all the research I've done, that's kind of like the sensor that everyone kind of uses. I mean,
Wait a minute,
So it was
so,
also about the location they were.
sorry, it was really the location that it seemed, now I can't actually find the drawing that looks at the sensors.
the location.
Yeah, because you showed them like on the walls here, so they were concerned that it would hit, like the pedestrian would be crossing, and right as they were crossing, the sensor would go off at the same time.
No, so the sensors are inside the building, there's about a foot before you exit.
So maybe a better picture.
I believe these are installed for different function. We need sensors, since when the car is approaching,
Yeah.
it gives an alert.
Okay, so these things have like that fire bell to it.
Okay.
It's real loud, it's like a siren. But it's, like I was trying to explain, as you exit, and like say you're exiting with a vehicle, like a foot before you exit the vehicle is when the sensor goes off. It's like a beam with a reflector on one side,
Okay.
and the minute the beam is broke, then it goes off, it starts, the siren goes off, a light, I have a strobe light attached to it as well,
Until it goes out.
until it goes out and exits completely.
So the car, before the front of the car gets to your speed bump, the sensor's already gone off?
Well, the sensor is, I'd say 6 inches after the speed bump. I didn't put the speed bump all the way to the lip because it would be like a real trip hazard. So I had to bring the speed bump
Back.
a little back into the garage.
Right.
So that way there's like because there's like a cement, like a little inch difference in the cement.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't want to like put it right on the edge.
Right.
Because then like someone would trip over it.
No, but when I say the front of the car, I just mean the fender, right? By the time the
Yeah, so
fender.
by the time the tire goes over the speed bump, the alarm's already going off.
Okay, but that means that the tire is already.
Stopped.
So I'm talking about the front of the car that shouldn't be already on the sidewalk before the sensor
No, yeah,
is
so the
tripped.
sensor, so the speed bump would be here, and then about 6 inches setback is the sensor. And as the car approaches, before it's first, the front 2 tires even touch the speed bump, the alarm's already going off.
Okay, but is the front fender of the car already past the property line?
No,
No, okay. So the front fender of the car is still inside the garage, and the sensor is
it's
tripped?
going off, yes.
Okay, that's the goal. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So
Do we have
then-
pictures for that? We asked for pictures last time.
Not the last submission, but this time before it, we gave pictures of the sensor. We can
Yes.
get more pictures in the next submission. But
Right, we did get pictures. The whole conversation was, it sounds like the sensor's not in a good place in terms of being set off before the car basically is on the sidewalk, right? Because we didn't have the owner here to explain to us how it actually worked. So, and let me just see what the other things were. And you already did put the sign up about cars and parking on the sidewalk, cameras and speed bump. You did put the curbs down, right? Oh, no, there's wooden curbs. I don't remember where the wooden curbs are. I think that's around the planting area.
Oh, yeah, so there was there's like I'd say like a 10 by 10 that surrounds the planting area.
Yeah,
I haven't located it yet.
that has to be installed. Yeah, I can
so-
see.
So that thing looks like it was like from like an old railroad or something?
Yeah, railroad ties, right?
Yeah, so I would have to like either replace it with something else or try to, those things are hard to come by.
So-
Like something like Home Depot carries.
So normally, these are done with planting beds. And a planting bed normally would have a concrete curb. So I don't know at this stage, I don't know anything about how you install a concrete curb. Maybe Commissioner Shanta does. But that's normally what you would use to hold the plants in place, because railroad ties is a very suburban solution, and it's true, they just rot. And eventually they become mulch for your garden, right? So, maybe maybe you can buy them prefabricated to be delivered?
Yeah, can I put like paving stones to hold it in? Like maybe a 6-inch paving stone?
Yeah, that would work,
All
I
right.
think.
And then we'll make sure it's on.
But they need to be put in a way that actually
Yeah, so.
sets them as opposed to them falling out when it rains,
Okay, yeah.
right? So I think, you need to hire somebody or talk to somebody about how to do that,
Yeah,
right?
well, I mean, if I'm allowed to do the paving stones, then that I can do.
Okay,
I'll just put like a cement base, dig down a little bit of cement base.
okay,
put 'em
okay.
in.
Paving stones is not concrete block though, right?
No, I wouldn't put, no, it's like
Good.
almost like a cobblestone look,
Okay.
you know.
All right, that's all right.
And I can do just that area where that one's rotted?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, that's good. All right, then let me see. Plans conform with the real conditions. Did we say the plans were conforming with the real conditions now? Was that a comment that you had?
I did not.
No,
We
okay,
have-
that,
We have to double check that with the architect to make sure that our planting is planted.
okay, so that is something that needs to be
Yeah,
done
it's revised.
before.
But the amount of.
Trees, like the amount of trees you have to match the amount of trees.
Yes.
Right,
So
right.
I think I'm just gonna have to have the architect kind of edit these
Mm-hmm.
plans because there's no way that amount of trees are gonna fit.
And you have bigger trees. these
Yeah,
are
like-
larger trees.
Mhm.
Yours,
Okay,
you don't have bushes, you have trees.
Yeah.
right, okay. So that's to amend the landscaping plan so that it reflects actual conditions. Okay, so that's something, because we need the final plan in order to be able to do this. All right. So what we could do, I think, are there any speakers on this? What we could do, I think, is close the hearing, and then you just need to provide us with the drawings and photos to show those things installed and completed, like your fence and your stucco and so on. How much time do you need for that?
Be very realistic because we're closing it, so we're gonna
Okay, so realistic, the end of August, couple weeks?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Do we have any room in?
September.
Submit by the end of August?
Yeah, submit by the end of August.
So there's September 10th, which has 28.
Ooh, too many.
September 17th?
Yeah,
Has
that's fine.
21. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can submit by August 28th for September 17th continued hearing, or decision.
Decision,
You're closed.
yeah. We're going to close, and I'm taking your word for it, you're going to do all those things?
I will.
Okay. Okay, great. All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close, please.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming, appreciate it.
Item number 7, 3191BZ, 173 Kingsland Avenue, Brooklyn.
This one,
Ah, yes, this is the
Yeah.
one that they requested withdrawal.
right. So this one, I think, one idea I had was to just say that we would accept withdrawal, but that our resolution would issue an order effectively, however that works, to DOB, that it needs to modify the C of O to reflect the removal of the no longer site subject to a variance from the C of O.
So I think that, so the last time we had a variance grant, they actually revised their C of O to reflect the variance grant. And so now I think it's acceptable for us to say you can modify your C of O to take it off the variance grant because it's not.
So that's the question. Does that mean we wait for them to submit a modification? So it's
Withdrawal on condition.
What's withdrawal?
Condition
Withdrawal
of
on.
withdrawal. Oh, fire department?
Oh, sorry, fire department.
John Daly, Fire Department. Regarding this application, we do have a PA permit issued by our LPPA unit in the fire department, and I have informed them that this application is being withdrawn, so therefore the variance is no longer applicable, that we will be doing enforcement over there. So not only you could notify the DOB, but the fire department will also be involved.
Okay, so you're going to be enforcing against it for that one building, because the other building, so there's the building that's perpendicular to the street?
Yes.
That one is the one that's the subject of the variance. The one that's parallel to the street is an existing non-conforming use.
Right, and so we will be issuing orders to discontinue the use, that building perpendicular, and also to issue order to physically separate the two buildings. So to keep them, they have to be separate. So
Right.
those are the two orders that we will be issuing at this time.
Okay,
My fire
okay,
department, so.
great. All right, thank you.
You are.
So, but in terms of what we're talking about, on that other case, what I believe is, what?
With 11th Street?
Was it
Where we ordered DOB to...
No. There was another one where we waited until they filed their alteration type 1, where we saw that it had hit at DOB, that they were going to modify the C of O. That's a different thing. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of a conditional withdrawal, because how in the world can we keep track of it? And otherwise, I mean, it's great that fire department is coming to, will do their own enforcement, but that's a completely separate thing. It requires then that we're sending our compliance officer out frequently to check.
We're putting DOB on alert that this site no longer has a variance, and it's up to DOB to enforce the permitted uses at the site. Where it's no longer under our jurisdiction, DOB.
No, because
we relinquish variances by letter.
No, but this is different. This is a C of O that's granting the use for both buildings. And and we have the authority to modify a C of O. So I think it's cleaner if we just direct DOB to modify the C of O. And then DOB can pursue it with the owner.
And how would we direct DOB? Through our resolution?
Yeah, through our resolution. We
Which is-
send a resolution to DOB stating that no, but it's very specific. It's not a relinquishment of a variance. It's stating to DOB that there is a CO that currently applies to these two buildings simultaneously. And the two buildings simultaneously will no longer be able to, in both of them, enjoy this non-conforming use. Only one will. Therefore, one must be removed from the C of O. I think it's a different thing, because you've got a C of O situation that's applying to two buildings, as opposed to just saying it's not our problem anymore. Most of the time, we just say it's not our problem anymore.
Right, so I guess I'm failing to see why a resolution saying that the C of O needs to be modified and a letter to DOB alerting them to the fact that this has been relinquished isn't sufficient. Why wait for someone to give us an application?
No, I'm not suggesting that we wait. I'm just saying that the resolution has to be a clear order to DOB to modify the C of O, like we do when we're instructed, when DOB requests that we revoke a C of O or we modify a C of O, we give them a clear order, like we did on a couple of cases, actually, where DOB didn't do the proper change to the C of O, and we read it and it didn't make reference to the BSA action.
I'll just note that those are distinct from this because they were DOB applications. This is not
Right,
a DOB
I know,
application.
this is on our initiative, right?
That's all.
I just wanted to be clear because I'm afraid it'll just float away like this. Okay, so on
I just
that,
wanted, just in a conversation with the property owners, my understanding is that the site currently is vacant. Both, the entire site. Yeah.
So,
Uh-huh.
If the concern was that there's still a non-conforming use occurring.
well,
in
the
vacant
site's vacant, but doesn't mean they couldn't rent it next week to a store, right? So, because I believe it's a use group 6. So, right? And nothing will stop them. They have a C of O, and no one will pay attention to this reality unless there's an active movement on the part of DOB to revoke this or to modify the C of O. Because we have done other ones, which is a completely different thing here, because this owner is not represented by the original council, right? Which we could have done. We could have had a conversation with council saying, please submit to us an all-at-one application. But we can't do that here. Right?
So do you want to?
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant the withdrawal, but also a motion to direct DOB to modify the C of O to remove lot 34 from the C of O, allowing eating and drinking establishment. The C of O currently says eating and drinking on it. Okay.
Chair. Go ahead. Call it. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Cold. Item number 8, 13204BZ, 310 East Houston Street, Manhattan. Sorry, one second. There you go. Sorry. Good. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions? Proceed.
Good afternoon, Eugene Pillman for the applicant. We attended the BSA's review session, and I just want to address an issue that was raised in particular to the subdivision. You know, we fully concur and acknowledge that a subdivision of the tiny lot 40 is not in any way necessary, you know, for the premises to enter into a development agreement with any of the other lots in the block, but it's being requested as a legalization because it was subdivided in 2007.
No, you're talking about a tax lot subdivision. You didn't subdivide the zoning lot.
Well, It's to reflect the tax map into lots 40 and 7503.
So let's be very clear about language, because I don't get the impression that you've got a lot of development rights transfer experience. The subdivision of the lot was simply to allow for a designation of 7503 lot and lot 40. Those are tax lot subdivisions.
Right.
There was no subdivision of the zoning lot, otherwise you would have had drawings submitted to DOB where you got approval to remove a portion of the zoning lot from the zoning lot, and you would have had to demonstrate compliance with the zoning, and they would have sent it right back to us because it's a BSA controlled zoning lot. So if I'm understanding correctly, what really should be going on in your papers is you're simply clarifying that the zoning lot is now divided into two tax lots, Lot 40 and Lot 7503, and that's it. And you're not needing permission to subdivide tax lots, really. You're just clarifying on the site plan that there's two tax lots.
Understood. Thank you for your guidance on that. So we'll revise that accordingly. In response to another one of your comments, we did have the plans revised to note the perimeter of the outdoor terrace.
Good.
And it was submitted this morning.
Sure.
The updated calculations appear on the second floor plan, Z004. As shown, they're on. The overall terrace perimeter is 229 feet, 7 inches. And the enclosed portion...
Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Where is it? 000?
It's sheet 4.
Z004.
Oh, it's a terrace. So the calculations are where?
It's
127?
There's a rectangular chart on the right side of the drawing.
100, sorry, I can't figure out how to read this. The terrace is 100 foot 11 inches long, right? Where's that number on that rectangular chart?
I'll have the project engineer, Andrew Stewart, walk you guys through this.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't see where 127, yeah, sorry.
Please state your
Can't
name for
figure
the
this out
record.
at all.
Yes. Andrew Stewart, High Point Engineering. So if you look at the chart, the code requires that the unenclosed portion of the terrace perimeter be, maybe you start, the enclosed portion of the terrace perimeter be, if it's 67% or higher, then the floor area is countable.
Correct.
To the total floor. The overall perimeter, which is the rear and front being a parapet wall, as it's less than 3'8", it was confirmed, measured in field at 3 foot 5 inches high. And the two sides, the east and west ends, the total perimeter comes to 229 feet.
Wait,
Yeah.
what's a perimeter?
So the perimeter is the length of the walls that surround that floor.
Doesn't it have 4 walls?
Yes, but the front wall is considered a parapet wall. It's unenclosed as it's less than 3'8" in height.
So let's just do this again.
Yes.
You have a rectangle.
Yep.
Perimeter of the rectangle is all 4 sides.
Correct.
What's the total of all 4 sides?
So as shown here, the overall terrace perimeter, the 4 sides, is 229 feet, 7.5 inches.
Okay, so, which I'll have to take your word for it because I don't see the addition, right? But you have 102 feet long on the front.
102 feet, 4 inches on the front. The rear is 100 foot, 11.5 inches. And then if you look at both ends, say the end on the top portion is 16 foot 7 inches.
Right.
And then if you look at the smaller portion on the other side of the break line towards the stairway to the, I guess it's to the east, is 9 foot 9 inches.
Okay, so all of that totals to 229.7, is that
Correct.
right? All right, so then then you add up your 21.1 and your 9.9 and your 100-foot 11, what do you get?
Actually, it's, just to clarify, it's 16 foot 7 on the
Yeah,
inside. Anyway, so those three...
16 foot 7,
Yep.
yeah.
So those three, which can constitute the enclosed walls, defined as enclosed walls, add up to 127 feet, 3.5 inches.
Okay. So you're saying that is 54% of the total?
55.4%, which is less than the maximum, the limit of 67%. And therefore, the terrace is does not need to be included in the overall floor.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Also would like to address a related issue. There was a previous request to seek a ZRD1, but as we were preparing the document and going through our DOB records, we found that the terrace with the current metal, I guess a canopy or an overhang, was as shown on the approved DOB plans. So as such, we made the determination that DOB already had, reviewed it and approved it, and we wouldn't need to seek our own, unilateral audit of their approval.
So why'd you need an adjournment?
We needed an adjournment to get out to the field, do some measurements, and prepare the documentation. There were some, there's some unrelated issues, such as payments to consultants, payments to secondary parties, so we had to get a team together to put this together, so we needed a little more time. We do apologize for the adjournment.
But the letter, this is what's very confusing. Your adjournment request said we need more time to get a ZRD1,
Yes.
but then you didn't apply for a ZRD1.
Right, because as we got out to the field, as we did the measurements, as we went through the documents, we saw that the outdoor terrace was essentially in the same configuration as approved in the DOB, in the Department of Buildings approved set.
Okay.
The same 5-foot metal overhang is shown here on A-19.2. And the same height of the parapet is shown as well. So we determined that everything was as approved by DOB and constructed as approved by DOB. And we went back, we pulled the sections, and we reconfirmed the height of the parapet to make sure that it doesn't constitute an enclosure. And we reached a conclusion that it was properly exempt from floor area during original construction.
Okay. So this is the part that I don't know if you're handling the development rights transfer deal, but who did the actual floor area takeoff analysis of the actual site? Is that?
It was performed by High Point Engineering as well.
By High Point. I'm sorry, I can write that.
Yes.
Tell me your name again.
Andrew Stewart.
Andrew Stewart, okay. Your firm did the on-site floor area calculations?
Yes, we went out and verified the floor area calculations for all floors. At the same time, obviously measured the parapet height of the wall and terrace. But yes, we verified them as detailed on the current plan set.
Okay, do you do this typically are you somebody who, is your firm one of the firms that handles calculations so that when a development rights transfer occurs, people rely on your takeoffs for what's available floor area?
Yes, we typically do architectural work and plans and floor area calculations that are relied upon for these types of methods and means, yes.
Okay. So you feel comfortable that when you give your number to the owner of this property, that there's this X amount of floor area available for transfer? That there's X amount of floor area available for transfer?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I think you can see why I'm so concerned here. I don't understand how they went from having 17,000 square feet of excess development rights to 11,000 square feet of excess development rights. That's a lot. That's millions of dollars of development rights lost.
It is a big loss, but I mean, the building is built as it's built, so we're...
No, but where did that come from? I still can't figure it out.
It was...
How did we go from 17,853 to 11,234?
I believe a lot of it was reliance on our previously approved sets, Department of Building sets, and the certificate of occupancy, but then once it was heavily scrutinized, and they went out to the site, et cetera, we were able to determine that those floor areas were not correct. Believe that
That doesn't make sense, because the only discrepancy between what was approved here and what is as built is 2,300 square feet. How do we lose 9,000 square feet? Or
Well, I believe in
7,000.
previous iterations, the figures listed for amount of floor area that could be transferred included community facility floor area, which could take the building up to an FAR of 6.5. But when we used the residential excess floor area, not including the commercial, the calculation came out that there's 11,000 square feet in excess.
Based on
6.02.
02, okay, so you're saying it's the difference between 6.5
So it's
and
different in measurements, and
6.02?
it's a difference in total transferable floor area as well. So that's...
What do you mean, sorry, it's a different, why,
No, so the permitted community facility floor area in a contextual district would allow you to go up a little bit higher than the base for just residential. But we'd be happy to condition any future transfer on DOB approval, so that they could verify
no,
the
it's
figures once again.
it's
Right.
always conditioned, if you don't have it, you can't transfer it, but we're trying to do an analysis here under Bella Vista, and we lost 7,000 square feet in the analysis somehow, and that's pretty confusing when we can't account for it, and...
Well, all of this, the difference between the 7,000 and 11,000 is not applicable to the Bella Vista analysis, because this is floor area that was created by the upzoning, which occurred many years after the original grant. The difference between the 7,000 and 11,000 is not really applicable to Bella Vista, because this floor area didn't exist. It was rezoned in 2008 while the grant was in 2004.
I don't think that's the issue. Because you just said that your original numbers were based on an assumption that they followed the approved plans, and then you went and it follows the approved plans.
Well, I was referring to the floor area that's available to be transferred. The difference between 7,000 and 11,000 is not really applicable to the Bella Vista finding, because none of this existed at the time of the grant. So that's all that my statement was referring to.
Well, I just have my other somewhat related question.
Okay.
Which is that your papers say that you also want to sell the development rights associated with tax lot 7503. But you then don't talk about what portion of those development rights were available at the time of the variance, nor do you include a discussion of that at all in your financials. So that should be addressed as per whether or not it disturbs Bella Vista. So like, for instance, for lot 40, you had a total of 2,900 and something development rights, but only 1,627 were available at the time of the variance. So your financial report talks about the portion that is available at the time of the variance. And up until I read this statement, I didn't know you also wanted to sell development rights for 7503. I thought that the 3,000, roughly 3,000 square feet was all that was going to be sold. So to me, it's now a new...
No, there's substantial floor area. There's 11,000 excess square feet, but as noted, this is floor area that did not exist at the time of the original grant.
That's not what she said. Listen to what she said.
You didn't talk about it at all.
You really
For
need to...
lot 7503. You only talked about lot 40 up until this point. Everything was addressing selling the development rights on lot 40, of which you did divide out the portion that was available at the time of the variance versus the total portion available now. And your financials did deal with that. And when you look at it, I agree with the analysis that it did not disturb Bella Vista. However, now you have stated you also want to sell the development rights for 7503. So now we have to do the same exercise for lot 7503.
I was under the impression that both were analyzed, and I'll invite Barbara Cohen, our financial consultant, but we were under the impression that during the original grant, there was approximately 2,000 square feet of floor area that was not built and not utilized. And we did analyze that in our in our paperwork, so.
So, you know, part of the confusion, which shouldn't have been introduced in these papers over and over and over again, is you keep talking about floor area appurtenant to tax lot A and tax lot B. Those two tax lots are irrelevant. We have one zoning lot. And
Okay,
so
great.
I don't know how the amount of floor area development rights was analyzed, how you got to the number you got to as being appurtenant to lot 40 at the time of the variance. The question is, on the entire zoning lot, forget those tax lot numbers, on the entire zoning lot, at the time of the variance, how underbuilt was the site? And that's the question.
And I think
And
we
it would, sorry, just one. It would have been underbuilt as to residential floor area, right? And there was no variance granted to increase the floor area to allow for the commercial. It was within the allowable floor area, right? So it would have been the residential floor area development rights that were not intended to be built at the time of the variance. And you can also look at community facility as a discussion, but that's not normally traded, right?
I think we have some of the
I don't think that- I think
information, we just have to synthesize it for the total 7,901 square feet of lot area to clear up
Yeah,
the confusion.
but don't forget, we're not talking about what became available subsequent to the variance. We're just talking about the floor area that was available at the time of the variance.
Yep.
That was not utilized in the proposed building.
That's very
what we're
clear.
looking at.
We'll be able to pull that information for you, and we believe that, you know, the findings will remain undisturbed,
Okay, sorry.
even when that's
No,
considered.
that's all. I just, that you put a pin in it.
So if the board accepts the current existing floor area is 36,329 square feet, you know, as consistent and acceptable for the purpose of this analysis, I think we'll be able to provide the necessary reports to.
Well, you know, all we can do is rely on your expert who did the takeoff, who has experience doing takeoffs for development rights transfer deals. And that's all we can do, because it's not like we can analyze it further. But the issue of the increase, we granted a variance allowing less floor area for the commercial use than was ultimately built, right? So I think I don't know whether the financials address the 140 square feet of additional.
The financials addressed your final numbers. You did a new iteration that addressed the final built numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, please.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Z-004, that terrace actually. Let's go back to that. Number one, if you can, please provide a breakdown for the 229, 7.5 inches. List the length for the perimeter. This is number one. And number two, do the same thing for the enclosure. Now, I'm looking at what is called line of overhanging above. Is this like an overhanging cantilever that provide partial
It's a
roofing?
5 foot, I guess, a sun canopy. I'm not sure the right
It's
term
really
for it.
a
It's little-
canopy. It's not structural.
Okay, so looking at the detail number 2 in 007, I see some kind of posts going from the floor for the terrace all the way up to
The penthouse.
I don't know what is that. What are these posts doing?
Right, they might be extraneous, we'll look into that, because the front portion of it along Houston Street is open except for the parapet.
It gives the impression that this is not an overhang. It's like a completely roofed terrace. By showing these posts, it's giving me the impression that the terrace will be completely roofed. So if you can, please remove these posts.
We'll clean that up, yes.
Yeah, take them off, please.
Well, they may be in place. They may be there, right? You need to look at the photo.
We
There was
did
a photo
submit a
provided.
photo of the enclosure with our June 22nd
Yeah,
submission, I
it's not
believe, so
there. Yeah, I don't.
it's embedded into the cover letter. But those posts are not there, right?
Okay. No, it was the last one
This one, June
provided.
26th, that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
So I was also looking at that.
It's embedded in the cover letter, I think.
Okay.
'Cause I remember from my site visit, I don't remember seeing any vertical
No, I don't either, but-
extension along the property line with the overhang coming all the way to the property line.
So it's just the parapet, and there is nothing like extruding from the parapet?
No.
No, that's what I recall from my site
Yeah.
visits.
Then take them off.
Yes,
I'm not there.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't.
And even
I've
the
never seen-
diagonal
No, it's not.
dashed
Maybe it's
line,
this
take
one.
that off too.
No, they just submitted it.
Here it is.
Which one? Which date?
June?
June when? 26?
Yeah. It's attached to the cover letter.
Ah.
You can't really see.
So there isn't any like vertical poles as the drawing shows it?
No. There's a photo taken from the,
Yeah,
on
from
site
sitting on
there,
it.
that's better, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, there are no posts.
Just,
Right, okay. All right, so do you want to have, do you have any other questions? Did you want to?
No, that's
That's
the
it.
only, to me, remaining question for me.
Okay, so, but I just want to make sure that that extra 140 square feet has been considered in terms of potentially impacting the findings that were made because they overbuilt what was granted.
Right, and what they did is they did an analysis that had the 4.60 FAR as built.
Okay. Which was originally, sorry, I lost my little chart here. Okay, I don't have the 4.60 is then, because it's 4.60 total, right?
Yeah,
But the
mhm.
residential,
Extra 108 square feet of retail and an extra 4,000, almost 4,000 square feet of residential and an extra like 75 feet of community facility built for which they get income.
okay, I got 140 square feet extra of retail. Not that it's going to make a difference, but I didn't get 108. I don't know where that came from.
It could be that part of it is taken out for something that's not counted as floor area. I don't know, I just know it's the 4.6 and it has rentable area that shows the increase and the rent assigned to the rentable area. That's why the return jumped up to 5. It was originally like 1 2/4 and then 2 or something like that. Now it jumps up to like 5.75, 5.57 to 5.82, depending on whether or not they sold off the development rights for tax lot 40, but the zoning lot.
Okay. Okay. So the first part is to clarify that all the development rights are accounted for in this analysis, because we don't know at the moment.
And all
right?
of the development rights that were existing as of the variance have been counted.
Yeah, to verify that.
Yes,
Right.
and to change the number if it's no longer 1,627 square feet.
Of development, of residential development rights. Okay. Okay, good. All right, you understand what
Yes.
to do? Okay, and I think Ms. Cohen, right, okay. All right, Ms. Cohen understands what we need to do. Okay. All right then, are there any speakers on this? So unfortunately, we need to put this
How much
over.
time?
Yeah. How much time do you need?
How much time can you go over? Couple of weeks, being ambitious.
7 to 17, 2 pack now?
28 on the 10th, 22 on the 17th. I think it's 17th.
Okay.
So submission August 28th for continued hearing September 17th.
And I would just beg you, because this has been going on far too long, because nobody is checking the numbers, please coordinate the materials so that one package of documents says the same thing as the other package of
Yes,
documents?
no, we're anxious to get this approved, so this will be,
Okay, but you need to think carefully here. Eliminate the request to take what you said in your statement of facts, to take Lot 40 out of the variance. I don't even understand what you mean.
there was a potential sale to create access for one of the lots on Houston Street. That's why it was originally subdivided. So that was but it's still subdivided on the tax lots, but we felt that if it was removed from the variance, we'd be able to pursue a transfer, but it's just unnecessarily overcomplicates things, so.
No.
We're gonna treat the
You
entire zone
can't
lot as one.
remove from a variance a part of a zoning lot unless you ask to subdivide the zoning lot,
Understood.
right?
No, well-
So if that's what you're asking for, it's a totally different thing. It makes 0 sense in terms of a development rights transfer.
Absolutely.
So because your appurtenance to Lot 21 is Lot 40, you can't transfer from 7503 to Lot 21 without Lot 40. So just get that out of the document,
It'll be gone.
okay? Good. Okay. All right. Okay, so we have the dates. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Item number 9, 6213 BZ 2703 East 29th Avenue, the Bronx. Board, respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon Lobel PC on behalf of the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session, and I believe that this was discussed earlier in some of the earlier hearings as well, that the client understands that a condition of maintenance of the conditions more than just every 4 or 5 years when we come back here is going to be required as a condition here.
Constant maintenance.
Yes.
That's how maintenance works, right? Okay. Are there any speakers on this? Okay, I don't think we had any open issues. So I'd like to make a motion to close. 1 second.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Aye. Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition that the site be constantly maintained, free of graffiti and trash, that the fencing and landscaping be properly cared for and replanted as needed, that the asphalt be resurfaced as needed, and that all trash be maintained within the confines of the trash enclosure, which is the purpose of a trash enclosure. Okay? So
Chair-
on that, motion to grant.
Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda? Aye. Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Aye. Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 10, 9091 BZ 630, 636 City Island, the Bronx. City Island Avenue, the Bronx. Sorry. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Good afternoon. Mandaya Nadi on behalf of the applicant. We heard the board's comments yesterday. Changes to the plans that we'll make first. We'll fully dimension all plans and the zoning lot and add the 2 residential lots to the rear to show the full zoning lot that's part of the original approval. We will also show...
And show where the buildings are, right?
Sure, yes, show the all adjacent uses. I believe there's there's just the directly ones adjacent to the commercial shown on the site plan. Just partial, adjacent building, commercial on either side. Do you want it further than that?
Oh, I see, okay. Adjacent building residential. Yike, okay. No, I think that part's okay.
That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, but we will show the full zoning lot
Yes.
out to Miniford.
Mhm.
Okay. Question about a difference in square footage, approximately 400 square feet. We believe the difference is in the dimension of the back wall. So we dimensioned the back wall at 86 feet, 9.5 inches. The prior approval has it at 91 feet, 10 inches. And that accounts for approximately 400 square feet on the ground floor, times the approximate depth of the building.
So this is actual measured dimensions?
Correct, yeah. So our most recent plans, I'm also joined today by Mr. Mike Chess, project architect. He based his plans off the most recent survey, and these are the dimensions of the as-built building.
So can we have a copy of the
Sure.
You have an as-built survey?
Yes.
Okay.
We can
yeah.
submit that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Then we'll go over all of the numbers again.
Okay.
As for the parking, yes, there is a decrease in the required parking for the eating and drinking because the square footage did decrease between the prior approval and now. Previously, there was 25 spaces required for the restaurant there. Now there's 16 spaces required. But the difference, when we looked into the numbers a little bit more, the difference now lies largely in the remainder of the retail area. Because in the prior approval, if you look on the zoning calculations, there was only 5 spaces required for the rest of the 3 retail stores because it was applied to the enlarged area. So there was 25 needed for the eating and drinking and 5 for the rest of the retail, and then 3 reservoir. So it was 33 total. So here, why we're coming up with so more is our zoning calculations are actually, right now, shown on the entirety of the 3 remaining retail spaces, when actually, we should be calculating it, I think, and we could go through a discussion, based on how much extra retail is generated by the loss of eating and drinking space. So, if I can go through the numbers.
Yeah.
Originally on the site before this variance, there was 2,521 square feet of retail, as per the prior approved plans calculations. They added 1,547 square feet. That 1,547 generated 5 spaces divided by 300 square feet as per the special district regulations. So that's where they got 5 spaces. So now for us, based on our numbers, and we'll reconfirm again, we now have 4,420 square feet of general retail, not including the Dunkin' Donuts. So if we subtract the total prior retail at 4,068 square feet, we're only adding 352 square feet of regular retail due to the decrease in the eating and drinking. So that would only require 1 more space for the general retail for us. So we would actually only need 6 spaces for general retail and 16 for eating and drinking. If that can fit, not attended, we wouldn't need any reservoir. But we have to see. And 1, yes, is needed for the residential unit. So we have to add 1 for the new residential unit. So we're looking at 22 spaces plus 1 residential at 23, and if we need reservoir, that would be 25.
Okay. So then why are the plans, hold on a second, let me just see the plans again. The plans are showing lots and lots of spaces. They're showing 35 spaces.
Yes.
So you're saying that it's actually should only be 22
It should
to
be
25 spaces?
25 or 23. If we could fit 23 without being attended, we don't need reservoir. If 23 doesn't fit, then we need reservoir because it would have to be attended. And that's because the calculations are right now requiring 15 spaces for the general retail when that would be required if it was a new building right now.
You're basing it on the pre-existing?
Yeah.
So to the point that the site's actually a mess?
Yes. We did go over that with the owner of the site. He actually started yesterday and today already repairing the asphalt. He understands that the fencing needs to be repaired or replaced if necessary. The landscaping will be done as shown on the proposed plot plan.
Wait. Where is their landscaping?
It is on A001.
That's just,
There's
so
4-foot wide planting
right.
strip.
So this is the part that, so you have, and I'm not looking at what the
Yeah.
original approval was, but I am looking at the original approval. Doesn't look.
Yeah,
You
that's
just had it near just a little bit of. I'm looking at the relationship of what is apparently quite a nasty use to residential on the one side that's not getting any planting, which makes no sense. So if you're over the number of parking spaces by 10, then why isn't there landscaping
look at
all
that.
along that perimeter?
We kind of just dove into this parking number issue, over last night. So we need to look at the layout of the parking lot with the new numbers. And we were basing the proposed landscaping on the prior approval, actually, that only required it on the side lot lines.
Right, so, but I'm looking at a use that's obnoxious, a residential use that's actually on at sort of, you could say, the rear lot line, and not understanding why that's not the protected lot line. And I also don't really understand, because the site plan isn't showing us this, what sort of the shape of that residential lot is that's adjacent, right? Like, does the commercial lot that's on either side of City Island Avenue go as deep as the subject lot, or is it short of it, right? So, so there's residential, so this is the part that's quite confusing about your site plan. It doesn't look
Your
anything
site
like
plan
it.
doesn't match the radius map, which
Right.
shows the land use, because the building to the west, as per your radius diagram, are residential, whereas the proposed plan
Take a look at that.
shows it as commercial.
We'll take a look at that.
Yeah. So basically, the site is, with one exception, surrounded by residential use.
I see
Even
that.
this area.
Yeah. So it's surrounded by residential use and a shorter, arguably commercial use on the south side.
South.
That's the south.
Right. Yeah. Okay, we will update the site plan to show all of the uses, including the ones, I guess, lot 62 as well, since we are adjacent to that fronts Miniford, and the same lot 71, or there's one in between there. Yeah, we'll show it.
Okay. And then that goes to, so I understand why there's landscaping along the north and south property lines, because they do indeed coincide with residential, but there should also be landscaping on the east, that's the east property line.
Okay.
But in addition to which, then we talk about the proposal, isn't this the proposal to enlarge to build this strange enlargement that creates this?
No.
Subdivide
It's a subdivide, the zoning law.
apartment.
Oh, right.
And-
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
the
just looking
apartment on
at-
the second floor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. The amendment is just to reflect the
the subdivision.
On this, yeah, so and the partition changes with the commercial, for commercial spaces different from the prior plans.
Sorry, interior layout and modification to the parking spaces.
Yep.
But Now what I am looking at is there's a strange perimeter condition at the side of the building, which I don't know what's going on there. So if you look at the perimeter condition, there's this funny little triangle that is adjacent to the residential property, which is labeled on your drawings as commercial, but according to land use map and the obvious look of the building, it's a residential building, right? So what's going on in that strange triangular space between the property line and the building at the north?
Sorry, where's this triangle?
It's a long, thin triangle between the edge of the building at the north and its property line.
Basically lot 22. So the building doesn't quite align itself to the lot line abutting lot 22.
I see.
There is a triangular little space, so the question is what is happening?
What's going on in that
Yeah, it
little
says it's
area? I think there's a fence
Yeah,
that
this
runs
one.
along there.
But
Maybe
what's the
Mr. Justin?
distance?
Yeah, and what's the condition of it, right? I mean, if it's filled with garbage, not a good condition. We need photos.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Just Architecture. That piece in question, on the survey, there is a fence between our property and the neighboring property that actually is on our side of the property by 3.5 feet. So there's really no use in that area for us. The neighbor is actually using that piece of property.
The neighbor's using, but there's a distance on the drawings. Are these your drawings?
Yes.
So there's a distance shown on the drawings between the edge of the wall and the fence.
Yeah.
Right? Of X, we don't know what it is, right? And
Yes.
with many of these kinds of uses, we find that the business operator says, great place to throw garbage. So the question is, how is it being treated? What does it look like? You have an adjoining property owner, and the idea is for it to not be an eyesore.
Well, again, currently the adjacent owner is using 2/3 of it. The other piece, I will take a look. I don't know the
This
answer
is
to
the
your
part on
question.
your side of the fence is what I'm
Yes.
talking about. Okay. Okay, so, for your information, one of the things we do in these hearings is we try to improve the quality of the site because it's adjacent to residential uses and because people live in this neighborhood, right? And it's a variance for a residential neighborhood. So we're always looking to make site improvements. And it's funny, the photographs are taken like on the one snowstorm in City Island in, I don't know, last year.
So interesting, no. Okay, no, I stand corrected.
Don't know. It may be a commercial use and it's not shown on the land use map properly, but don't know.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the other thing, is to verify the use that's adjacent to the property. And if the land use map is incorrect, then to correct it, right?
Okay.
Okay. Is the owner here by any chance?
Yes, yes.
Ah, okay, maybe it'd be a good idea to speak to the owner because we're talking about maintaining
Sure.
the site.
Just one thing
Yeah.
about the lumens comment.
Raise your right
We
hand. Do you
propose
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
include.
Your testimony
Speak
before this board
closer to the mic because there's too much noise and we won't hear you.
The lumen diagram, first of all, it didn't take into account the fencing around the property, so that's going to lower the number of lumens on the adjacent properties, but we'll restudy it, and if we need to, we'll install baffles around the lights to keep all the lumens on our property and make it 0 on the adjacent properties.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is John Chaffone.
And you're the owner?
Yes.
Okay. So, I don't know, I assume you heard the comments somehow relayed to you about the site being a mess?
Well, we've, as the attorney mentioned, we've made some corrections very recently. We've done some cement work in the lot. We've done some cleaning. And we're in the process of redoing some of the fencing as well. So it'll be much more pleasant to view. I can answer your question in terms of the lot next to us. It's all shrubbery and grass, but he could present proof to that. The lot next to us, which they took prior to us purchasing the property. The owner next door is essentially trespassing on our property, but that area is well maintained by that neighbor, and it has grass and shrubs.
Okay, so we actually need photos of all the perimeters of the property taken from inside the property line, okay, so that we can understand, and also taken of the building from behind, so we can understand clearly how the building is maintained. And just for Mr. Chiffon's information, the granting of a variance to allow a use that's not normally permitted in the district, this is a residential district, is a privilege, and you need, and in order to be allowed to continue with that privilege, you must maintain the site at all times at the level that is expected in a residential community, and it's not okay to let it fall into disrepair until you come, right the day before you come here, right? So, you know, our site inspections that reveal the site is a mess doesn't reflect well on how you operate the site. And so the board does have the power to withdraw the variance if you don't maintain the site properly for the duration of the use, okay? So it's not something where every once in a while someone will police you. That's your permanent requirement to maintain the site properly. Understood?
I appreciate what you said. I don't think it's a real mess, but it needs to be improved. I do agree with you. It needs to be improved. It is utilized quite a lot by the Dunkin' Donuts store that's there. And we have, like every other property, we have problems with people dumping on the site. We have to police that as well. So these are the realities of living in a city where, the owner is not there all the time to watch and see. I just want to also note for the record, to our immediate right is a real estate office. It's a commercial real estate office. And to the left is a residential house. And I think
When you say right, left, standing in front of the site, the left is residential?
Left would be where you mentioned that triangle, that's the
Yeah.
residential house.
Right, okay.
To the right of us, we have our driveway, and then to the immediate right next to that is a real estate office that was
Right.
there for 20, very famous real estate office. You could probably Google it. There for many, many years. And I think since this variance was granted, if you go down there, you'll see quite a lot of commercial establishments in City Island that have developed over the years.
Aware of that.
Since we've
So that means the site plan needs to be modified because the site to the left is being shown as commercial and it's not, okay. But in terms of the issue of, and I know it's a common issue where the owner of the property is not the operator of the business, no matter what, it's still your responsibility, you're the landlord, right? When you don't maintain this, when your tenant doesn't maintain the sidewalks, you get the violation, right? It's the same thing. So if Dunkin' Donuts is not properly monitoring the parking, you have to make sure that they do, because the comment was that the parking is all over the place, and it can't be all over the place, right? So ultimately, the site will need to be striped, and the parking needs to be following the regulated method and number of cars, and that's something that you need to enforce in your lease, right?
There's also a lot of trucks parked back there.
And why are there trucks parked back
Well,
there?
I'll answer. The trucks are parked because one of the tenants is a real estate management company that does construction, and, you know, like you said, I mean, if we're not there, they're taking advantage. Like, absolutely what you said, Ms. Perlmutter. You got to be on top of it, otherwise they're going to see, it's like a kid, how far they can go, and that's the
Right,
problem.
so that's
But
that's
that's
actually
the
on
tenants.
you. And there have been times where we've required that the tenants attend these hearings to understand that they are risking their own operations if they don't comply. So it's on you to pursue it and to make sure that the site's being maintained properly and there's no parking of vehicles that are not permitted to be there. Okay? Understood?
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Are there any speakers on this site? No? Okay. All right, oh, and I just wanted to point out another thing in terms of the quality of the repave, whatever it is that you're doing with the parking area. It's not just kind of patching up the holes. This is an opportunity where we take a look at it, and if it's necessary, it gets resurfaced. Because the whole idea is that these sites are brought up to a very high level, because unfortunately, many people don't maintain their sites, and this is the chance that we have to make sure that they're brought back into shape. Okay? Okay. So,
And we will also go ahead and submit an application.
speak more into the mic, please.
We will also submit an application for the street tree.
Yes.
As soon as possible. And the landscaping won't be able to be done until the fall, so we would request.
No, wait a second, no, we need drawings, right? We need you to show us drawings
Okay,
of
before
the
then.
entire perimeter being landscaped with the revised parking according to your new calculations.
Right.
Right? And so it's both the north and south that you're showing, plus that eastern property line.
Since the building to the south is commercial, would we
No,
be able to
no,
only
actually,
do-
that part is adjacent to residential.
Okay.
The commercial site doesn't go as deep as this site.
Okay. So we will submit, we gotta take a look at the numbers, we'll submit the survey, redo the parking layout, show the new planting, and resubmit.
Yes.
That first. Okay.
Okay, good. You want to give her a schedule?
We'll also do some of the work on the asphalt and fencing, so how much time do you need to do that work? Take photos?
What?
3 to 4 to 5 months.
And they have to change all the fence.
We have 3 months.
No, wait, let's start over again. You're going to be submitting drawings that show all the improvements that are going to be done on the lot. That's step one. And then once we have agreed that those are the improvements, then you're going to do the improvements, okay? So you're going to show the scope of the fence, you're going to give us photographs of the existing conditions, walking along the perimeter, looking at all of the exterior perimeter, and then walking around the building and taking photographs of the exterior of the building so we can understand the conditions. Photographs of the asphalt or whatever, the concrete pavement that there is on site, so we can see whether that should be resurfaced or whether kind of local repair will work. And include with that a set of plans that show the landscaping, the parking spaces that will be striped, and whether fencing will be new or replaced, all right?
Okay.
And so that should be submitted.
A month?
A month, okay. We could do that again for the
And we have 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a submission August 28th, for hearing September 17th.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Item number 11, 18896 BZ, 444 Soundview Avenue, the Bronx. Oh, 917, 828. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. Sorry. So we attended a review session yesterday. And firstly, you mentioned a triangular area in the back. Can we provide you a maintenance plan and talk about how it will be used with photographs? Because you asked about...
I just don't understand. It just seems like you're creating a place to store garbage.
Because that's not the intent, we just want to we want to create the
But why is
biggest
it
building.
being configured like that? That's what I don't understand.
I have to talk with the architect, but I believe also because of a later comment you said about dimensioning the building, keeping portions of the building, I think you asked to dimension the building, some of it has to remain.
Yeah, but I don't think that's it. I need to get to the drawing.
I can double check with him, that's just a guess, honestly, but that was the way they discussed with his client about the best way to expand the building, but if there's...
No, but there's an expansion going on in that strange triangular area, I believe.
It's on either side of the building, there's an expansion. I'll get to the photograph. Yeah, there's a 141 square foot expansion on the north or the east end of the site, and then the 200 square foot expansion on the west end of the site.
Okay, just a second.
But if there's...
So it's not, so it's extending east-west, I see.
Other side of the building.
Yeah, I have it now, so, wait a second.
Okay.
So,
I see.
second.
Okay.
Oh, I see. So, what's really weird is it's creating this landlocked triangle.
Yes.
Right? And actually having the architect here would be quite helpful.
Yeah.
For the, it's creating a landlocked triangle, which then becomes, right now it's accessible from outside the building, right? You can actually walk into it and, haul stuff out of it. Now it's going to be, it's true, there's a door that will egress, goes into it.
Yes, there's a door from the
but-
inside the building.
Yeah.
I can ask the architect and the client about maybe bringing the building a little bit back so someone can walk around it if that
So, for example, there's a proposal, let's just talk about it this way. There's a proposal to remove a corner of the building. So that's reducing the amount of building that's being retained. That's the first thing. The second is, there's a proposal to remove 58 the front of the building and add just this little strip. I don't really understand what that's about. It says it's 68 square feet. What if instead you filled up that strange side yard? In fact, and if you do the same with the proposed 141 square foot extension, it's exactly the same thing. It's creating this bizarre triangle that nobody can get to ever again. And I don't
I can
understand.
have a conversation with the architect about maybe redesigning the building so there is access behind it and it's not just...
No. What I'm saying is, it's creating a bizarre non-side yard condition.
Yeah.
So why not fill that in all the way to the property line, just as the proposed 200 square foot extension is doing?
Okay.
And not extend it at the front by that 68 square feet.
Well, I can look into it and then I can just...
Okay, but the architect should come if
Yeah.
they're not going to do it, because I just think it's creating this bizarre situation on all sides.
Okay.
Including along Underhill. There's this it's a rhomboid being constructed instead of being parallel to Underhill Avenue.
Okay.
Why not make an entire addition that's parallel to Underhill that includes the trash enclosure, because right now, all I see is an eyesore being created.
Okay, so we'll discuss reconfiguring the building in the next.
Yes, and then the other part of it, which is quite important, is you're not permitted to demolish a building.
So that's why they probably, yeah.
But that doesn't mean you're demolishing a building, it means you're adding to a building, right?
Okay.
So there is quite a lot of demolition shown on this building, which we don't often see. Most of the time we see they just add a little room because they need an attendance room or something. In this case, there's removal shown.
We'll make sure that it's not a demolition and show the walls to remain and the walls to be removed.
Okay. And please have the architect listen to this tape.
Oh, yeah, he will. Because he had to do the walls to remain and walls to be removed in dimension, I told him we'll do it all.
Yes, okay.
Because it was a big job.
And I understand why he's cutting that corner, that's to make the maneuverability on the site a little better, but it's also removing buildings, so I'm not sure that that's going to work out.
I'll ask him to look at this. Also, with the ID sign, they will move the ID sign.
Okay.
So it's definitely in the property. And then with the car wash, there will be no car wash machine on the proposal at all, so hopefully that shouldn't be an issue.
Right, I just couldn't remember whether we had told you to remove it the last time, and it wasn't in the resolution.
So I can't speak on that because I wasn't here, but I know that there will be no car wash going forward.
Okay.
And then the walkway around the store, that comment was heard, and we will work on that. And then the trash enclosure on Z 010, so 010, he has a little detail.
No. You wait a minute. We're talking about the trash enclosure that is adjacent to the building.
Yes.
Cannot be a separate trash enclosure. It needs to be part of the building design.
It shows on the detail that
It's being built as a separate enclosure with concrete block. Looks terrible. If you're building in addition to a building, include it.
So
because it's got a different wall height than the building itself.
Well, okay.
That's the whole point. Is
He said he will show that the whole whatever is used for the building will be used for the trash enclosure. And it will
So the
look-
trash enclosure has to be part of the building. I'm trying to, a lot of these things are eyesores. I'm trying to stop them from being, if you look at this is the part that I find unfortunate about sort of the history of how these little gas stations have gone. When these things were first built in the 1940s, these little gas station buildings were really cute. They were built out of brick. They had copper roofs. They had personality and all of that. And now the attitude is, who cares? And I don't want to see that, especially where there's new construction. So it can't be treated like who cares.
Okay, so it will have one finished material and we'll make sure to.
Okay.
I think that was all the comments.
Yeah, so the site obviously needs to be cleaned up, messy, clothespins, miscellaneous signs and fences. You got that? If there are signs, they'll have to comply and they have to be shown on the drawings.
And we're going to obviously redo some of the signage when we.
Right. The rolling gates are being shown as to remain on the drawings. Why?
Rolling gates. Where is that? Okay, because he said the gates are going to be removed.
They are? Okay.
But I will talk about that on the next submission.
Okay. And that's, and then you need to show that it complies with the TPPN on sales, maximum sales area.
And there's a little note about that on the plan, but we
Okay.
can hatch it better.
Okay. All
Saw
right.
the note.
Are there any speakers on this case? Okay.
Z005, there's a TPPN 1099 compliance calculation.
Okay. Where is it? On 05?
It's on 05. It's in the left-hand bottom corner.
Okay. Okay. Sheet 005, there's a little note that says 780 square feet of sales area, less than the 2,500, and less than, isn't it 25% of the total lot
Yeah,
area?
which is 2,052.
Yeah, 2,052. Right. Okay.
How much time do you need?
Not so much time, but we are going to look into redesigning the building, so.
Yeah.
I don't think we need a
More
ton
than
of
the
time.
end of August.
How about a submission September 11th for a hearing October 3rd? It's about 8 weeks.
October
7 weeks.
3rd.
Submission
October.
September 11th.
Yeah.
For a hearing October 3rd.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Just FYI, October 3rd is a Thursday.
It's a Thursday. Yeah.
Okay.
That's right, it is a Thursday.
Item number 12, to Noah 9497 BZ 8412 164th Street, Queens. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Thank you. No, that one's for the neighbors.
Good afternoon, Fan Baton from Sheldon Lobel, PC for the applicant. We attended yesterday's review session, and I've just addressed some of the comments made. The first comment regarding the address. So, because it's a corner lot, there were 2 addresses listed on BIS, and the previous application was under 8412 164th Street. However, since there is that additional lot 137, and they're both commonly owned, the architect's actually going to file to merge the 2 lots, and we'll update the address accordingly. So he'll do that before the next submission. Regarding the dumpster, it'll be enclosed. The paving, prior to repaving the entire lot, the applicant wants an opportunity to first try to cover up some of the cracks instead of resurfacing the entire pavement.
Nope.
No.
The crack filling in, those are called Band-Aids. Within like one freeze thaw, all the crack fillers fall out. Okay.
So actually, there was a little inconsistency with the planting because of those 2 oil tanks. One is for heating oil and one is for excess of the repair oil that they use. But the applicant is proposing to put a full opaque screening on that with like green privacy screening fence, because there's already supposed to be the 6-foot fence on the plans, but wants to put.
Aren't the tanks underground, or where are those tanks? No, I know where they are, but how deep are they?
Apparently I spoke to the architect, apparently they were there last time, they just weren't on the plans for the previous grant. But he just doesn't know if there'd be room for plants to be right by those oil tanks, so we would like to put an opaque.
No, I hear you, but there's a reason for it. So oil tanks smell. So in addition to fencing, the reason for planting is kind of an amazing solution for so many things, right? You're right against a residential use. And my question was where the tanks are they sitting on above ground or are they underground? And if they're underground, then it sounds like there's an opportunity for planting. And anyway, according to the drawing, which may not be accurate, there's room for planting. So why not plant?
I'll have to talk to I have to get clarification regarding the location of the tanks.
Because a lot of this would be cleared up if we could get photos of the perimeter of everything, right?
All right, we will address that, because I know that was one of the comments as well, to get photographs, so we will address that. The addition, we noted that there was the zoning calculations, there was the addition that was from the previous grant, because the previous grant was a legalization of that addition, so the architect will just
combine the two and leave it as the existing floor area. So
Right.
there's no enlargement proposed, it's just a continued extension of term.
Right.
And a lumen diagram spread will be provided.
Right, great. Okay. All right. Are there any speakers on this one? Okay, so how much time?
I think it'll take at least 6 to 8 weeks regarding for full surface resurfacing. But for the planting, if they're underground, and we could try to put them in, but if they're above ground, I don't know.
Well, it looks like, see, you know, that's the thing about architectural drawings. The architect's actually supposed to measure stuff before drawing it. But, so according to the drawing, which is all we've got, there's plenty of room to plant both on, well more than is shown on the drawings, right? So, and appreciating that that's a residential use, plant something, right? It could even be, I have to say, it could even be vines around the part where it's tight. And then right adjacent to, there's a side, one side where there's a big open area, put shrubs there. And put vines that really grow up the fence and so on.
So the next submission should have, if there's the space, like a landscaping plan?
Yes.
Instead, okay.
So don't do the work yet, but we'll make sure that you get in before, you get back before planting season, so you can do that now, right?
Okay, yeah. So for time purposes, though, if we're doing the repaving, we'll just do the landscaping submission with that?
Yes.
Okay. So I need at least 2 months.
Oh,
Well, 6 to 8 weeks he thought that it would take to do the resurfacing.
So another way of doing it is like this, because I'd rather see the landscaping plan. So come as soon as we can get you on with the landscaping plan and all of these other things, the enclosure shown on the drawing, the lumen
we'll have-
spread diagram properly done.
And we'll have the photographs too.
And the photographs. And then after we look at those things, then do the repaving and all that, the landscaping, all that stuff at once.
Okay.
And that'll be before the freeze cycle, because you can't do paving during freeze, right?
So what about, what if you submit by July 24th? It's next Wednesday, or next Friday for any event. We have space on the August 13th calendar. Maybe working backwards, there can be a submission deadline since you're just looking at the landscaping plan.
That sounds like too fast for landscaping, but.
I mean, it's a.
Alternatively, the earliest is October 3rd. August 13th, we have 22. September 10th, we have 28. September 17th.
Wait. We have how many,
26.
sorry, go again. How many on the early Septembers?
So this one, we have 22. This one, we have 28.
So let's do the 22 on, but so August 10th?
That's
the July
August 13th.
24th submission.
That'd be if she supplied the submission 3 weeks before, but oftentimes you
We
push
give,
back.
yeah, but it's hard to speak for your landscaping person. I don't know whether you can do all of this in, say, 2 weeks.
I think we could do it.
Could you do it in 3 weeks by August 7th? I mean, alternatively, again, this is a landscape plan, do September 10th or 28th.
I mean, it's just for that portion, I think they could talk to someone.
You think, sorry?
I think if it's for that small portion, because obviously everything else is still in accordance with the plan, so I think they.
It would just be around the storage tanks.
It would just be around those oil tanks.
And also showing the enclosure.
And the dumpster and the trash enclosure.
Yeah.
Right, but that'll be on the plan, yeah.
Okay, let's do that, the one that has 28.
28?
Yeah, so that's August.
That's September 10th.
Yeah, that's okay.
That would be a submission by August 21st.
We could do that.
For what date? That one you can do.
September 10th.
Okay.
A submission August 21st.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now give them enough time to plan
Of course.
and everything. Okay, good, thank you.
Thanks.
I
we
think
keep going or what?
The next one is,
You
it's
sure?
like nothing.
Okay, PO's calendar, item number 13, 215, 15A, 144, 1400, 81st
Yeah,
Street,
it's
please. No, you don't have to be sworn, it's an A case.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnostou representing the applicant.
Okay, so I think we're there.
I thank the board for their patience.
Okay then, are there any speakers on this? Because I don't think we closed this,
No.
right? Okay. No speakers on this one? All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
And a motion to grant on condition that the drainage plan be amended to meet DEP approval and that the building shall be fully sprinklered,
As shown on plans.
as shown on plans. Okay, a motion to grant on that condition?
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 14.
This one's gonna be a while, I think, no?
Clintonville?
And it's two, yeah, isn't it?
I reviewed the RD, so I have no comments about that.
Okay.
Is there other comments about findings?
There might be comments about findings, and it's 2 o'clock, as opposed to, that's what I'm asking, because we normally stop at 2 o'clock.
It's super.
What do you want to do?
Does it, okay?
Are we adjourning?
I think we can.
Half an hour, what?
Not adjourning.
You think it can be fast?
You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
Sorry.
You do not think so?
I didn't think it was gonna be a fast hearing, a fast one.
Oh, no, you didn't think it was going to be a
No, I
fast
didn't think it
hearing?
was gonna be a
No,
fast
that's what
hearing.
my impression was. So I think we should take our 20-minute, whatever we say.
30-minute.
30-minute break now,
Sorry.
and then
2:30.
2:30, okay. So, yes. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Item number 14, 2017-16A through 2017-19A, and item number 15, 2018-105A. This is 1558 62 Clintonville Street, 15093 95 Clintonville Court, Queens, and 15087 Clintonville Court, Queens. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sandy Anagnostu representing the applicant, and I'm joined by Mario Ferrizzoli Jr., the property owner. I attended the review session yesterday. I noted the board's comments. We made a submission on June 26th, which included a draft restrictive declaration, and the council reviewed it and sent comments to us, which we responded to and submitted a revised draft restricted declaration on July 11th.
Yeah,
I'm not
and
sure if there.
I reviewed it and she addressed all of my comments.
Okay.
Then Madam Chair made a comment regarding the hardship as it relates to the General City Law 36. So we submitted a statement of findings, and we will be submitting an expanded one that elaborates on this issue. But I'd just like to make a few points. These are very deep lots, and we provided an as-of-right plan, which is actually the worst-case scenario without any waivers, GCL 35 or 36. But if the board were to grant the GCL 35, we can construct one more home here in the bed of the map street. So right now, the plan shows a building that's 100-foot deep, and we're left with a 125-foot rear yard. This is not a practical design layout. It's out of character with the existing homes, and it represents a loss to the property owner who is left with underutilized, undeveloped land in the rear where he could construct more homes, but because of this requirement that he front on a mapped street, he's unable to. Although we did receive a reconsideration from the Commissioner of Buildings, who will allow this development, providing that the owner provides a shared open space and we did that. We have a shared open space declaration. The owner submitted legal documents showing that a homeowners
But
association.
don't mix up you're trying to focus on your hardship argument, right? Don't
Right.
mix up the open space and the reconsideration there. Stay on your hardship argument. So you were saying the lot is deep.
It is.
How deep is the lot there's two lots that are deep? And
Yes.
the other lot is less deep. How deep are the two lots that are deep?
The two lots, well, the depths range from 252.65 feet to 192.58 feet and 168.63 feet. So you have the required 15-foot front yard, and then on our as-of-right plan, we show a 100-foot long home, which we could actually make even longer, but which would be even more inefficient. But even if we make the home longer, you're still left with a very deep rear yard.
Okay, but what about the amount of floor area? You're saying it's out of character with the neighborhood?
It is. There aren't any 100-foot long homes here. They average like 60 feet in length.
And what size are the lots here? In the neighborhood, what size are the lots?
About this size, 50 by...
So this is the size, about which size? The size that we're reconstructing, or the size that they are currently?
So, you don't need to do this on the fly.
Okay.
But at all. I mean, I appreciate that you're trying to do this as we speak, but these are the issues that you should address, right? You should address the size of the homes that would be built on this if it was 3 lots with frontage, and the size, dimension, all that sort of stuff, whether it would use up all or most of the floor area on the site, and if it doesn't, then how much is left on the table? And then also, what about characteristic of the neighborhood from 2 perspectives? One is the lot size. What's within, say, a 400-foot radius, what are the lot sizes that you're looking at that are typical? And are these 3 lots atypical, or at least maybe 2 of them are really atypical, because one of them is deep, but not that deep, right? So, and then the other is, are the building typologies characteristic of the neighborhood, right? So, the way that these lots are would be subdivided in that case, would it force the building to be the 100-foot long building, or would there be some other way of doing it to make use of the right amount of floor area to still be like a nice house that doesn't take you, 20 minutes to go from one side of the house to the other? And what are the size? So to give you a hint, because I don't actually know, because I'm not looking at an aerial photograph right now, but for instance, if the homes in the area are all quite small, then you could argue that it makes no sense to have a house in this area that's an 8,000 square foot house, because nobody would buy it because, right. So those are the kinds of arguments you would make. I don't know if that's the case here, but that would be a place to go.
Okay, we'll do that analysis.
Okay, good, thanks. Are there any speakers on this? All right.
We also provided, we cited other BSA cases where the board voted and upheld this in these type of cases, and also New York court cases. That's in the record.
Okay, but as you heard from yesterday's review session, the board's struggling now with this hardship finding, which it hasn't focused on in the past.
I understand.
And so help us with this argument, okay? Okay, thank you.
And how much time will you need?
At least 8 weeks, I would say. I want to make sure everything is perfect. And
so how about a submission September 11th for hearing on Thursday, October 3rd?
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 16, 2018-151A, 6-05, 129th Street, Queens.
What's the date?
This is from 11th to October 3rd.
September 11th.
Community comes up next after the applicant, does his presentation. You gotta sign. You don't have to be sworn in. Just sign. Yeah. I know, right?
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik, PC. So I guess I'll take it one by one, but Eugene is putting up for me pictures of the site, two different ones, so I can kind of explain where we're building and where the street we want to build in actually exists.
You need to hold the mic
Take the
with
microphone
you.
with you, please.
Sorry.
You don't have another thing?
So what's outlined in yellow on both,
Very hard to see what's outlined in yellow. It looks green, actually.
or it's because I did it over the outline. So green, yellow, not the pinkish red color, but this very, very weirdly shaped is the
Right.
site. And then this in red / pink, whatever color you see it, is 6th Avenue, and we want to build within 6th Avenue.
Correct.
This, going this way, used to be River, 130th Street, Riverside Terrace, but it was demapped by the city in the 90s.
Oh, okay.
This. So we are only building in, and it's no longer a map street, it's owned privately. And so we were only building in 6th Avenue. So you mentioned a concern that we were landlocking property, as the community board had expressed concerns about for 30 and lot 34. But even if they opened this street, there would be no access to those two lots.
You're the
from-
intervening lots.
Yeah, from 6th Avenue. And what makes things kind of strange is the city demapped this in the 90s, and then these lots were purchased by 11 in about 2005. So I'm assuming if they went through normal title, they would know that they were buying landlocked properties. But even if we built 6th Avenue,
And when did you buy that little intervening tail on the bottom?
this came as one lot.
But when was the lot purchased?
Have to clarify that, but I know we owned it in about 2000 because we wrote to the city asking if they intended to open up 6th Avenue in about 2000, and that's in the original record.
And it was always one property prior to your purchase? It was not a lot that was combined?
No, that's not what she said. She
No.
said when we purchased it, it was
It was
one
just this
property.
one, this was one lot.
Yes.
And when was the property that is next to you purchased, the property behind?
These two properties were purchased or
2005.
in 2005 with
After your
11.
purchase?
Yeah, after my purchase.
Can you verify that?
Yes.
Also? Because what's weird is they purchased those two properties arguably thinking they might get contiguity and had none.
Yeah.
So it seems to me that they didn't realize they were landlocked. They may even have thought that they owned that little tail, which wouldn't be the first time that people think they own stuff they don't own.
And I couldn't tell you if they got title, but I would hope that
Right,
they
but
did.
you could, if you could verify with the deeds?
Yes, definitely.
When, and verify the meets and bounds of the stuff outlined in green/yellow?
Yes, definitely.
That was the meets and bounds in 2000 when your client
Yeah.
arguably purchased it?
Yeah, and I don't know the exact date when we purchased it, but I do know that we wrote to the city in 2000, so I'll verify when we purchased it.
Has there been any communication with the people who own those lots?
We have not personally written to those people, but you'll see soon that neighbors around are very aware of this, and in fact, they're going to come and oppose this application.
Right. Okay, so the one on the top is lot 34?
This is 30, this is 34.
Okay, lot 30, okay.
And then one person owns, and we can show it 8, 60, and 31.
Okay, so,
But no matter what, we're building in 6th Avenue.
And 31 are all by the same owner. So that owner, see, that's why this, what we're talking about makes sense. So the person who purchased 8, 60, and 31 had contiguity,
Yeah.
right, all the way to the frontage on a map street, right? And, or any kind of a street, access, right?
Yeah.
Whereas it seems like the person who owned, what's the number lot on the? 11?
11, yeah.
11 may have thought he or she was doing the same thing,
Yeah, I don't know.
but wasn't, apparently. Okay.
So that is the answer about the landlocked. I'll get the deeds, but I don't know whose idea it was to demap the one in the middle, but it happened.
Okay.
And then in terms of DOT plans, in response to the DOT comments, my architect actually gave me a response, but because you mentioned the zoning calcs, we want to make sure that our building complies with all the zoning calcs and go through all of those before we give DOT a set of revised plans in order to not confuse everyone.
Yeah, it's not just zoning calcs. It seems like there's an assumption about what can be developed on this lot.
Yeah.
That may not.
And we're going to work through those objections
Yeah.
before our next.
So you're going to go to DOB and work through the objections?
We're going to attempt to do that, yes.
Okay.
And if not, I'll at least respond to them, but we're going to try to get you a DOB appointment before next. And then, I don't know how you want me to show it on the plans, but we can show adjacent sites more clearly on the plan somehow. There was a lot of zoning lots, and the lot is shaped weird, so things were getting confusing even at the community board, even when we put colors on them.
Well, actually, a color diagram might be helpful, but I thought that the crazy different line weight drawing was very helpful as long as you read along with the key, right?
Okay.
What's the zoning lot, what's the zoning district boundaries and all that. It took me a while to figure it out.
Yeah.
But then eventually I could figure out where the R32 is, which is the critical size. That's when I understood, started to understand DOB.
Yeah.
Because I'm reading along with the objections and agreeing that there is a potential big problem about developing this project as anticipated.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to look into that before next hearing to make sure that we don't have to come back to you.
Right, exactly. But, you know, your client may be disappointed to learn that they can't build nearly as much floor area as they think.
And we understand that.
Right, okay. Or, I don't know if the site allows it, develop one part of the site with one building and another part of the site with another building.
Yeah, I don't know either. But, yeah, originally we had 24, and we've been taking it down ever since.
24
Units.
Units.
And
No,
now we're
I
down to
don't
10.
even mean that.
Yeah.
You can't have a multiple dwelling on the R31, can't,
Okay.
right? So and you can't have a building that has like 2 units on one side and all the balance of the units are on the other side.
Yeah.
I don't think that's how, because it's a 1 and 2 family
And
zone.
we ended
right?
up taking the building and putting it just in one zone and not the other in the latest submission.
Oh, and, okay. 'cause
Those
there was
objections were from a much
really long
earlier
time ago, okay.
iteration of the plan,
Right.
which had 24 units and was in both zoning districts.
Oh,
And now
okay.
we're in one zoning district, and we have 10 units, but we're going to look into that even again to make
Because you're using the floor area from the R31 for a use that's not permitted in an R31.
So we're going to work through those comments to make
Right.
sure we come back to you with the
Okay,
right.
and then the other part of it is you can't even apply any of this 77 stuff unless you've got a pre-61 lot, so you need to establish that that strange lot is pre-61.
And I provided a historic tax map
Okay.
in my submission, but I don't know the date on that, so I'm going to have to double check.
Oh, okay.
But I know I always typically do that with this kind of
Yeah, okay, so.
application.
Because normally this is kind of more sand-borne material. I don't know if you'll get back as far as
61, yeah.
the
Okay.
1950s with that. Let's see.
I can order a Sanborn map if it doesn't go
Yeah,
back far enough.
let's see. Historic tax map.
It's like 86, 87.
Okay, well, that's not
Okay,
61,
so
so
we'll
I'll order a
wait.
Sanborn
Yeah.
map.
Okay. Oh, this one.
Sometimes it works out.
But the historic tax map shows it as, in the 80s, as a series of separate tax lots.
Yeah. It looks like it was merged in 86, 87.
Yeah. Right, so all those crossing outs to turn it into lot, what? 13? Yeah, lot 13 happened in 1986, 87. So you wouldn't be able to apply the adjusted maximum floor area, first of all, nor the situated anywhere on the zoning lot concept.
Okay.
Yeah. See, they cross out
Mm-hmm, yeah, no, I see.
all this stuff.
Yeah, the
These
former
things. Yeah,
font
yeah, yeah.
numbers, et cetera.
Right, and then it says on the top here,
For the year.
86 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that's it. Okay. Are there any speakers on this one? Yes?
Oh,
Please
she has a
come.
group of people.
Mhm,
We have
okay.
about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
5 neighbors.
Please come.
Please come one by one, and you'll have 3 minutes each to speak. State your name for the record. Be careful, hon. Watch
Watch your feet.
yeah, watch your feet
Yeah,
into that
sorry,
step. I'm
it's
sorry.
hazardous.
Good afternoon. My name is Eileen McGurk. I'm a resident of College Point. Listening to the previous speaker, I don't know if things changed as to what I'm going to say to you now. So if it's changed, I'm just going to say what I know what happened from last time. Okay? I have a 2-minute and 55-second speech.
Okay. It's great that you rehearsed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us. I and many of my neighbors respectfully request that the application submitted by the developer and attorneys requesting to permit the development of a 3-story, 10-unit residential building on a lot that is located partially in the bed of an unmapped but unbuilt portion of a street, contrary to general city law, hashtag I think 35, R3-2, and R3-1 zoning district, be denied, also known as not granted. The site designated as a bed of unmapped but unbuilt portion of a street should remain as is, so that if and when the city finds it necessary to build on this roadway, they will be able to. The portion is adjacent to a property 601 129th Street, which further allows the multifamily dwelling to be built. May I explain a few facts and reasons as to why we oppose this application? The new 3-story building will exist diagonal to a T-intersection on a tiny dead-end street and consist of 10 rental apartments. Each apartment would include at least 4 people, or approximately 40 more people, to reside on a very narrow, short, beautiful, quiet, dead-end street in a rural neighborhood that does not have any rental multiple-family dwellings. My neighbors and I live beautiful, appropriate 1, 2, 3, and family homes, all owned by landlords, some of whom emigrated from Ireland, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Italy, Greece, China, Germany, Spain, Korea, and Colombia, respectively. All of us who made that lifelong decision and chose to live away from the urban, busy, congested, concrete high-rise tenement neighborhoods, such as Astoria or Long Island City. Please take no offense to those areas. I was born and happily raised in Astoria. Then my mother from Ireland moved us to College Point in 1978, 41 years ago. Ironically, on a dead-end street. Most important, I was married in 1986, moved to Jackson Heights in March of 1990. 4 years later, 29 years ago, I purchased the home I'm living in now, in rural College Point, Queens. The proposed multifamily rental dwelling will bring an unwanted, disturbing, unurban environment and just does not work for this community. We definitely anticipate chronic illegal U-turns at night, day and night, at the 6th Avenue T intersection of a dead-end little road, including 10 to 20 more vehicles used by the renters. Don't forget visitors, deliveries, vans, U.S. Postal Service, UPS, FedEx, huge sanitation trucks, and emergency services will be required to back down and/or back up the tiniest little dead-end street. Certainly unsafe for everyone, children, residents, motorists, and pedestrians. The proposed dwelling is 1 block down from Public School 129, an elementary pre-K to 5th grade school that is on construction scheduled to be held with 500 more students in September of 2020. Traffic is horrendous now, Just ask the homeowners, teachers and parents who live and come near 129th Street and 6th Avenue. It's an intersection, a T intersection, not equipped for increased motor vehicle and/or pedestrian traffic. Don't forget countless more people looking for parking spaces. There's only one MTA bus that serves this part of College Point, certainly not capable of adding more people. The additional city services, water, sewage, electrical needs, power and emergency services, especially to manage and maintain this project, at the least would be overwhelming. In conclusion, the proposed 3-story, 10-unit residential rental dwelling is not appropriate in a small town existing of only homeowners who are grateful to live in the American dream in a rural, comfortable, safe, and quiet neighborhood. Please, to the board, we request that you agree to keep it that way and vote no to this monstrosity dwelling, and agree with the Community Board number 7, who voted no to advance this project on June 17th at their monthly hearing. Our existing neighbors voicing their objections to this proposed project was truly heard at that meeting. We're desperately seeking to preserve a precious community. Please come and visit the site and our neighborhood, College Point, and see for yourself. Thank you for this opportunity to express and share our concerns with all of you today.
Can you state your address again?
She didn't.
Oh, she
Excuse
didn't?
me?
No worries.
Go ahead.
I was wondering if you could state your address.
My address?
Yes, if you feel comfortable with it.
Sure. 6-15, 128th Street. I'm 1.5 blocks away from this proposed site.
Is your lot on that tax map behind you, or is it
No.
off of the map?
I am 1 block here.
Ah, okay, great. Thank you.
Next speaker?
Thank you.
Do you want to submit your testimony, or you want, okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you. You can go. You have 3 minutes. State your name for the record. Be careful. Damn spaghetti strip.
Hello, my name is Joan Gallietti. I live at 6-04 on 29th Street. I'm right on the corner.
Are you on that map there?
Should be, I don't even understand this map. I don't even know what this map is showing. I don't even know what this is.
So at the top of the, I think at the top of the map is 129th Street? Is that right?
I'm right here.
You're right there. Okay, so
Oh,
you're like
across
at
the
the corner.
That, yeah, okay.
Thank you. I bought my house 47 years ago. I raised 2 beautiful children. They went to the school 129, right up the block. Now that school has expanded 3 times over. And the last expansion is going to be taking in 501 children. So we're going to be overcrowded as it is, with traffic coming down on my corner. And everybody else is on that block. I've seen a lot of changes here in College Point. Some nice and some not so nice. And I just feel that we're getting dumped on in this area here. I don't think this builder has his good intentions. I don't think he's telling us the truth. These houses here that are right across the street from me, they're also on 6th Avenue and 129th. They're attached 4-1 families. And they were there when I bought my house. And they were supposed to be 4-1 families.
Those are on 6th Avenue or
This-
on
This
129?
on 6th Avenue.
Oh, over here. No, that's Julius.
Right across the street from me, from my dining room window. This is what I hear now.
Yeah. No, I know,
This
that's
is what I
what
look
I
at.
asked. Yeah, okay.
Anyway, they were 4-1 families. Now, they turned into 3 illegal families. And I can't tell you, there's not enough parking. It's coming and going constantly. This one house here is renting out rooms, not just an apartment. So we're overcrowded as it is. I want to continue living there. I just hope I don't have to flee, really. It's really...
So you're saying they were built as 2-family, but 3 families are living there?
No.
These 2. They were built as
These
1
were
family?
1 families.
And 2 families are living there?
No, now there's 3 families.
3
Then Don't forget the
families. I don't see how
basements.
that works.
So based on Zola?
So the basement, the first floor walk-in, and then upstairs. And the one upstairs is 3-bedroom apartment. And they're actually renting out individual bedrooms.
Oh, that's a different thing.
I mean, it's illegal. I know it's, but you can't,
Yeah.
there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, someone did call the building department, and they keep coming, and they don't answer the door, and they keep coming, and they don't answer the door. So, I mean, now, with this other thing that they want to build, it's scary. It's really scary.
But what you're talking about could happen if somebody builds a nice one-family house, right? They could rent out all the rooms in the one-family house. Does happen, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't really, in terms of that,
Well,
in
if
terms
this-
of
if this
illegal
gentleman-
occupancy, right? That could happen at any place.
Yeah, I understand, but we're so overcrowded there it is. And now with the school, with 500 more children, that means 500 or maybe 300 more cars coming down there. Mothers dropping them off. I mean, mothers work today. They don't walk their kids to school like we used to years ago. I just walked one block. I was very lucky. But it's really frightening to see something like that end up there. If this builder was cared about the area and he built 2 one-family homes and helped beautify the area, that would be wonderful. But he doesn't have good intentions for us. And I'm really frightened.
So those actually were built as two-family houses. We just looked up there.
No, these were actually, these were one-family homes.
We're looking at the certificate of occupancy.
Over a period of time, they may have legalized them. I know the 2 ends, they bought extra property in the back so they could make it mother-daughter.
Okay.
I knew some of these people were my friends, but they moved out because the neighborhood, they weren't.
But you should understand, you know, zoning controls a lot of what's going on in your neighborhood. Zoning permits multiple families on that side of 6th Avenue and permits 1 and 2 families on the other side of 6th Avenue. So if you have a problem with the zoning and you want it to be, allow for fewer residences, then that's something you take up with the City Planning Commission, actually. We're really, in this case, just looking at whether it's possible to build a building in the bed of a map street.
So,
Right.
okay, so what I'm saying is, what happens now, this man does build this building, which they didn't bring a picture of the building in. The last time at the meeting, they brought a picture of it in.
Well, we have.
You do have it?
We have the images in our files. We're
Mhm.
looking at the drawings, yeah.
So we really didn't like it. It didn't look very nice. It looked like, you know, he would build it and then the wrong people would buy it and put in the wrong people.
Okay.
Next
Thank
speaker.
you.
Thank
Next
you.
speaker.
Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for coming.
Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Robert Gonzalez. I live right across the street of where they want to build this building, 5-18, 129th Street. Let me just see if I can point it out over here.
Sure.
It's a little bit off the lot because this is 6th, and I'm like over here.
So you're in that condominium complex?
No,
Right
I'm on
next
the
to
other
it.
side of
Right.
it, yeah. The condominium complex is over here, part of it is outside of a fence, and then the city allowed them to put a fence, which I have pictures of, to make it a dead-end street. I don't know if you want me to try to put up the pictures, maybe it's better if I just pass them around.
You can pass them. He's here.
So respectfully, I believe the way the plan stands right now, this should be denied. Some of the commissioners raised already good questions. One of them was about there's 2 zonings on the same lot, R3-1 and R3-2. And the way they have it right now, they're saying that they're going to build just on the R3-2 portion. The now changed 10 units, which they don't have floor plans for yet. They say it's going to be 1 and 2 bedrooms, but originally it was 24 all 1-bedroom apartments. So if that's allowed, I want to know how they're allowed to, what's the guarantee that eventually they're not going to make another building or house on the R3-1 portion of the back lot, which is over here? This is the part they want to build on over here.
Well, if they use up all their floor area, they can't do anything else, right? That's how zoning works, right? If the zoning lot, that whole giant thing, has allocated to it a certain amount of allowable floor area, and if they use it all up, that's all they can build.
Even for the other portion?
Well,
back
that's
portion.
what they're going to clarify with the Department of Buildings.
Okay.
My personal view on it is they can only use what's in what's known as the R32, the higher density district. They can only use that floor area for this building, which leaves some floor area for another 1 or 2 family house, if that's allowed to fit on this lot, because we have rules about distances between buildings and so on, so it has to
Right.
comply with the zoning.
Okay. I'm going to also pass these other pictures, which are bigger, that you can kind of see the lot, and again, the area a little bit bigger. And there's also a nice map that's got color to it outlined. And there's a house right next door, which we're very concerned about. It's actually 6-07 129th Street, that had a fire in it a year and a half ago, and it's in foreclosure, and it's right next door, and we're wondering what's going to happen with that lot.
So that's the one that's
So
in your picture,
let
the
me
white
pass
house.
these pictures along.
This one? It's the little white kind of barn style. It's
At the CB7 meeting,
Oh, that's, lot 11, okay.
Yeah.
Community Board 7 voted no.
Are his
And
times 3 minutes? Yeah, yeah.
respectfully, that should be, I believe, honored. Of course, you're going to do your own investigation.
So I don't know if anyone attended the community board meeting, and we're going to reach out to the district manager, but in their resolution, they didn't explain why they voted no. They only gave us copies of questions that they had given to the applicant, and the applicant responded, then they voted, but they never explained their vote. So if you were present...
I was, and they had a lot of questions that were unanswered, some of them which you're bringing up and which I'm bringing up. Like, they said that DEP response was still pending, because through the pictures you can see it's a sloped street that comes down, there's a dead-end gate, so there's going to be an issue with drainage. The Silver Point condominiums, believe it or not, don't have any sewers. So that's...
We completely believe.
Okay. There's somebody already brought up the parking issues. There's congestion with the school and school construction, because there's another school being built right there on the yard of the school. You can see again, it's all pretty much 1 and 2 family houses around there. Now, there's no sidewalks on 129th Street between 6th and 7th, which is going to the school. And that's because they're grandfathered in. They were built prior to when they had to build the sidewalks. And it already gets crazy when there's school dismissal as well as school coming in. So that'll be, with construction there, and if they build this complex, apartment complex, it'll get even crazier. Then we also brought up garbage, pickup, storage, winter snow removal, the plans with DOB. You brought up the floor plans. The main thing that we're concerned about is the density. I think that's what it is, and like the lot next door, that they're going to try to buy that and make something even more dense. Like my neighbor said, if he would make a 1 or 2 family, two family houses, I don't think anybody would have any issue with that. That'd be within his zoning and everything would be all right. But this is an apartment complex that was originally going to be 24 one-bedroom units with no parking in the area. That's like our main issue. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next speaker.
Oh, and I'll pass this, I also have an article about the community board. I'll pass it around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? I'm Michael Niebauer. I'm the
Could you move the mic up, Mr. Meba? Move the mic up.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you.
hi, Commissioners. Thank you. By the way, thank you for listening to my neighbors and I. My name is Michael Niebauer. I'm the newly elected president of the College Point Civic Association. I came out of retirement. My previous career, many of you may know, I'm the co-founder of the New York State Independence Party and helped get Mayor Bloomberg elected, and a few others. And Ross Perot, he was our inspiration 25 years ago. But anyway, I'm trying to help my neighbors here. We feel the building's out of character. It's a nice, quiet residential area. As my neighbor said, you can come take a look. It's very quiet. It's like a rural setting. really feel that an apartment building of this nature is out of character. Plus, we're concerned about doubling up the lots. And then the...
Sorry, I don't know what you mean. The lot
well,
exists as...
If he acquired the lots, then maybe he can expand his floor ratio and
No,
build
no,
a
no.
larger building?
What you see, that green
Okay.
shape is the lot in
Okay.
question, right?
Okay.
That's it.
We're
If
just
they
cons-
bought more lots than you, that's a whole other story.
Okay, and at the community board meeting, I was concerned because the renderings, it looked like a rehab facility and not like really an attractive apartment building. And we're concerned because, as you know, College Point is slated to get a 200-man shelter in the fall. So we're all concerned and everybody's up in arms. What I would like to do is, if I can have your assistance, I'd like to put everything, they want to vote it down, that's fine. I need your help, because what we want to do is try to save College Point, make it a historic area, and try to identify historic areas, properties. We want to actually make it a tourist destination. We hopefully the ferry will come, and we want to make it a very nice area that will include German, Italian, Irish, Chinese. We want to make it a very nice area. That's our master plan for College Point. And some rural areas, you can walk over here, you'll see it's a very beautiful area. We want to keep it that way.
So
And-
that's the Landmarks Commission that handles that job? So if you're
Yes.
interested in making it a
We're
historic
working with the-
district, you need to work with them?
Okay, we're working with the
Okay.
Pompey Institute. We discussed that this week. I'm just, like I said, I'm new on the job, trying to get the things that were slated, some were proposed, some weren't. We're going to try to revive. That was a few years ago. My predecessor did that, but just want to thank you. If whatever you could do, I would appreciate it if you could vote this project down.
Thank you. Okay, thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Any other speakers? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank
Okay.
you.
Is the owner here?
No, I did not bring the owner
Okay.
today,
So-
but he was at the community board.
Right.
And the land use meeting. He came 3 times to the community board, so he has heard all of the concerns.
This is the kind of lecture that I'd like you to relay to him. It's the milk and cookies lecture. So it goes like this. A lot of what I'm hearing is the fear expressed by neighbors who don't know what's going on.
Yep.
The way to alleviate fear and to respond to concerns is not to do it in the forum of a community board meeting where everybody is on edge, but to actually invite neighbors to come in to wherever there is some place to, maybe in the local school or something
Yeah.
like that, to talk about the project. That's the way it should be done. In order for the neighbors to maybe express their concerns, and then the owner can say, yes, but this is what I'm allowed to do by the building department and so on, and then maybe they can come to some agreement about how things will be handled, because, yeah,
And the owner did come to 3 community board meetings.
I know, it's a
But I
different
just wanted
thing.
to say that we did have a meeting in the hallway, which some of these members were.
that's in the hallway,
Yeah,
all
but I'm just saying
stressful.
he did try to.
Yeah.
It is stressful, but I'm just saying we did have a separate
Okay.
meeting talking to each of the neighbors.
Right, but so I would really like you to relay this comment.
Yeah.
That's why I always call it milk and cookies time, because you sit down calmly, the owner and architect and so on show the project. They don't show a building that looks like an industrial or whatever it is, a low-income housing project or whatever it is they're afraid.
Yeah.
They show something that is attractive, and they respond to neighbors' concerns, et cetera, et cetera. It's a much better way to do a project.
The rendering wasn't that great, and that is because at the land use meeting at the community board, they asked us for a rendering. We had a week and a half to put it together, so.
Okay.
I'm saying it wasn't the most
Right.
beautiful of renderings you've ever seen because of the time crunch.
Right, so I'm not saying any of
I'm
those
just saying
things
to
are
him, we're
bad.
not trying to
Right,
build a
okay.
rehab center.
But I really recommend if your client sort of knows what's good to be done to not have problems in future.
Understood.
That they do that.
And in terms of, he said something about DP, I just want to say that we did get sign off, as we
Right.
do for GCL.
Right. To get
35
it, it's
typically.
waiting, DOT, you have not received sign.
Right, so DEP's instruction, just for the neighbor's benefit, was that what's known as the drainage plan, which is what the concern is, must be amended as part of the project. So up until now, the drainage plan relies on the installation of certain things that would not be installed under this proposal. So DEP is very strict and has held up projects for pretty much years. when the drainage plan, yes, when the drainage plan is not being amended, so the instructions are it will be amended. And that'll be a condition of whatever we decide.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, DOT we got at the end of June, but we will respond.
Okay. Okay, great. I think, any other comments, questions from here? Okay, so then, you know what to do. I'd say the biggest issue you have is your zoning problem, your zoning questions.
Yeah.
That really needs to be, we need to see either a ZRD1 or your objection sheets all marked up,
Yep.
marked off with respect to that. The ZRD1 part is, well, actually, DOB's objection sheet was very detailed.
Yep.
So just even signing off on each one of those, or not, whatever happens.
Done similar.
Yes, okay.
How much time do you need?
How much time do you think I need to get one of those?
For DOB
Yeah.
to sign off, I would say 2 months.
months?
I mean, because you have a lot of questions, they only listen to 3 at a time or something?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
something
know.
like
That's why
that.
I'm saying, because you have a little bit more. to
Yeah,
do.
yeah, I would say they need at least until
End of October?
yeah.
Okay, so to be safe, let's do the last hearing in October. That's October 9th submission for October 29th hearing. Do you want to do it the one before?
No, the one after. I don't know if I'll be at the one.
November?
It's November 19th.
Yeah, November 19th, October 30 submission.
October 30th submission, November 19th.
Yeah.
That's our.
No, I'm not sure if I'll be here at that hearing, and I want to make sure that I am. Okay.
I'm sorry, L'Oreal's October 30th?
October 30th submission.
Oh, that's all I needed.
Wow,
That's-
okay, great.
sorry. Thank you. November 19th hearing.
Yes, that's right.
Sorry, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for the benefit of the public, they need to clarify, I don't know, it's about a half dozen Department of Buildings comments on their project, which are related to the comments that I made about the zoning and that some of you neighbors brought up. And so they have to go to the Department of Buildings and speak to them about it, and the Department of Buildings will either agree with their analysis or disagree, and then the project has to be modified again. So we don't know what the answer is. That takes several months to do. So they'll be back here then on, what do we say, November
19th.
19th.
19th, and they will have submitted on October 30th, or whatever the responses are, modifications to the project if one is called for, and then that could be available for viewing. And if you submit it to your community board, then you can go look at it at the community
supposed to
board.
Well, maybe they can submit it to this
Yeah, yeah.
gentleman, they can submit it to this gentleman here from the.
Or, and you,
The Civic
and as a
Association?
courtesy, it would be nice to submit it to the Civic.
I have your information.
Yeah, okay.
We have to come again?
Only if you want to, so I'm just letting you know that there's another hearing on November 19th.
You can submit your comments in writing. The board reads all of the comments they receive.
We'd like to do all commissioners here.
Thank you all for coming.
Item number 17, 2019, take that down. 2019 1A through 2019 5A, 7, 11, 15, 19, 23 Nello Court, Staten Island.
Yeah. The point is that Fifth Avenue, not Fifth Avenue, Sixth Avenue, dead ends, and right after that is the ocean.
No, no, for A cases, no, we don't be sworn in.
Right, and it's owned by DEP, a good part of it is owned by DEP.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
State your name for the record.
Wait, 1 second. Shh, 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 please. Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Locasano.
Could you pull the mic up to your height?
I'm representing the applicant. I had an opportunity to listen to the review session yesterday, and I'd like to respond to those comments.
Okay.
Regarding the hardship, I think the best way to address it is to talk about the context of the neighborhood. The property is located on Sprague Avenue between Highland Boulevard and Surf Avenue. The street is the dividing line between two zoning districts, the east is R3X, and to the west is an R32. The west side is developed with 1- and 2-story townhomes, approximately 350 of them, ranging in size from 750 square feet to about 1,500 square feet. On the east side, which is our side of the street, north of our property up to Highland Boulevard, the properties are developed with 1- and 2-family, 2-story dwellings of approximately 1,750 square feet is the average of those homes. There's 14 of them.
1,750, is that what it is?
Yes,
Okay.
1,750.
Got it.
To the south of our property, on the east side, is the court. It's
Yeah.
Spray
Spray
Court. Spray Court. It consists of 6 houses. They're very large. They range in size from 4,000 to about 7,000. The properties are very large. They range up to, I think, over 30,000. This was developed back in around 2000. And at the time, the property was not, well, it's not sewered now, it's septic properties, and the reason they're that large is to meet the requirements for a septic. They had to have a minimum 100 feet of frontage, 10,000 square feet of area. Our development, we are north of that, we're about 30,000 square feet. The current zoning of R3X in the South Richmond District would permit 7 2-family homes for a total of 14 units. Our property is also a deep lot. This is a very unique block. The block itself from Sprague Avenue to Jolene Avenue is actually about 900 feet deep. And it consists of probably 3 lots deep from Highland Boulevard down to Surf Avenue. There's a group of lots right down the middle that are landlocked. Our property is not one of those lots. They have frontage on Sprague Avenue. One of the comments that I'd like to address had to do with if it was as of right, we would be able to get 3 homes fronting on Sprague Avenue. If we did that, the homes could not be as large as the ones on Sprague Court. The neighborhood just wouldn't, it's not in context with the neighborhood. Those homes front a private road, and that private road goes deep into that block. And the further you get into that block, the larger the homes get. So the homes along Sprague Avenue would not be in context to make them that large. So if we were to put equivalent homes fronting on Sprague, say 2,500 square feet, which is what we are proposing, we're proposing 5 detached homes fronting Nello Court, which would be a 34-foot curb-to-curb street that will be fully developed in accordance with the New York DOT standards. If we were to put those 3 houses on Sprague Avenue, they would total 7,500 square feet, where we're permitted approximately 18,000.
What do you mean, you mean, in other words, the minimum house size is 1,800? What do you mean where you're permitted?
We're permitted 18,000 square feet on the property, the total lot.
The total 18,000, right.
So if we were to do 3 2,500 square foot houses, which would be in context with everything on that side of the street, we would be giving up over 11,000 square feet of floor area.
Wait a minute, but I don't get it. So those 1- and 2-family houses that were built in 2000 to 2005?
Yeah.
Those are large, they're actually 2-family houses. So
They're very large, yeah.
So they're large. They're like 4,000 and 6,000 gross, according to various websites. So why couldn't you do the same thing with these 3 houses?
Those houses all front on a private road. If you tried to front them on Sprague Avenue, they would be very much out of context with the entire Sprague Avenue, because on one side you have townhouses from Highland Boulevard down to Surf Avenue, and on the other side you have detached homes that are much, much smaller. They range, they average around 1,700, but they are as little as 1,000. So to be in context...
But wait a minute. the ones that are on Sprague, that's the beginning of one of the big houses. I don't get that.
You're looking at Sprague Court or Sprague?
No, I can't find it right now, but I know it from what I was looking at before. Maybe it's this here. So if you're looking at Highland, there's some very large houses on Highland Boulevard, large houses, and Fay Ann Lane and so on. So, you know, again, as I said in the last case, I don't want you to do this on the fly, because you haven't had a chance to really provide us with the materials. But you need to make an argument where you're actually showing us what you mean, okay? Because when I look at the site, I see very large houses kind of scattered all around, and it's true that there are also small houses, but I see large houses. So I don't really understand the argument.
The larger ones were built at a time when the lots were not sewered. Sewers came down Sprague Avenue, I believe it was around 2015. So those are what we would consider septic lots, where they were 100 foot wide, minimum of 10,000 square feet.
But so, we're talking about neighborhood character, what's the difference whether
There's
they were
only one or
sewered?
two of those, the majority are much, much smaller.
But on that block, on that neighborhood, there are houses that, what you're proposing isn't in line with the houses on that block.
They're similar in size to the ones that go up the block. Not below our...
Not the one that
North
is
or
on the
up.
block,
Right.
the one where you would naturally face.
So I'm just looking at the Google Street View. So from Highland down to the water, on one side to the, I would say that would be to the
To the right?
to the left, between
We're
Sprague
located on
and
the left.
Lorette. You have these complexes of housing. These are mostly like townhomes type of kind of construction. You
That
have
would be on the
marching
right.
down all the way from Highland to the water.
On that
Right.
side.
On that side. On the other side, you have mostly small homes
Correct.
along the waterfront,
Right.
that
No.
along Sprague Avenue.
Correct.
Except when one comes to Sprague
Highland.
Court.
Right.
No, I'm not talking about Highland. Highland is too far. I mean, I think we have to be consistent in terms of what we are asking the applicant to do. There are sometimes we ask, I mean, here we are asking for immediate context. If we are looking at immediate context, I should be looking at Sprague Avenue on both sides, not looking at what's on the other side of Highland. That's a completely different context. So I'm looking at just what's along Sprague Avenue, and one side of Sprague Avenue between Loretto and Sprague, it's a complex of townhomes. And on the other side, these are small homes on lots that are typically your 20 or 30 feet wide until you come down to Sprague Court, which is the 5-story homes. Rest is, every one of these are complex of townhomes that are between Loretto and Sprague. So I think the context, from my point of view, at least looking at the Google map, is very telling.
For me, it's telling also, I see large houses on Sprague Court.
But those are just five.
But
Those are five compared to the
benefit
rest.
of having the large house on Sprague Court is you're willing to pay more money to have that privacy of being on a courtyard. And that's why that works, those large homes on that little private road. You don't
But I
want to
see-
spend
I-
$2
no.
million
No, no, no.
on Sprague Avenue where everybody else is a tiny little townhouse.
I don't
If you're going to
see that.
spend your money, you want to be on a private road.
But I see a large house on Sprague Avenue, on the intersection of Sprague and Sprague
And
Court.
it's
But that
large
is
lots
fronting
up and
Sprague
down
Court.
Sprague.
Right, it's
But that is
fronting the court.
Sprague
It has
Court.
its entrance on the court.
It's a corner lot, but it's
No,
fronting
I
on
see
Sprague
it.
Road. Here, the entrance is, it has a parking lot here, but the main entrance to the building is from Sprague Court.
I
That
see
was
large
one of-
houses on Sprague Avenue, up and down Sprague Avenue.
Really? I
Large
don't
lots.
see
I
it.
see large lots.
Perhaps
Or similar
it would-
lots.
Perhaps it would be helpful to provide a map of which houses you're talking about when you're talking about similarity versus dissimilarity, because it
Yes.
seems like we're looking at
The
different things
information I
and
got
coming up
came
with-
from Zola.
Say again?
It came
No,
from
no, no,
Zola.
but you're talking it through, we need to see the.
Visually.
Yeah,
We
I'll-
need
I'll
to
get- I'll
have you
provide
make
that
an
map for you.
argument that's supported by visuals.
And maybe if you could indicate, like you've said, a number of houses have floor area that ranges from X to Y. If you could identify
Right.
what those floor areas are and
I
yeah,
think
just
that's where,
map out the argument.
I think that's,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I mean, I think that's obviously the most critical part of this, is
And where
that
is he
we're
supposed to
looking at,
And,
Oh, and the other comment you had, they're all definitely two-story.
They're all 2 stories.
Yeah.
And I think, again, if it helps you with your argument, and as I see the map, Highland all the way down to the waterfront, pretty much all the homes, not just along Sprague and Loretto, but all the other blocks, the homes are, homes are typically on small lots. Sprague Court is really an anomaly in this case, as I see it. Most of the homes are your typical,
please,
25 or 30-foot wide lots, 100 by 100 lots that one typically sees in New York City. So I think you should look into that also, if that helps you in your argument.
So could I get a clarification? So you want a map, you want a sort of streetscape or a map, some sort of topology of what's all those homes are? And the lot sizes?
To the extent that he was explaining them, if he could put those on the map, I think
just
that
lot
would be
sizes and
helpful.
stuff in the, okay.
Which is why I mentioned Zola. Would that
Yes.
be okay under the Zola?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can take a Zola
Yeah.
map and just identify which buildings you're talking about.
But, I mean, the point is, you're making an argument about the typical house type in the area that would affect the ability to sell these houses, right? And, you're allowed to have, this is a neighborhood where you can have 2 families, right? So, so the semi-attached 2-family kind of thing, or the 2-family, one on top of the other, is a typology that's common in the area. So at what point does it become not viable because it's too big, right? And so you would need to establish that in what's typical of this neighborhood doesn't support a 2-family of more than X size, right? And support it with data. Data and the maps, and show us where things are on the maps when you refer to them, because otherwise we end up doing our own research and we come up with different conclusions because we're trying to figure it out on our own. Okay?
And for me, I believe hardship is more than, this isn't my favorite type of development. Hardship doesn't mean that you can't build the best, what you consider the best outcome. So I really need a hardship argument that shows that.
All right, can I address that for a minute?
Yes.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, in the GCL.
Can you speak up? I'm sorry.
Sure, in the GCL, they talk about an area variance as opposed to a use variance.
Correct.
Which, from my experience, has been much more, much less restrictive than a use variance.
Right.
You would grant the use of land based on what is not allowed due to the physical dimensions of a property that would be permitted in zoning. In other words, zoning would dictate that you need a 40-foot wide lot, 3,800 square feet. Just use 4,000 to use round numbers. You'd have 40 by 100s up and down the block. We're 900 feet deep on our block, so that's not really viable. So there's where the area variance comes into play, where you can grant approval or relief for the fact that the lot is not 100 foot deep, it's unusually shaped or unusually deep.
Okay, so I think what you did bring up was one thing that's helpful, in particular with respect to our conversation yesterday about this. The city has a zoning resolution with a set of criteria for variances that are both bulk and area, right? Section 7221. But the GCL law being a state law, makes reference to this word area variance, which is a state method for reviewing variances for area. So if you would go look at the case law and look at or even maybe there's statutory, I don't know if there's any local statutory area variance cases.
It's in the G, okay.
No, we're talking
Cases.
about area
81B.
variances, right?
81B of the general city law sets.
Okay, 81B of the general city law, if you would look at what the findings are that are typically used for non-New York City area variances, and under 81B, and go through the findings there, that would help.
Okay,
In going through them, you want me to add them to our findings?
Yes. Because the findings for a GCL waiver are that it's a hardship using the standard for area variances, which we don't have in New York City, right?
But also,
So-
this is a part of the GCL that applies not to cities of over 1 million.
Right.
Remember? So we're looking at GCL 2, which is about cities.
Right, no, but so, I know,
Just
but
clarifying for the
nonetheless,
record.
we have no other guidance from state law
I'm not-
except
I'm
to
not
use the
disputing.
word area, so we have to go with whatever. We have a completely, well, not completely, but we have a different set of criteria in New York City for looking at variances, so it becomes a confusing standard about how to look at the hardship question. Okay?
Speakers?
Are there any speakers on this case? Okay.
So how much time would you need to prepare your next submission?
Maybe a month?
Okay. July, that's August 17th. So how does the board feel? So September 10th, we have 29. September 17th, we have 25. August 28th is about 6 weeks.
Okay, September 17th.
Okay. So how about a hearing on September 17th? Your submission would be due August 28th, which is about 6 weeks.
Sure.
Okay. That's the schedule. Great.
okay,
Thank you.
Okay.
okay. Zoning calendar, decision items, item number 18, 2018-64BZ, 2018-65A, 725 Mobile Road, Queens.
Is anyone, Todd, are you coming up for this? No, okay.
that one's withdrawn.
So, no one's coming up for this? All right.
It's withdrawn. Request
No, I
withdrawn.
know, but sometimes people come
Sometimes-
up to
yeah.
do that. All right, so.
Are you coming up for it?
Only, it's your call, otherwise we'll just do it. Okay. So for a motion to withdraw with prejudice? Or do I have to close the hearing?
It's
Oh, it's closed,
closed.
it was
It's
closed.
Chair
Motion-
Perrimatter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
All right.
Withdrawn with prejudice?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, note that. Okay. The continued hearing items, item number 19, 2017-20BZ, 550 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn. Right? Do you affirm, raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to any board member questions? Swear and cheat. That's from the neighbors. Thank you. No, that's it. Good. Oh, you got the next one? Okay. It's an adjournment. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, I know there was discussion, the core item submitted in the last submission was the revised financial analysis based on a different as-of-right scenario, and then we amended the statement to reflect that. I know there was some discussion about that, but we believe that the analysis shows that even with this particular as-of-right scenario as opposed to the previous, that there would still be a lack of return based on the conditions affecting the site. I don't know if there's any
No,
additional questions about it, or?
No, I think actually, as was discussed yesterday during review session, the financials are a little flawed because they make some assumptions that actually don't make sense. But so if you were to, on the one hand, reduce the rental, or let's say make the rentals match in both the as-of-right and in the PCE condition, the PCE would come out with a reasonable return, and the as-of-right would come out with a very low return, because you still have to spend $2 million to build the as-of-right, right? That's one. And then the other aspect of it is there was no allocation for the months and months, if not years and years, that the retail sits vacant, whereas the as-of-right is occupied.
Right, but I wouldn't say that it came, that we would come to a contrary decision to what they came to.
Oh, no, 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 I
just said
didn't.
that they were really conservative
Yeah.
in venturing to use the tools that we would allow them to use to illustrate
Right.
their problem
But,
financially.
but I think, I mean, their spread was very close in terms of return on their analysis, but I think the actual spread would be much bigger in terms of return if it was an as-of-right versus if it was the PCE. You know what I mean?
I agree.
Yeah.
But they came to that decision as well.
Okay, they also
Okay,
came to that.
They came to that decision, and I was just saying that if we were to allow them to use the variation on assumptions that we would have agreed to, because we know the history of this issue, there would have been a greater spread. But the conclusion would have been the same,
Same.
that the as-of-right
Okay.
retail was not feasible, and the PCE use was feasible because you don't have the development costs to create the PCE because it is existing as a legal use.
Right, okay, okay. Okay. All right, are there any speakers on this? So then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
One second. Sorry. Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you. I just want to thank the board and staff, including Mr. Kirschenbaum, wherever he is, who was the original examiner on this,
No.
for all their efforts, because this has been a long, involved case.
Yeah.
So we appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Item number 20, 2017-34BZ, 311 Adams Avenue, Staten Island. There is a request for adjournment.
Todd Dale for the applicant. We now have a new architect who has filed the superseding arguments with DOB, has filed the flood compliance information to move forward, so we would like time to get that completed. I asked them for an estimate. They said at least 8 weeks, but we could be flexible with the board's schedule. We can push it even further, yeah.
Okay, how about October?
Great.
3rd, 22nd, 29th?
3rd.
The 3rd is fine?
Oh, wait.
That's a Thursday.
No, 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 not that one. The 22nd.
Okay, how about a submission for October 2nd for a hearing on October 22nd?
That is lovely. Thank you.
You are already here for something else.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Item number 21, 2017-244BZ, 2208 Broler Avenue, the Bronx. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond to any board member questions? Yes. Sign.
Good afternoon, Eugene Pellman for the applicant. We received additional noise comments on the application, and after some consultation with the team, we've decided to get rid of the rooftop playground because essentially all of the comments were about the rooftop playground, so we feel if we eliminate it from the plans, we'll get DEP to quickly sign off. And due to the limited size of the space, it was deemed that it wouldn't be too functional and it wouldn't provide much of a service.
What wouldn't be too functional?
The rooftop playground.
Okay.
Due to the limited space, you can only have a few children up there at a time, so they wouldn't even be able to get a whole class up there possibly, for legitimate recreation. I mean, they could sit outside, but can't really run around, can't throw a ball.
I thought they were talking about having some kind of UPK or something like that.
There's going to be a nursery, but it's insufficient space to play, they think. It's going to be just...
Oh, wait a minute, but if they're going to be a qualified nursery or a qualified UPK, I believe they're required to have outdoor play space. So careful what you're
Okay.
jumping to
Okay.
before you check the rules. So I would suggest that, DEP's asking for noise data. Either you provide the noise data or you verify that they can operate whatever kind of daycare program without outdoor space.
We'll double check that with the Department of Health.
Okay. All right, that's the only outstanding thing, but I do want to say that we keep having, in the interest of moving this along, right? Every 2 months, we schedule a hearing, and then you're not ready. I don't want to do that again. It's like been way too many hearings. So I think we should do 4 months this time. I just don't want to keep coming back here every 2 months.
Okay, so you're going to send that to us, and then we send it to DEP?
Yeah.
If you're
Right,
changing, if you're going to take off the rooftop plate right there?
There is a,
You already did it already?
No, they can't, no, they haven't done it. They're using
No,
that
I'm
as a
saying if he finds
solution.
out, if he can't, he doesn't need it, need the outdoor air recreation area, then he's going to do rooftop, right? He's not going to do the rooftop.
No, let's
we
start
will
over
verify
again.
if we'll be able to get Department of Health licensures with
They're
that.
going to have to verify whether they can take out the rooftop playground because they can't use, in order to have this daycare, which I don't believe they can.
But in regard to timing, we implore the board to give us one more chance to get it right in 2 months. There's a closed loan from this application.
But that's what we were told, every 2 months, every 2 months, for months and months and months and months
But
and months and months.
it's a real thing. They closed on a loan sometime back, and
Is there anyone here from the organization?
no, not today.
It's been every 2 months for 3 hearings, actually for 4 hearings, because one was December.
But I believe only this one and the hearing prior to this were related to the DEP sign-offs. Before that, we were still working out traffic and design, so they were legitimate hearings.
2 months.
We really thank the board. It's a really great organization, and they're in a
No
bind.
question
Yeah,
about it,
no
it's
doubt
just
that.
that, right, you know how many hearings we've had on this?
6 or 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have a 10 scheduled, we'd have, this is the 8th hearing.
The 8th hearing with 10 scheduled.
So, yeah,
Or
the next
7.
hearing would be 2-year anniversary.
Yeah.
And we're trying to move it together. They don't have funds, so a lot of the architects are working, essentially for free. They're fronting their money.
I
so-
understand that, which is one reason why I'm concerned about the 2 months, because someone's going to have, I'm assuming you need a playground, right? Therefore, someone has to provide data logs, someone from a noise meter and the field data sheets. I'm assuming there was no noise analysis done using meters. And then someone has to respond to these other kinds of things, provide noise calculations, note the qualitative playground noise impact analysis is not sufficient. So, right?
We understand your frustration, but we really need one more shot to get it right.
So at the next hearing, we'll know for sure whether or not you can keep the playground.
Yes.
And if so, you'll provide the data
And
to
we'll
DEP,
we'll
and
get
have
the
already
Ds.
started that
We're going to fast
So that
track it.
means
rolling.
they'll only have started it and we won't have had a response.
And then we'll have
I
to
really
put it
don't
for
want to,
another-
unless I can get some, if you want to call your client and find out more, but I don't feel good about this. It's been going on every 2 months for the last year. Okay, and you're not here informed about what the criteria are, right? So I would just want to put this to 4 months because it's ridiculous. You
Anyway,
know,
we
one
could
more
do
shot, one more
3
shot.
or
Okay. So let's do this for October.
Let's do, can we do October 3rd? September 11th will be the submission, which is about 8 weeks from now.
Right. The earliest that you would be willing to give is what we'll gladly take.
I want it later. I don't want to come back September 11th and there's no submission. So, no, later in October.
October 22nd.
Yeah, October 2nd submission.
October 2nd submission for October 22nd hearing.
And maybe this will motivate you to really, really dig in. I mean, I get the feeling this has been dragging because nobody's
Getting paid, yeah. It's hard to motivate people, but it's...
Yeah, so if nobody's getting paid, nobody's responding to these comments, so therefore it drags.
But we'll get this right. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Great.
Item number 22, 2018-16BZ, 974 Sackett Avenue, the Bronx. Okay, great, thank you. Raise your hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Good afternoon, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, there were really two main threads of discussion. The first regarding the community board recommendation, and actually it goes to some of the use and maybe some of the complaints that have been received by the board. I'm not sure when those were dated, but I can provide a little background because I actually attended 3 different community board meetings and actually reached out to the community board yesterday for an update. But just as some background, we went to the committee meeting for this Bronx Community Board in March and in April. And actually it turned out in March when we were there actually with the property owner. There were neighbors in the area who had complained about the tenant of the space using the area after hours to work on motorcycles and play music. We weren't aware of that, and neither was the property owner. So we went back to the committee meeting in April, and during the interim, they actually evicted that former tenant, got them to surrender a lease, and signed a new lease with a new business that's located on Bronxdale Road, which is just to the, I forget which direction it is, but on Bronxdale Road, that is going to use the site only for parking of vehicles awaiting service, which is what it's always intended to do. The full board meeting took place on April 29th. I have a copy of the agenda, which actually shows that, I don't have the actual report from them, but if you look at this agenda that I pass up.
Wait a minute, what? Did the community board issue a recommendation? We still don't have it.
Yeah, I don't know. When they were there, they voted to recommend approval based on the efforts of the property owner. All I have is the agenda. I can pass this up. It says motion to recommend. You can see it's at the bottom there. I also have copies, if you're interested, of the old lease and then the surrender on the back and the new lease of the new tenant. That's the old and the new.
You have the agenda. Did you reach out to the community board?
I did yesterday again to see if they, because normally in our experience, the community boards will send the reports directly to the board and not to us, the applicant.
Right.
Some do, but I will reach it again. I don't know if this particular community board is one that takes the summer recess. They may be. We'll continue to reach out to them. But upon information and belief, once the old tenant was evicted and the new tenant came in place, we didn't receive any additional complaints. I do recall that the property owner who was with me at the other land use meeting actually gave her contact information to a neighbor who lived near the site and said, call me if there's problems. And I also gave my contact information to the community board. So we'll continue to reach out because I know the board's going to want documentation of this, but I just wanted to give some background there to know that we recognize that there were issues and complaints and they promptly dealt with it. Just to give some background, this particular property owner isn't a developer. They just own this site. Just some brief history. They used to have a karting business and they used this to park their vehicles. And then when they retired, they just decided to rent the space out to, there's a lot of automotive uses that are on Bronxdale Boulevard. And they rent that space basically, as they told me, to cover the property taxes so they can use the garden for their own personal garden because they live in the area. So they're not intending to develop that vacant portion that was set up for the garden. They just basically want people to pay rent so they can cover space, basically to get a place where they do some gardening. So that's a little bit of history, but we'll continue to reach out to the community board. And as soon as we get any more information, we'll reach out. And if there are any, continuing complaints, we'll seek to address them. But as I said, we don't believe that there are.
Okay, so but with this, because the complaints were from February, and since this is kind of application where neighbors are not notified of these hearings, the neighbors wouldn't have known to submit to us directly further complaints. So maybe the best way to deal with this is that you notify the neighbors as if this was an application requiring notification. And that way we'd find out whether there's still outstanding complaints, maybe by, so the site's now vacant, is that?
No. The site has a new tenant.
Okay.
Okay. I forget the exact company, but it's a new business that their main location's on Bronxdale, and they use this only to store cars, extra cars while it's waiting service. They do no work. Okay, they know that they're not supposed to do anything other than move vehicles in and move vehicles out, and that's it. And they do it during their normal business hours. As I said, the previous tenant was a bad actor, and as soon as they discovered that, they took efforts to get them out. Nothing is sought to allow any sort of work at the site. All they want to do is to be able to rent it as a garage for the storage of vehicles, and that's it.
previous tenant was there for 2 or 3 years, right?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. My understanding is the activity is they were doing motorcycle repair on the site.
Okay.
So wait a second, so there's an October 27 lease,
That's the,
and that's the one for the
look at the third
motorcycle?
page of that. I think there's the surrenders stapled to the back of that, the third or the fourth page. You'll see there's a surrender from April 16th. I just
Yeah.
included that original lease, you had that. The
Okay.
new lease started April 16th with the new business, with its main
Okay.
location. So that's in the lease. I believe the new lease is in the record, but we can submit the old lease as well, if it's, okay?
And detailing central means what?
Yeah, during my visits up there, I've been there a few times, there are plenty of automotive businesses on Bronxdale. So Submit, surrender these. And we'll continue to reach out to the community board and hopefully get back, and we can also notify or see if we can, I believe we have the contact information of the one neighbor who came to the land use, and maybe he'll be able to write a letter of support saying things have been better. We'll seek to reach out to him.
Where's the hours of operations?
They don't really have specific hours of operation. There were none in the previous grant. Their general approach is, since they're just moving cars in and out, is just to allow them to move vehicles in and out during normal business hours. It's generally based on the tenant. I can find out what the operating hours of the current tenant are. I don't know off the top of my head.
It says, "No towing of vehicles to the premises shall be permitted between 5 PM and 10 AM."
Okay, great.
So that part's good.
And we'd
Okay.
agree to that condition. if you want to put
Okay,
that
so
condition in.
what I think is notifying the neighbors
Sure.
of this hearing.
Of the
and
next
in-
hearing.
Of the next. And in it, perhaps the way that you could describe it is to say, you know, you could do this as a normal hearing notification, but because the tenants may not know, the neighbors may not know that there's a new tenant, you might suggest that, you know, in whatever month, whatever date, the old tenant moved out and the new one moved in, and the new one is this. And then, and that way, some people who might have complained might not complain anymore. We had a lot of complaints.
No.
So, okay,
Good.
okay.
No problem. With respect to the site work, we did hear the comments. I'll reach out to the property owner. I actually tried yesterday, wasn't able to reach them about repainting the doors and actually doing a more complete sidewalk repair. But I would note that since the original hearing, they did replace that masonry wall totally and replace the fence. So they have extended efforts, but we'll continue the efforts on the sidewalk and the bay doors.
Did you submit photos of those?
The photos should be in the record.
There were photos
There were
of
photos
the,
of the fence and the masonry.
yes,
And if you compare them to the original photos, you'll see they're much nicer.
yeah,
And the barbed wire was removed as well.
was removed, yeah.
I had gone to the site after the work was done, so I did notice that the fences were repaired, barbed wires were removed.
Okay, what was I gonna say? Sorry. This garden, this so-called garden, what's up with that?
That's their personal use. They put those shrubs in there to provide a little buffer, but it's described to me, they live in the neighborhood and they just like to come over and plant things, and they're gonna plant vegetables. Just
So,
for
but
their-
it's looking right now as a pile of dirt.
Well, as this, I'm not a botanist, but
Yeah.
my understanding is you gotta dig it up to plant, so I think when you look at those photos, that looks like pretty fresh dirt, and I think that since they were doing the planting, they just brought in fresh dirt, sort of tilled it up in order to do planting. I don't know what the current status is, maybe I'll take a photo and see. Maybe there's
So-
some lovely tomato plants there.
So,
I don't
well,
know.
I hope it's tomato plants, because the last photo was a pile of dirt, and piles of dirt fit cars really well on them. So,
It'd be really hard to get cars in there with no curb cuts and over the masonry wall, but
well, apparently it was used for parking before.
No.
That's what the notes are from the
how's
last
this? They haven't used that for parking
hearing.
in ages. I mean, if you look back at the other previous approved plans, I believe it all just says vacant. The only parking was
No.
in those 3 bays. That portion of the site has always remained undeveloped.
Okay. Okay, hoping to see tomatoes.
I will ask them how they're doing.
Okay.
So I mean, those are the two primary issues, and, we'll reach out. But I would say that this has been a property owner who is really active, who lives in the neighborhood, and is really trying to take steps.
I know, it says that, but apparently it was badly used. People complained about it. So, okay. How do they get to the lot by going onto the sidewalk, not directly through the building, right?
I'm confused. What do you mean?
So those little,
There's
the
3
vacant
curb cuts
lots.
into the 3 bays.
There's a separate gate.
And then to get to that
No,
other
from the
portion,
street.
there's a door, there's like a gap between the fence and the masonry wall and the building, and it's just a pedestrian walkway, and it's a gated door that shuts, so they can just get into that other portion there.
Where you walking on the sidewalk. You don't go through the building to get to
No,
that
there's
vacant.
once you get in the building, you're in the building unless you come out the bay door.
Okay. Okay. All right, are there any, what?
I just want, it'd be really great if you reach out to the actual people who wrote these letters and send them a letter back for comment.
Say that again? I can't hear.
There are, in our record, we have multiple complaints with addresses on it. It'd be great if you could reach out to those people.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
And
so
I'd like to
rather
see if
than,
I'm not saying rather than, I'm saying in addition to perhaps.
yeah, so what I wanted to say was that you can make sure that those addresses are included on your list in case your usual research doesn't
And I'm
show
assuming
those
those are in the
addresses.
record, so we can reach out to
Yeah,
the
there
project
they are.
manager and ask them to be forwarded, and then we can reach out. I'm
Right.
suspicious that some of those letters are from people we already spoke to, so we already have their information, but we'll reach out.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, they show
we'll find
pictures.
out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay, good. All right, I think that's it. Are there speakers on this case? No? Okay.
Which is a good sign. I said, which I think is a good sign.
No.
Well, no one was notified.
There was no notification. They don't even know there's a hearing.
So,
right?
So how much time until the next?
I don't know how long it takes to do the sidewalk, but the notification shouldn't take long and the door painting shouldn't take long. I guess we could be flexible with the board's schedule, but submit in 6 to 8 weeks, maybe? It seems like a reasonable time.
You may just want to also put up a notice on the.
Sure.
On the property.
Okay. How about submit on September 11th for a hearing on October 3rd? It's a Thursday.
That's perfect.
Okay.
And notification to neighbors, right?
Yep.
Notification to neighbors.
And also, you're going to paint the graffiti coverage on the roll-down gates, all one paint?
Yeah, the doors and, okay.
Great.
What was the dates again, I'm sorry?
September
Say
11th,
what?
October 3rd,
September 11th.
and October 3rd.
Go on? Yep. Item number 23, 2018-34BZ, 10202 Metropolitan Avenue, Queens. Received fire department letter also, just,
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it already. Good.
Ms. Matias, swear, Mr. Taylor?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine.
I thought I did that before when you were
Did it
signing
for the other one.
Oh, okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Thank
I
you.
affirm.
When you were signing in the other one.
So from review session, we know there were a few questions raised. We did really, this is an architect who, or excuse me, an engineer who's not worked with a PC application before, and we tried to get them to change up the plans, but I know there were a few questions raised. The first is just to clarify that front area. Those aren't parking spaces. If you look at the photos, and it's never been parking, no parking has ever been proposed there in the front lot. If you look in the photos, I'm not sure if it's there, or if you look at Google Views.
No,
there's
give us a chance.
Just give us a
Okay.
minute. I think it was part of the initial submission,
Yeah.
right? Some photos were submitted.
I may have more hard copies here, let
Right.
me see. I don't know if I submitted photos.
It's part of the 3/7/2018 submission that has the view of the property in the front.
Yeah, and
There.
also when you go on Google, you see parking space. I don't actually
All right,
understand this.
well, let me
this
ask, I
parking.
would say it's asphalt, but it's not parking spots. If you look at it, there's no curb cut there, and those yellow blocks that are there are actually on the street front to tell people that it's not parking, so they don't drive past those. Normally, if those were parking spots, those yellow concrete, I don't know the term, the yellow concrete
The
barriers.
bumpers,
The bumpers those would actually be closer to the building when people drive in to stop them from hitting the building. If you'll notice, those bumpers are on the exterior of the lot and are put there so people don't mistake and think that it's a parking lot. So there's no curb cut, those bumpers are on the perimeter. And actually, one of the former uses that's there, and I know in one of the Google photos, it's actually a cafe that uses outdoor seating in that asphalt area. So it's not parking, it's never been parking, it's not proposed to be parking.
That is true.
And
Yes,
those bumpers,
I
those bumpers are
I
designed
don't
to-
see any curb cuts
Yeah,
accessing.
Those bumpers are designed to stop people.
It's very odd.
Yeah, I know the site. I've never seen a car parked there.
Okay.
The reason, part of it is that in order to, it goes back to the history and development of the building and the required number of parking spots. So that's one issue to clarify. The other issue is that there was a comment, and perhaps I misheard because there was a lot of construction going on. But there was a question about access between the first floor and the second floor.
Yes.
There is a connection between the two spaces. There's actually the current entrance for Sedona Fitness, which is on the side street, okay? If you look at that little lobby, there's actually a doorway that opens into the first floor space, and it's designed... and you have-
Slow down. Which side street? 71st Avenue?
Correct.
What do you consider to be the side street?
Okay, so
Okay.
not Metropolitan Avenue, which I consider the main fronting of the building. Over on the side, which is where the original main entrance for Sedona Fitness was located. If you look in that little side lobby there, here, let me bring up my plans.
But on the side of the building, there's parking.
There's one,
back
there's
side of
one
the park.
space in the back, correct, that I believe that is not for customers. They allow one of the tenants to use that. I don't know who currently has
But-
access, but this connection between the first floor and the second floor, this area that I'm pointing to, it's on sheets 4 of 8. Okay, and if you look at sheet 4 of 8, this entrance here, which is 71st, that's where the current main entrance for Sedona is located. And if you enter there, there's actually a doorway there that connects into this particular PCE space right here. There's also the former storefront here, where that exists onto that asphalt area. So there is a connection between these spaces, and this connection leads to the elevator. So the first floor and the second floor are connected.
Oh, wait a second. That's not a dedicated lobby to the fitness. Isn't that a shared lobby?
No. These are all individual retail spaces. Essentially,
Right.
Sedona Fitness used to just occupy the second floor. And it's
Okay.
seeking now to occupy the second and the first floor. This is a former storefront that's going to be part of the PCE. So they're essentially having this storefront area that was set aside, this retail space, will be PCE space, and that PCE space connects to this lobby. Prior to them occupying this first floor space, they just had this little lobby here that led up to the second floor.
And that is their devoted lobby?
That's just them. Yes, this is a different retail space here that's short. It doesn't extend the
No,
full
but
length as
on the
rest.
second floor, is the fitness the only occupant of the second floor?
Yes, on that, here, let me double check. Yes, the second floor actually extends over across all of it. So that's the current setup. So there is a connection between the first floor and the second.
Yeah. So, okay. So I was just looking at the Google Street View and see if the parking is provided in the rear of the property, not in the front of the property.
There's I believe, a single space that's
No,
back
there
there
are
for
more
one spot.
I think there's more than that. At least Google shows there are
Oh, there's
3-4 cars
multiple?
parked.
It's been a while since I've been to the site. When I was there was only one space, but I
But when you say one space, there's room for a bunch of spaces. Do you mean one space allocated to this tenant?
Yes, that's not customer parking. That was one space. As described to me, that parking space that's used back there is for tenants of the building. It's not customer parking.
Okay, because the satellite view shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like 12 spaces in the back.
I will get clarification on that. That's all I can say. I don't know the full details on it.
Okay.
There's definitely no parking in the front.
Because the retail has a requirement whenever this retail area was built for some amount of parking, right?
But it's waived. because this was 3 separate lots,
Right.
3 separate buildings with
Less
3
than
separate
15.
COs. So the parking requirement is based on the floor area for each of those, so each CO was issued and each of the buildings was on a waiver.
But that's strange, but it was always one zoning lot. It was a tricky way to get around the parking requirement, frankly, obviously. Because you can't get from A to B without going through.
Oh, yeah, when the buildings were constructed, it was 3 attached
yeah.
buildings, so
Never
that's,
And
Seen it done.
yes, that's the history of that particular site.
And there are signs on the front facade that says no parking anytime.
Right, but how is that thing used? It's
It really should be
ridiculous.
beautified. Just a sidebar. I know it's not before us for that.
I will pass on that suggestion.
Yeah, it's in a C23 overlay. It's allowed to be terrible. Don't you love how zoning works? Okay. All right then. I don't think we needed anything else, right?
I think the fire department was satisfied. Yeah.
Well, the owner has to recognize fire department direction. Let's hear from fire department about this.
Good afternoon, John Daly, Fire Department. I had reviewed the latest submitted plans, and I have no objection to those plans, and the fire alarm system is fully operational now, so.
Oh, because you had a prior L&O said, owner has to recognize fire department direction, reference no parking.
In the front.
In the front? No? There was a prior, maybe that was a prior.
No, there's a
issue?
July 11th letter from the fire department, did you see?
Right.
Metropolitan
Yes.
Avenue?
For what? How much?
No, I had issued a letter of objection asking to show parking layout.
Oh.
That's it.
Okay, so, but as it turns out, I'm just looking for, oh wait, yeah, that's right. Earlier, there was one saying, show exit passageway provides therewith, plot plan is not drawn to scale, doesn't mention the parking.
Right, and then
So I
they
don't know
made
where
a
that comes from.
submission. Then Todd made a submission on June 24th, I believe, and I sent that to Chief Daly. And the July 11th is the result of that letter, that submission.
But I don't understand where the issue about parking comes from.
Well,
That's what
At
someone.
the rear, well, my issue is especially at the rear. I wanted to see the parking layout, because a lot of times from my inspection, people park right up against the rear of the building, and there are exit doors out, and so that's my objection. And now the plan just shows only one parking spot, so.
That's not an accurate, it's not accurate, though.
Well,
There are 12 people parked in that rear yard. It may be one spot for this tenant,
yes.
but it's actually 12 head-in spaces up against the rear property line, or the side property line.
I guess the landlord will have to, do enforcement there, and I can send inspectors out there, and we can issue orders that if we view any cars parked up against the rear, because they need that exit passageway.
Okay, I mean, I'm just looking at a satellite view where the parking looks very orderly, it's angled in parking. I mean, this is a PCE, so we can't tell the landlord anything. But it's not one parking space, that's not accurate.
Okay.
Even if it may be not required.
I can speak to the property owner and architect, let them know the primary concern with respect to the fire department needing that access there.
Mhm.
Talk to them about that. If we want to revise the plans to show like the striping in there, I think they can do that.
No,
Or
but-
if your board wants to make it a condition, however you want to handle it. I wouldn't be able to get the plans today.
This is a PCE, we don't
Right.
have, it's not about the landlord, it's just, this was about whether the PCE should be allowed to have a special permit, right? So, I don't know if the PCE is on the second floor, it's not even egressing, it's egressing through one portion. So that egress has to be maintained free for what? So, one portion of the PCE on the first floor
Right.
goes from the front of the building to the back of the building into that area described as not having parking, even though it has parking.
Yes.
So, what is the issue? That there be a lane maintained clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
44
we could do that. We could just say that a lane must be maintained clear, whatever that is, because I don't know if we know the dimensions.
It's, the rear yard is 40 foot wide.
No, not that way, the other.
No.
Oh, I see, 40 feet, yeah, yeah.
40 feet.
40 feet, so
Yeah, that's what its
so
dimension
much
is.
bigger than, okay, it's possible, all right. So if 18 feet of it is taken by angled parking, which isn't even 18 feet, then it's okay, right? So it would be like a 20-foot clear passage, then is what we're
I
talking.
only need 44 inches.
How much, you just need person access, not truck access.
No.
Oh, we're just
no,
talking
I-
about
We would never drive a
pedestrian
truck.
access.
Pedestrian access points.
Okay, so, yeah, so it just needs to maintain a free and clear 44-inch pedestrian access.
4 foot. What's that?
4 foot, yeah. Okay, so that's a condition, okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any speakers on this? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perimeter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And a motion to grant on condition that a 4-foot clear pedestrian passage, let's say walkway, is maintained at the rear of the building where the parking area is. You want to vote? And a vote.
Chair Perimeter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 24, 2018-95 BZ, 120 Avenue M, Brooklyn. Carlo? Did you send that last letter to them?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The parking, the empty parking thing was in Tom's cover letter. That's where I saw the reference.
The team? Raise your right hands, please. Where I can see them, I'm sorry, I know you're, where I can see the hands. Thank you. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to the board member questions? Yes. Good, proceed. Thank you. And you can sign up as you come along. Thank you. Praise God, and hopefully yes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon Loeb LPC on behalf of the applicants. We attended yesterday's review session, and we heard the comments. And first, as far as going to the chair's comments with respect to the third floor, we are fine with redesigning the building so as to shift, to move those bulkheads to outside of the setback area within the building envelope. That would result in a slight shift of the floor plate and a net reduction of approximately 300 square feet, but it's something that we can work with.
Okay.
We will correct the statement of fact. With respect to the other zoning questions that the chair raised regarding side setback, regarding street wall and street plantings, after reviewing this with the architect and with our zoning consultants, which include former officials from the Department of Buildings, we believe that insofar as those go, this building complies and does not require additional waivers. And so we believe that other than the waivers that we're specifically requesting as part of this variance, the building would have to be as of right. And that if the Department of Buildings determines that the building is not compliant with any of those sections, we would have to come back here to the board and amend any grant.
Sorry, that means you would be amending the I don't like that idea. So you have certain sections that we know you have not been responded to, right?
So with respect to side setback of tall buildings along the side yard, we believe that because of the 9-inch side yard, provided that the setback actually complies in the area above 30 feet.
So that should be shown how it complies on the drawing, right?
Okay.
Right, because there wasn't anything to show that that was taken into consideration? Okay.
And with respect to the aggregate width of the street wall, our position is that this is a pre-existing non-compliance because there was an existing building at the ground floor that had an aggregate width of the street wall that is larger than what is permitted.
But then adding to it, you're not allowed to increase the degree of non-compliance on the second floor. So your aggregate street wall width on the second floor can't be more than the 180, whatever it is, feet, right?
Well, above there, if it were any less, it wouldn't actually be the street wall. The street wall is the first wall that's on there. It's only street wall insofar as it's the first wall from the street.
No, you're rising directly up at the second floor.
Yes.
That's still your street wall. Same street wall, right? And that street wall is exceeding the maximum aggregate street wall width. And it was built illegally, obviously.
Yeah.
Right? So you need a waiver from the aggregate street wall width.
Okay, so we will review this again, and insofar as we need to amend our materials to include requested additional waivers for the aggregate width of the street wall, we will include them.
Okay. And that means you're going to need an additional objection from GOB?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Here with respect
And then the other one was the planting?
Yeah, the planting, our zoning consultant's position is that the planting requirement is connected to front yards. And because this building has a pre-existing condition without front yards, that it's not required, even as part of the conversion and enlargement. But again, upon review, if we need to change that, we will amend our materials accordingly or seek a waiver, or to either provide the street plantings or seek a waiver.
Okay, but my question wasn't only how are you going to comply with it because you have an existing building there, but is the architect here?
Yes, I'm joined by the project architect as well as people from HESTA.
So the question,
State your name for the record.
You just state your name.
Hi, good afternoon. Excuse me, Charles Schwartz-Apfel.
Hi. So the question with respect to the planting, this is a residential neighborhood, right? And the whole idea about the planting requirements and the setback requirements in the front yard and all of that is to soften the impact of the building on the community. So because in most places the building is improperly, it's an existing building, but there's no provision for planting. My question was, how do you soften the building so as to give more of a residential character? And, just was thinking off the top of my head, there are ways of providing planting on the setback level, for example. There might even be ways of providing something with the windows, where the windows are inset and there's some kind of planting boxes or something like that to
We
soften it.
can look into addressing something like that to soften the street appearance, other than what's required or not through the front yard setback, and the fact that we don't need we feel we don't need to do, a tree planting within the curb or that setback. We could address that in the elevations when we do that, because there is some room within the thickness of that space, and I'm certain that something can be done to comply to give it a...
So that fits in with the aggregate street wall width, right? Because obviously you're not going to comply with the aggregate street wall width on the second floor, and I don't know what those setbacks will do for you on the third floor, but the, again, the
We
city
can address
planning...
something on the third floor on that setback where we're running that perimeter. So that
Right.
may be something that could be conducive to accommodating your concerns.
Okay, so the concerns are, city planning has the authority to authorize increases in street wall width when there is what's called adequate articulation with setbacks, et cetera. So my question is...
Adequate, can you just repeat that one?
Adequate articulation with setbacks and so on. If you look at section 23-463, you'll see what the findings are for the city planning authorization. You should make an effort to respond to that. It's a very long building in a residential neighborhood.
We had addressed, if you looked at the drawings where we were doing that ribbon window and in the brick facade, not to do any of that stucco exterior. Within that, I guess what would be the third floor, that setback, we can insert some planter or some type of a screening to further soften that.
But what
linear
about the
street.
second floor? So I know the second floor is built, but don't forget it was illegally built. And I'm sure that there are things that need to be done to it after all of this time of being in this kind of abandoned state. So it's possible to do something with, say, the brickwork on the second floor when you're handling window openings and things like that.
We can, we will be designing a ribbon window that's going to run that 213 feet. And in that, we can consider, because when we had talked last, that we were going to maintain that facade, but we can pull in a flashing detail, something that we can do that can soften, whether to put in a planter or something to that
Okay,
effect.
so
I don't think it's
something-
going to affect the sill detail, and there will be room for that, so.
Okay, so what you're looking for is reveals to create articulation in a
Correct.
very long street wall.
That'll throw shadow line also.
Right.
So it'll give it some more,
Exactly.
okay?
Don't be shy. Make it something that really speaks, right? Make it architecture.
That's the intention.
Okay. All right.
Going further with respect to the chair's comments about some of the programs that were left. As noted in our submission, we removed the fourth floor from the building, as well as what we are calling the central office functions. I know the chair called specific question to some of them. In determining what we were going to take out of this building in order to bring this down floor to a complying height, we looked at which of the programs are in the building that interact with the patient care programs, which is why you see that things like purchasing, accounts payable, accounts receivable have been moved out. So the chair raised questions specifically with respect to self-directed services, quality assurance, human resources, and IT. And all of those are programs that require an adjacency to the clinical programs for various reasons. For IT, it's because they need to maintain the computer systems in the building, which is where the main record keeping is happening, and that's why they need to be on site, and having them elsewhere would create the lack of availability that they need for that. With respect to human resources,
What do you mean a lack of availability that they?
there's computer systems, especially when they're this big, and for healthcare where they have to be segregated for various compliance issues, need to be up and running, and they need people who are around to keep them up and running. It's not like we're in a position where a computer goes down in a clinical area that we can wait for the IT to come from whatever other office they're in. In addition, a lot of the servers are going to be physically based in this building and need the maintenance and operation there. For, say, a typical office where having downtime of a couple of hours might be a small setback from a business perspective, in this case, it would actually hurt patient treatment because of how detailed the records need to be.
Okay, that's IT.
With respect to human resources, the function of human resources is not just to interview new employees and manage payroll. The Human Resources Department has an integral role in employee and caregiver training and manages all the trainings that happen in the building. Additionally, Human Resources is on site as a resource to the approximately 156 employees who are there on a typical day and the 179 who are there at peak capacity, who, if they have a problem at the workplace, need to have somewhere to be able to go report those issues. And that if it's off-site, in likelihood will not happen and will go to things not being reported. Similarly, the Quality Assurance Department is charged with making sure that all the existing programs are compliant with the many regulations, an excerpt of which was included with our last submission. And so that requires frequent check-ins and consultations with the treatment programs that are on the site. Currently, HASC Center operates its quality assurance program from an off-site location in space that it rents, and it does not work. They do their best to make it work because that's the position that they're in, but for better function, those quality assurance people are better off where the core programs are to make sure that everything is compliant and to be able to head off compliance issues before they're dealt with after the fact. A lot of times in the legal profession, we like to say it's better to ask for forgiveness than to ask permission, but with these, we don't want that to happen, and we want, if there are issues about quality assurance, that they should be done sooner. And that they
Do
should
we
be
say
dealt
that
with.
in the legal profession? Don't know that one. That's called malpractice, I think.
I want to repeat that.
Okay.
With respect to the chair's questions about distribution of staff throughout the building, the programmatic needs report in some of the earlier pages, I believe it's pages 5 and 6, show an outline of each staff department and how many typical staff are there on any given day, which would correspond to actually where they're distributed throughout the building. Which also leads me to the...
Sorry, you need to show, I didn't find any place where I could know how many staff are in any given room. It was actually hard to figure it out. Tell us where to
So
look.
if you look on page 6 of the programmatic needs report, you can see the chart of the proposed site conditions that shows the number of employees and the typical daily employees present.
Right, but how do they know how many are present?
So our the staffing ratios for HAC Center are pretty well prescribed, especially for the treatment programs. We know that based on how many patients we're proposing to treat in any space, how many staff are going to need to be there to assist them.
Right. But, okay, hold on a second, I need to get there. Actually, some of these questions would best be answered by somebody who manages the program, but I'm looking for the programmatic
And we have the
needs.
clinical director of HASC Center who can address
Yeah,
the...
okay. So what'd you say, page where?
Page 6 of the programmatic needs report.
So this is kind of what I mean. It says in the co-ed there are 20, but it doesn't show 20 people, right? So it doesn't show on the drawings. So the drawings show a whole lot of rooms all over the place, right? But there's nothing in the rooms that say occupancy of this many. There's no chart that says simultaneous occupancy, non-simultaneous occupancy. So, and so I don't understand where and not only that, we also have the ambulatory care facility, which is a different subject. So I don't know how you know how many people fit where in the total situation, right? This chart seems like it just says, okay, so for the 3 day habs, you have 20 different individual staff members, and in vocational, there's 18. And then I don't know what those Article 16 and Article 28 people are a completely unrelated thing. And so that doesn't account for all the rooms.
I don't know if this will help you, but the day program...
Yeah, if you speak, you need to identify yourself.
Sorry?
State your name.
Dr. Waxnot, Clinical Director, HASC Center.
Okay.
I don't know if this is going to help you, but the day habilitation programs are rather fluid. And during the course of the day hab sessions, individuals are taken from different rooms. They're like changing different subjects, if you will, in a school system. So the rooms are all used, but it doesn't change the basic ratio in terms of the people who are working with the individuals. So there are 20 individuals any different time. Some could be in this room, some could be in that room. I don't know that you could pin it down to exactly room by room.
Okay, so normally what we do when we're looking at occupancy and like how does the environmental engineer know how to do the analysis, you're looking at the floor plans which say there's an occupancy of X people in each room. And then there's a chart that says, let's say 5 people in this room, 4 people in that room, and so on, and it'll say non-simultaneous occupancy. So, or simultaneous occupancy. So we know that those 20 people who were sitting in the cafeteria are obviously not in the cafeteria all day long. So that's a simultaneous or non-simultaneous occupancy, right? So,
we can, so.
Or simultaneous, sorry.
We've had we've had different iterations of that in previous submissions in this, and we took it out of this one because we found that putting it out as an occupancy chart in some of the ways that we do for schools was confusing, but we can put those numbers back in and key them to the plans, which may present a better sense of what the rooms are.
That would help, because at
Okay.
the moment, I'm a lot confused, because for one, well, I'm a lot confused because it's in addition to the staff, we're also talking about the participants, right? In the statement of facts, there's a statement that there's some 700 participants.
Yes.
In the parking study, there's a statement there's 180-something participants. This is a completely different...
And the statement that you referenced, Chair, in there talks about, so one of the key distinctions in the statement of facts is the 726 number is the universe of patients that are treated by HASC's habilitation programs. But as the statement of facts breaks down, there are some who are, through the life plan process, which is really the curriculum, quote unquote, for this, different patients are determined to be best suited in different programs based on their level of mobility and their medical need. We are projecting 188 participants who will be in the day hab program who use the site at 120 Avenue M for their daily treatment. That is where they go every day, and they move around the building. That's the 188 referenced as the day hab program participants. The 724 number includes participants in the other habilitation programs, particularly the ComHab program, which just being noted here that this can be pointed to page 17 of the EAS that shows that the 724 participants, it encompasses the full number of all of HASC's different habilitation programs who are using functions of this building at some time, but not as their regular day habilitation.
Wait. So these are 724 people who are not at the site?
Who are at the site for some of their services, but not for their everyday day hab.
But so
Are they at the
I
site
don't
every day?
understand how the parking study or the mode split, yeah, please.
Kevin Williams, Equity Environmental. Okay, so I think we can resolve this pretty easily. So page 5 of the programmatic gives the statement. So 725 is a universe of patients. Most of those don't come to the building every day. And I think you need to understand there's two populations. Day habilitation are folks that are there every day. They're part of a program that are on the first and the second floor where you have the wheelchair, the male and the female populations that compose that 188. Then the 724 are sort of a la carte services. You know, you come for medical use, you come for certain day hab programs, vocational training. So those are sort of services that are not part of like, you know, going to the daily day hab camp, which is a daily, weekly, yearly program. So the universe of total HASC patients aren't people that are in a facility every day, but they come and arrive for a la carte types of services. So that's the major difference. Now, when we analyzed the parking study, what we looked at was, the fact is most of those folks do not arrive during the peak period. So the parking study and the arrival and departure of these folks, those individuals, and I think we had discussed it last time, how do you accommodate them if a caregiver or a family member comes to the facility and is not part of that day hab, it's not getting busted at 96% that you referred to. And those would be handled with a valet, where they would come, and a lot of times that's in a minivan or, you know, city-provided service. But in the case they are provided a caregiver, there would be arrangements made with the management to provide a valet that would park their car for them if their caregiver or loved one is going to stay with them during the day, or if they're going to be dropped off for whatever, it's either medical or for vocational training or for some of the day habilitation programs that are offered that they can afford and they have selected through their program. And this currently goes on, you know, at HASC centers where there are people living in private homes and that would come into HASC for various treatments. So the same type of thing, they're combining different locations into this one. Yes.
So, just so I understand. So on a given day, you always have an absolute of 188 coming.
Yeah.
In addition, there will be others
Yeah,
who
a
will be coming.
handful, 10, 12. Yeah.
Okay, that's the number. So you're saying on an average, it would be 200 total that will be
Yeah,
coming
throughout
to?
the day. So when we looked at the parking study, or we looked at the traffic generation, we look at the peak arrival period. But then throughout the day, there are people coming, either a few clients to the medical facility, or, could be 10, 11, 12, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And those would be scheduled visits that would be managed by
So,
personnel.
and they're not there for the entirety of the day?
So, wait a second. So this is the part that's very confusing. The paperwork says 724 participants, right? So how is it that it was calculated that only 10 people a day, or whatever the number was you just said, come to the site? Like, I mean, out of 100, there's whatever it was, 170-something daily, and another only 10 out of 600 and something that come in addition? I'm not understanding how this was calculated.
So I wanted to say that I'll give the environmental consultant a second to go look at the exact numbers, because I'm not sure that 10, 12 is exactly the number. But the treatment spaces are designed for more or less patients, for on average, 4 patients of HASC's habilitation programs to be able to obtain either their medical or therapy services on site at a rate of 1 appointment every 3 days, which there are going to be some that are far frequent. There are going to be some that are far more frequent than that, but that's the average that it comes out. So I don't want to get stuck on the number that it's that it's 10, 12 a day. I think that's more to illustrate the point that the universe of day hab patients, 188, are there every day getting their services, and the others, and whatever that number is that we have as part of the study, are coming on a regular basis.
I think though what is important for us to know to determine the parking need and the demand is what is that percentage. If you have a total of certain number of people coming, what is the percentage that is the day hab, and what is the other non-day hab person, and what is the average duration of their time, and the typical trip patterns of them, so that we can understand to what extent that's going to affect the, this is all related to traffic and parking.
So first, and Mr. Williams can speak more to this, the driver of the parking demand here is not the patient population. The patients don't drive. The patients don't come in cars that are parked
Oh, wait
in the
a
area.
second. The parking requirement, let's go
The parking
back.
requirement.
Let's just talk about how you actually calculate parking requirements. That's the first part that I'm looking at. Then there's the demand, right? Parking requirements are based on an occupancy for the community facility of every, whatever the number is, I never forget what the number is, but it's every certain number of people equals a parking space, right? Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, Kevin Williams again. So I actually provide that calculation in the parking demand section, and so it's 1 to 100 is the square footage, and so I didn't use...
No, not square footage.
It's a parking requirement.
So, yeah, the parking requirement, so it winds up being, I think it was 57, and we split the two, the zone, I'll hold up.
So how are you arriving at 57? That's, I think, what
Yes,
we want clarity on.
I'll pull that. That's what you requested to be clearly identified in the zoning calculations on the architectural plans.
So you did it based on rated capacity, or you don't know?
No,
I think we're getting jumped here between the parking requirements, which is what the chair wants to talk about, and the parking demand.
No, I want to talk about both things, and I want to understand how the occupancy of the community, of the non-ambulatory care portion of the building was calculated.
That's calculated based on a rated capacity. And the
Okay.
requirement is 1 parking space per 20 persons for rated capacity of the square footage of the space.
Okay, and what's the rated capacity?
Okay, I'm sorry. We had taken from the nonprofit portion, there's a 37,800 square foot balance when you take out the ambulatory, of which at 100 square feet per required person.
Say the number again?
37,800 square feet divided by the 100 square feet per person is 378 persons we need to provide every 20 persons, we need to divide that into for 20 persons. We have 19 spots required on that end.
378 divided by 20.
By the 20.
Okay, equals
Then
19.
378, so it's
And
19.
how did-
Page 50.
Okay. How did you determine that your rated capacity rate is 100 square feet a person? What's your use group? What's your occupancy group?
Use group was 4, actually, we pulled in from, let me just see where we had it here. I have to pull out the parking. Where was it? Where the square footage capacity, they have remaining programs. We pulled out the square footage. Remained. I'd have to verify the other note. I have it here. It was at 100 square feet per divided into that spot, divided into the total gross, or the net square footage that was remained, that was for nonprofit. So your question is, how did I come up with 100 square foot per?
Yeah, which occupancy group did you use?
From, I guess from, there was use group 4, the occupancy group we have. Hold on one second. Let me just-
Okay. Because that's like an office occupancy, that's why I'm confused.
I believe it was from the M for office occupancy.
Yeah, it sounds like it. So that, I think, maybe that's the part that's a little confusing. Some of the occupancy is office-like, and some of the occupancy is more sort of gathering space-like. So is that accurate to be? One of the reasons I'm asking is because demand is exceeding zoning, which sounds odd, frankly, right? So, okay, all right, but in this situation, I'm thinking that some of these uses are not, they're certainly not office types, right? Like the day hab areas are more like a collection of people than sitting in a desk where only one person in a room that's, 80 square feet or really 100 square feet fits, right?
Right.
So you might have a greater occupancy in the cafeteria, in the day hab activity area, but again, that gets tempered by how those spaces are actually used, like how many people really do occupy that.
Correct.
area.
And we have those on the other charts that actually further break down the number of occupants
Okay.
that put through. And in those numbers, where we determined at 100 square feet per person at 378 persons, again, we have there are some of those that are ambulatory and that we're not counting for the sections of the Articles 28 and 16. We do in the day habilitation programs. And the other areas are basically office and support staff. So that's the occupancy group we used. With reference to, I guess, the processes of where those dining areas are and things to that effect, whether we had addressed it on, Kevin, do you have a note on that? 'Cause
I'm sorry.
with reference to, I guess, where we took into consideration for just where the 2 day hab programs would
I mean, that's
interrelate.
actually, the thing is, even though there's collectively more folks in those space, that, they're either in the classrooms or in that area, so I would say.
Right, they're not both
The
occupied.
parking requirement is provided is
Right,
probably
it's a
an
non-simultaneous.
Right, don't speak at the same time. Sorry, Jim. The
Oh, I'm
mics
sorry.
can't pick it up.
Okay, well, that would be a non-simultaneous occupancy, which is one of the comments you made earlier, whether you want us to put that onto the plan. I think that was the direction we took.
Okay.
And we could make the note that the non-simultaneous occupancy versus those that are going to be, where is it? Where's the note? Sorry. We could indicate that, is that something we should need to indicate on the plan? Because we have, on the floor plans and the charts that we have that are in the programmatic needs reports, is it helpful to just write into where these day hab programs are, that these are going to be non-simultaneous uses?
Yeah,
versus
so
simultaneous? Because
I think what we're trying to do is to really clarify, which you have all the information in various places. On the drawings, clarify, what is the occupancy projected in each room? Indicate in the room whether it's simultaneous or non-simultaneous, like obviously an office is always going to be considered occupied, right? Whereas the cafeteria isn't, say, arguably occupied at the same time as the physical
classrooms
therapy
are.
room,
Right,
or
right.
I don't know what,
Well,
right?
they're also, right, because those participants are going to be either in a classroom or in the cafeteria or getting some kind of a
Right.
service within the building. So I think that's how
Right.
we spread it. But
And then in the chart that you make from that, you would indicate all of these are simultaneous occupancies. This one on this side is non-simultaneous, so we don't have to count those people twice. And that gives us a number.
So we
And
have,
then-
we have
right?
the chart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We have the chart.
All right, that's good. That'll help us with the demand study and also check back to whether the zoning calculation is correct, okay? Good.
And then circling back to the question of demand. All right, aside from the zoning requirements for parking, the parking demand here is not driven by the patients. The patients are transported to and picked up from, mostly by facility, by HASC Center buses and vans. I know the chair asked about it. We'll be submitting documents into the record to show that HASC currently operates certain buses that pick up and drop off patients at the facility, which park at the HASC facility at 5601 First Avenue in Brooklyn and park there. And they operate other vans for their group home program, which transport the patients to the day habilitation program or to the medical appointments, and have off-street parking at those residences to which they return and pick up and park there as part of those. The real parking demand is driven by staff. And so in terms of gauging what the demand is, we know who the staff are, we know when they come, we know how likely they are to drive, and that is where the demand, where the parking study is calculated, for demand is calculated from, and staff activity. We've proposed here, on the last hearing, the chair had mentioned that she thought that the shuttle might be the way to solve this. We looked at it and we thought that it is that it's something that we could reasonably do and would meet the demand. It's the HASC Center, it does not want to provide parking. They want to provide parking for their staff. We're not here pretending that no one needs parking or that they don't want to provide parking. We're just saying that we cannot provide the parking on site.
Right, understood, except then we could talk about that rear.
Yeah, I'm happy
or
to talk
side
about
yard,
that
or
because
whatever we
we did go back to look at this. In the drawings, it almost looks like it's a large driveway and can do it. But it's only about 17 feet wide, a little bit more, which is not a lot to put a driveway, especially when you only have one-way access. I'd point you to.
Excuse me, could you stop talking in the background? Thank you.
I'd point to the photographs that are submitted with the application, item number 13 in the submitted application, particularly photographs 5 and 17, which show not only the width, but also the condition of it, that really you're talking about here one lane of parking parallel to Avenue M that would require attended parking because there isn't enough maneuverability there for people to be coming in and out at the same time.
No, what I was suggesting is using it as a way for, what I was concerned about, because we see it all over these neighborhoods, that the places are plagued, absolutely plagued with bus parking. That all of these different entities treat the city streets as their public parking garages, right? And I don't want this site to be another one of them. And so if these vans and so on need to go somewhere as opposed to be parked on the street, that it be something totally in the control of the HASC drivers, that they tandem park, so back to back to back to back to back, or front to front to front to front, whatever it is, and that you drive, 17 foot 9 inches is more than enough width for a parking space, right? And that's all they're doing. And so that's what the proposal was, either that or, again, staff parking, where it's completely in control of someone at HASC who pulls the cars out and makes it available to whoever it is who qualifies. The idea is to get some of that off the street, but the part that I'm most concerned about is the vans and minibuses. Those are just terrible what's happening in these various neighborhoods.
So, as I mentioned, and we're going to submit this into the record, the buses and vans have existing parking that is off-street at HASC's other facilities or the group homes where the vans originate from.
And how far is it located from?
The largest is on First Avenue. I think there is submitted as part of this application an existing facilities map that shows the First Avenue site in relation to this. And then HASC also operates group home facilities throughout Brooklyn. I do this. However, as far as to park the vans there in the back, that is certainly something that we are open to. Staff parking, however, becomes more complicated because you can't really fit that many spaces there.
No, you can't fit that many, but it's better than nothing.
And then also, we think it has the potential to create a conflict at East 2nd Street. And so really, photo number 5 is the one that shows what this is going to look like.
We don't know where you're talking about.
Which submission is
It's in the photographs with the initial application. It's item number 13.
You need to give us a chance. You can't get there that fast. Initial submission, that's a whole other folder.
Okay.
No, not there.
Oh, you know.
Photos, okay.
More picture.
Number 5.
Can't see anything.
So there's nothing there but construction fence.
Correct.
That's there now.
What are we learning from that?
What this really shows here, so it's fairly close to the curb, and when you're talking about staff parking that is not controlled by HASC. At the end, there's no good way to control when the staff are going to come and when they're going to want to get in and when they're going to want to get out. Maneuverability becomes a problem because there's no way, you can only fit one lane of traffic with parking, and even at that, it's tight with no room to really turn around. And without any reservoir space, you might actually have instances where you have a clash with pedestrians along East 2nd Street with other cars that are turning, and just a buildup of traffic waiting to get in and out while everyone tries to maneuver in. If, say, the executive director who gets in early in the morning goes in, parks all the way in the back, pretty much at the elevated train line, and then needs to leave at 11:30 when 9 other cars have pulled in, we're talking about a backlog then onto East 2nd Street. That wouldn't be safe for the cars, if for other cars in the area that might try to turn because you're fairly close to the corner, would tie up traffic elsewhere and would be a logistical nightmare. As far as parking the vans, that is something we can do because we control when those go in and when those go out and who's going to take which van.
So, and what about that shuttle van? That's the one that's going regularly back and forth to the parking garage. How do
Yes.
you, where does that sit during the times when it's not running?
I just want to make a comment on this, just you had a few questions about that. You know, obviously until, you know, you're in operation, you have to make some operational assumptions. And so I looked at a few vans that would be typical of 24 to 36 passengers. And we're basically in the 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. peak, and then a little drift before and after. You know, we're talking about picking up approximately 156 persons. And so the operation would basically be an hour and a half and a loop every 20 minutes to fulfill those maneuvers. And then in between that time, it would go to the location where the minivans are stored, that currently owned at 701 First Avenue, which there's plenty of room to store the van, and it would sit there for the 6 hours until the departure period. And so we would be happy to make a commitment that it would not be, that it would have a home. Each van would have a home. Avoid the concern that I agree that you have vans double parked, jitneys double parked all around. And so this is the idea. Each piece of this operation would not be using the neighborhood as its parking lot. And we believe that, you know, in 20-minute runs, you can accommodate 60% of the morning demand in a short period. You know, actually I looked at a 15-minute because it's only a mile away for loading, unloading. And Obviously, for efficient operation, we would want to find the typical arrivals and departures of staff in the morning because everybody kind of comes at their own time. So we would fit the operation as efficiently as possible. We're basically looking at an hour and a half in the morning, an hour and a half with the evening departure. In between that time, the vehicle would be stored along with the other medical vans that pick up persons from the population that would be going to the day center.
And those are stored at what kind of a place?
Parking lot.
Well, if you speak, you must come up and state your name.
Samuel Kahn. The vans that transport the individuals to the program come from our individual group homes that we have about over 30 group homes in a 2-mile radius of where we are right now, 1221 East 14, which is about half a mile away from this facility. The vans are not stored in front of our facility. Each van is attached to a different group home, and it's like the group homes are basically mostly two-family homes, and they either are parked in the driveway of the residence or they're parked in front of the residence. None of them accumulate at the end of the day in front of the current building, and we don't plan to have them accumulate in front of this building.
How many people fit in the vans? 12?
12, 13, but they don't overlap. Some of them are wheelchair vans, so they only fit 3 or 4 people, depending on the different passengers that we transport. As far as the shuttle coming, our plan to use the shuttle to the parking lot. That shuttle will, the staff, the individuals coming to the day program usually arrive between 8:15 and 8:30 in the morning. By that time, the staff has to be there ready to be able to accept them and to care for them. So the staff will be arriving anywhere between 7:30. Currently, they start arriving between 7:30 and 7:45 or 8:15 at the very latest. So we will have that van shuttling back and forth. During the day, we'll put that van to use at other programs, maybe this program, or to be decided how we can use that van. We will put it to good use. It won't be laying around in front of the building taking up parking spaces. We'll be very conscious, make sure that we are good neighbors to all the people around the community.
Okay. Well, so here's the thing. I obviously am concerned about the impact of the vans and the minibuses on this community. And I'm concerned about like giving up the opportunity of not being able to park in that back area, but if you're in the side area. So one idea is to create just like one parking space or two tandem spaces or something back there, and then the rest should be planted because you're up against a residence. So there's 17 feet of area that could be nicely planted, right?
So essentially 2 spaces, what you're suggesting is 2 spaces to hold whichever bus or van happens to be there until it goes to its next destination or its permanent storage, and then plant the rest of it?
Yes. And actually, because they're not 17 foot wide, those vans, right?
Yeah.
They're whatever they are, 8 feet, 9 feet wide, then there's a lot of room to have the planting go almost all the way till the end, but then grow to be the full width of the lot, of the yard.
We need to preserve some of that, some of the ability to be able to get out some of the loading there from the back, any of the garbage that has to come out.
That only needs a
It doesn't
path,
need
right?
whatever it needs for it, but we take the point that the minimum space necessary to hold the vans essentially is what I take as basically reservoir space until they go where else they need to go, so they stay off the street. And the rest, insofar as we don't need it for mobility for loading, to plant it as a buffer.
Correct.
Yes, that's something we can do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
With respect to other outstanding things that we had from other agencies, we will provide record that shows that outstanding ECB judgments have been paid, with the exception of those that are still pending hearing. And we were informed earlier this afternoon that we do have sign-off from DEP, which means we will be able to submit a final EAS as well.
Right, did we see air and noise signed off?
We need designation for the hazmat?
But not air and noise. I don't think we got that.
Was that outstanding?
I saw hazmat.
Yeah,
I didn't see air and noise.
I mean, the air and noise are, you know, it's unfortunate, it's haphazard reading.
You sent to DEP on July 10. I don't know that you've gotten a turnaround yet.
Wait, so, no, it was, I mean, if it was sent on July 10th, I mean, it was, the EAS was submitted the 26th. But the comments were backup and also correcting of misreading of the EAS. So there was nothing substantive. I mean, I have the comments here. Let me just pull up.
Yeah, I think the...
No, it's okay. It's just we need the final
Understood,
sign off
to
from
close. So
DEP. Yeah.
those issues.
That was responsible, I think, was August to the...
August 7th, I believe
7th,
was
yes,
the-
thank you.
Yes.
August 7th. Right, but we just got this yesterday, which was from DEP Terrell, is for the
Today.
hazmat on the, that's an E-designation, they'll accept on the hazmat,
On the hazmat.
okay. Which I think...
I'll reach out tomorrow as well,
Yeah.
just to confirm with the,
Because I know we sent it over to, let me see, I have it. Okay. So on Friday, Jella sent you an email saying DEP gives a promise date of August 7th for air quality and noise. That's the last I have. So I haven't seen anything unless, you know, we'll
Okay.
double check though.
But, I mean, there's things still to do, so it's not like DEP's holding us up, so. Okay. All right, are there any speakers on this case? All right. Okay, so the main focus is on the parking
Yeah,
demand and zoning.
Yeah, it's going to be making sure that whichever waivers we need, we're asking for, and whichever else we're not asking for, we're compliant with.
Yes.
Making sure that we treat the side yard to show some landscaping, as well as 2 tandem parking spaces for the medical vans. Articulating the facade to soften it a little bit more, and have agency sign off.
Correct. Okay. And, right, and if you need DOB,
And if we need any revised DOB objections in a new application form.
which I think you need, actually. Well, maybe, you may not, I don't know. Anyway, you see, okay. All right, so when? How much time?
We can have this done in about a week, so just considering that we need to go back, we may
Does
need
the
to go back to
architect
the
know?
DOB. Yes.
I'm going back to the office tonight and finish it.
And working all night and tomorrow all night, I guess. Okay.
Yeah, and so, insofar as our last communication from DEP was that this would be reviewed by August 7th, perhaps the August 13th hearing.
It does work.
How many we have?
22?
Yeah, okay.
Submission date would be July 24th for
Which is a
anything
week.
from
Which is
your
a week.
team. It's a week from tomorrow.
We can do it in a week.
So if you need a little, I'm trying to defer to the architect's needs to actually do a good job. So can we give?
Till Friday of that week?
Maybe another week?
Till July 30th?
Yeah,
31st.
by July 30th.
I'll give you
and
31st, that's a full extra.
I'm trying to have you not stay up all night, but do a really good job, okay?
Thank you.
That's okay, so the 31st, Wednesday, the 31st.
For August 13th hearing.
Right, to respond to all of the architectural issues, and since you're involved also in calculating occupancy, right? And I don't know what that does to the, yeah, and so you also have to get your data quickly to the environmental consultant, right? Okay, all right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 25, 2018-180BZ, 1441G, South Avenue, Staten Island. Okay, everybody raise their right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, you could sign up later or whatever you want to do. No, unfortunately, her mom passed away Sunday night, so, you know, that's what she's not here. She's not too
We'll call
tall.
it. Todd Dale for the applicant. So we are aware of the discussion at review session, which primarily focuses on the the review of the Department of Transportation. We're also in receipt of the letter that was sent late yesterday afternoon from the Department of Transportation with respect to those issues. I would say first, though we appreciate that the Department of Transportation did issue a letter to the record, would want to note that it appears to be based on old and outdated information because we have sent them other materials subsequent to what's referenced in the letter. There's two primary comments that are in their letter. The first is, the request for stop bars, stop marking, stop signs, etc. I would just reference not the plan that they attached, but the civil plan that we submitted in our most recent submission, which includes all of that information. So the two crosswalks to the south, the removal of the stop sign, inclusion of the crosswalk up to the southwest are included. In the plan also, the civil plan, we also included the no student drop-off sign there. So those issues have already been resolved. The other remaining issue is where the Department of Transportation speaks to their interest in this sidewalk through the center of the parking lot. As we stated both at the meeting with the Department of Transportation and subsequent communication to them, this sidewalk, we would state, is infeasible. It's also undesirable based on the assessment of the property owners' experts, and also it's unnecessary. With respect to the feasibility, we had provided to, I believe, both the board and the Department of Transportation the fire department approval letter, which shows that there is a fire apparatus access lane that runs to what would be the west of the building in a loop. That includes the entirety of the lane that comes from South Avenue, the center entrance, to the corner of the building. In their diagram, Department of Transportation draws this theoretical sidewalk that would bisect that.
Sorry,
apparatus
I
access
don't
lane.
know what the diagram of the
You didn't see that?
I see a red line. Is that your theoretical sidewalk that you're
That's
talking
their
about?
theoretical sidewalk.
What I don't get about your objection to this is there already is a theoretical sidewalk there. I mean, if you that area, do you have a plan there? Yeah.
Do you want the thing that DOT, it doesn't show that line there, though.
No, I can see it on the screen.
Oh, okay, you see it on the screen?
So they drew a line here.
Right, so you're pointing at, maybe it's true I don't have a photograph, but you're pointing at curbs that have been developed of some type for the parking lot.
That's a landscaped area. It's the bioswales that go into the drainage plan system that's already been constructed, exists, and was approved and
So
after
that's
consultation.
okay, so that's landscaped? I
This
mean,
is
do you have
landscaped,
a
right here.
picture of this? Because I don't know what.
A picture?
Photograph.
That's a picture, does not show.
Here. That's, thank you. Just to give an idea. And again, this is a rendering, but
Oh, it's a rendering.
yeah, this area right here. So it's this type of landscaping there, which are the bioswales and the drainage that was
Right, but so-
developed in conjunction with DEP and Parks Department.
Understood,
review.
but for instance, why, I mean, that's a rendering, so is it built?
Yeah.
Yes, the underground is already in.
Underground.
Underground.
But the landscaping as shown on that is not built, right? It's not installed. So
There may also be landscaping requirements with respect to how much you need to put in the lot. I'm not
there's
sure.
permeability requirements.
Okay.
So we all know, because it's been invented for about 50 years, there are permeable pavers that allow for someone to walk and grass grows right through it. It's actually very nice. And so I'm curious why something like that couldn't be done so that you're accomplishing two birds with one stone without having to do anything heroic. I mean, it's simply permeable pavers that are located on what looks like is already an approved area that takes you all the way to the front door of the school.
To speak to that, though, to continue the discussion, what I was going to say is that, that I understand what's being said, but we also have fire department approvals, city planning approvals, DEP and parks approvals that are based on certain plans. And any change to that could require review and going back to these agencies when this project's been going on 7 years and we're at this point. I also would speak to the fact...
But that's like a mantra we
continue?
keep hearing, and I want to be able to get past the mantra and get to a solution. So DOT is saying, we're uncomfortable with this. I see a solution that is not talking about paving over your bioswale. It's talking about using well-accepted permeable paving materials that are not actually paving in the sense of concrete.
And if I could continue what I was going to say.
And it just goes right over what you've already done, so you're not even reducing the driveway, you're not doing anything, you've got it already. It's just creating an official zone where DOT says, put a crosswalk here, there's nothing to that, that's just some striping and another striping, and so...
But the concerns also, in discussing this with the experts who've involved this project far longer than DOT, there's also concerns about whether such a sidewalk would be desirable, safe, or even necessary. As, speaking to the desirability issue, as we also said, there's already an existing sidewalk here, which is wide entrance. There's this incredible promenade that's set up over here that already provide walkways here. And with respect to parking lots, I realize there's a lot of parking lots in the world, but few parking lots I've seen have set up a design where they are trying to encourage individuals to walk through the center of the parking lot. And I realize when you park a car, you're going to have individuals who are out walking from the car space, but every instinct of all the professionals involved with this, and this is expressed at the meeting and follow-up communication with DOT, is that creating an incentive or some situation here where you're going to do this is going to encourage individuals, whether they're students or just pedestrians, to avoid these very safe, perfectly designed sidewalks and to go through the center of the lot and create a situation which won't be desired. Beyond that...
Are you saying that from an increasing liability perspective?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, in one instance, I would just say, I am not going to speak for every parking lot in the world, but I've seen few parking lots that try and design a sidewalk that runs through the center. Beyond that, as far as necessity being an issue, I would also point, actually, Mr. Michael Arvanites is here, who's involved, he's a safety professional, he's involved with Corporate Commons 1 and 2, who are existing, can speak to the fact that, the history of South Avenue, there is South Avenue, there's always a school, that there's never been instances of individuals being dropped off there as students there.
But the schools are in another location.
They're moving into the structure once it's completed. Michael Arvanites, for the record.
Thank you.
I'm here in two capacities. My first is a founding board member of Lavelle Prep, which is right now in Corporate Commons 1 and 2, and has anticipated the move into Corporate Commons 3, which is the structure we're talking about, going on 7 years now. I can assure you, to my knowledge, not a single student has ever been dropped off or picked up on South Avenue. South Avenue is a major
How do the
thoroughfare.
students get dropped off?
They bought into the facility, which is a private roadway.
How? Where?
Either through their parents or through the S46, which turns into the facility.
No, through their parents. How do they enter the facility?
Where Corporate Commons 1 and 2 now are, there is a turnabout. You can see it.
We don't have a circulation plan here, but the previous circulation plan we provided showed already the fact that there's a student drop-off area here and a student drop-off area here.
So can you tell me, sorry, can you answer these questions? How does a parent who's dropping their kids off at the school, at these two Corporate Commons 1 and 2, this is 2 down here, how do they actually drive their car in? Where do they go?
They make a turn off.
Show us on the map, please.
They make a turn off of South Avenue.
You want to take the mic? Yeah, I'm sorry, take the mic with you, and then, and speak slower.
My apologies. They turn off of South Avenue, come into the facility, and then there's a turnabout here where they drop off at the existing buildings. And there'd be a similar setup with Corporate Commons 3. And my other capacity here is as a safety professional and a licensed fire safety manager, creating tenant protection plans and fire evacuation plans. And the sidewalk in the middle of the parking lot would interfere with that.
But the parents are driving down a big road where it's pretty open there, and they're dropping in front of the building, is that correct?
As opposed
and then
to
they
dropping
drive
the children
out
off.
and they go through a nice loop and they come around, right?
Correct.
That looks so different from what's going to happen in front of the school.
But we already provided.
And wait, and let me finish my sentence. You don't have a parking garage right across the street from where the children get off. The drop-off is right in front of the schools. So it's a very, very different drop-off situation from what's proposed here. So I don't.
It's preferable to dropping them off on South Avenue.
No, definitely. But I see easy traffic flow on there, and I see tight wait in line traffic flow in front of the school because everything's really tight and you've got parking along there and you've got a parking garage there, and I don't think they're comparable situations.
But the scenario that's described by the Department of Transportation, where they're theorizing that some parent might drop someone off at the central entrance, isn't just theory in this case, because there's existing schools there and there's never been instances of drop-off at South Avenue.
Is there parking on the side of South Avenue?
Sorry?
Does it have street parking on South Avenue?
No standing.
So basically, you're saying since there is an existing school in Corporate Commons too, and it is in the habit or the practice of the parents to come in through South Avenue and park there, they will just go one extra notch and go to.
I think the important point here to reference, is that
That's the
DOT
question.
is theorizing that some parent might drop off a student at this central entrance, which I'll get to. First of all, why would, if you were
That's a
dropping
different
off,
drawing than
for
I
some reason you were going to stop on South Avenue, which is the equivalent of stopping like on Northern Boulevard, where there's no standing here. If you were going to drop your student, if you're coming down here, why would you go here instead of here where there's an existing sidewalk?
How many red lights are on South Avenue?
There's a light right here.
Right. There's a light right before that corner on South Avenue.
There's an existing traffic.
Todd, the mic, I'm sorry,
Sorry,
hon.
I apologize.
No, I'm sorry. I forgot.
So
Thank you for the reminder. So, I mean, there's an existing, thank you,
His
Commissioner.
statement, as I was driving down, there is a light on the corner right before right there where Todd's pointing to on South Avenue. After that light, the next light is, I believe, about a little more than a mile down. Vehicles are moving pretty quickly after that light. It would be very, very dangerous for a car to stop in the middle of South Avenue to let their children off.
Mm-hmm.
It would be a dangerous circumstance. I've driven down South Avenue many times to go to the Hilton or other locations, but I've never seen a car stop in the middle of that roadway.
Mm-hmm.
The most I've seen is the left-hand turn line somewhere down there where people, cars will stack up there, but never in those two lanes going down,
Can I ask-
outside of a stop sign.
Can I ask a question? Now that I'm seeing the full site plan, because most of the time it's submitted to us piecemeal, when a parent drives down to park and to drop off at that cafe area in front of Corporate Commons too, and there's a little crosswalk, you see that?
This here?
Yeah, see the cafe, and then there's a little crosswalk right below that?
Here, yes.
Yeah. Can they keep driving through?
Down here?
No, straight on.
Straight.
Can they
It's
go
possi-
that way?
It's possible to drive, yeah, I think it's possible for a car eventually. Now
What do
they
you mean
can't because
eventually?
this doesn't exist yet, but
So that's my question. So this all started because I was so concerned about access to the parking garage, right? And over and over and over, I was told, can't use that access to get to the parking garage. If you simply, this is how it would satisfy me, independent of DOT, if you simply allowed either the parents to come that way and through to bring their kids to school, or the part which I think is actually probably safer, the parents all come that way because maybe they have some kids that go to Commons, they're still staying in Commons 2 and 1 and 2, right?
some school, yes.
So arguably, a parent might have 3 kids, and some of them are going to one of those other schools, and they keep driving and they drop the kids off at the next one. If you had all the school parents who are doing their regular morning drop-off always go the same way through, and you had the parking garage people going the other way, one way or the other, I don't know which one, right? then you wouldn't have the conflict between the parking garage people and the people dropping off their kids. That's what I was talking about from the very beginning, that if you, for example, I can do it another way. You have people going to the parking garage, they all come from the Corporate Commons 2 side. No, to the parking garage. The Corporate Commons 2 side, and they go directly into the garage. There. And so that cuts down half of the people who would be coming into that garage. And then the parents could be coming down, whatever that's called, Woodland, no, what's that called?
Which street?
The one that's
Perpendicular to South?
perpendicular to South Avenue all the way over on
Where
the
that
side.
light, where Commissioner Shabeta was saying there's a light on South Avenue?
Yeah, that one. So, and if you have the parents then coming the other way, you wouldn't have a conflict with the parking garage because people would be coming from 2 different directions in order to accomplish different tasks.
But there's 2 student areas. There's going to be a student drop-off here and a student drop-off here for the school. So parents were already going to be directed to come through here. Those who weren't coming by
Yeah.
buses, parents were coming here. Great.
Right.
As far as individuals coming into the parking garage, I mean, we could encourage individuals once it's open to come that way, but I'm not sure how you would, I mean, are you going to post someone here and be looking to see if they have a child in the car?
Because you're a commuter, you do the same thing every single day. So you are encouraging, for instance, there's this drop gate, right, that we talked about? What if the drop gate says essentially, you know, nobody keeps driving that way. They leave the building going to the right, they leave the parking garage going to the right, and they come to it from the right. What's
Well,
the big
we
thing?
did propose the arm bar independently
Right.
for this area, right? And we're going to have someone there staffed during the 15-minute window for
But
arrivals.
what I'm talking about is separate, my concern the whole time was about an 800 trip.
It's not 800 trips.
It is 800 trips because it's a 400-something parking garage.
But please.
Either
the
you
tech
have,
memo-
no, I don't care about the tech memo. If you have 400 spaces, you have it filled with 400 cars, or why build it? So there's 400 cars eventually in that place. That means coming and going of 400 cars. If it's empty, don't build it, make it a garden. So assuming the 800 trips, 400 in each direction, what if the 800 trips all left, came and went from the right, to the right, from the right, and all of the school entered from the left? The school in question entered from the left because we are not reviewing Commons 2 and...
Now, I don't have the circulation plan here that was from the school application, but the school application circulation plan was designed based on the existing departure and arrival system, which has been working great for a decade, and they were just going to append this extra system in. I understand what you're
coming
saying,
from the
but I just
left.
don't know who's coming from the left.
The parents were coming from the left the
Parents
whole time.
have all been coming down this way
Yes.
for this school. Yes.
Correct.
They've always been coming that way, and then there's another school drop-off for this particular school here.
And the bus.
And then there's buses which are staged and controlled by security
I'm just
professionals.
talking about the parking garage.
Right.
I'm saying, and everybody said, no, it's not possible, it's pink area, and you can't pass the pink area, which seems to be a complete untruth.
No,
So
that was
they
never
could
said.
come-
The discussion was this.
Yeah.
No one ever said
The discussion
that.
of not being able to
No,
access was
sorry,
along the
no, that was
teleport
one of the
and-
discussions. I'm sorry, I'm really upset about this because I feel like every single time I ask a question, I get a new answer, and it's really not okay. So the issue is, I want the parking garage to be something that's accessed and egressed from the right, and the school is accessed from the left, and the chances of interaction of a lot of people with children, I don't really care about the parents who are driving and doing a loop. The parents who are leaving, the kids are not interacting with cars coming to park in the garage. 400 cars in one direction, 400 cars in the other direction.
What about the kids who are in 1 and 2?
The kids in 1 and 2 are being dropped right in front of their very school without any conflict with what's going on. That's the thing that's so good about the layout of 1 and 2. the kids are dropped right at the cafe zone or this other zone, and there's no interaction, there's no crossing over to get hit by cars who are coming into a parking garage.
So you mean then the cars go back down that way? That's
No,
what you
no,
mean?
the cars come, I mean, I don't know about this part, they maybe go down Teleport, but I'm just saying they might go out the same way they came in from South Avenue.
This is the block section, up to this point of Teleport.
Right, so
You can use this
technically they
portion of
can go
Teleport.
that way,
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
open.
I thought
Yeah.
the
I
design
wouldn't,
was.
I don't know if I think they should go back this way, because
Okay.
to me, there's too many possible interactions with kids, with buses and all sorts of stuff. You're adding traffic there. I
Okay,
wouldn't
so
be
if they
comfortable
go
with
down
that.
to Teleport, if
I don't know
that's
if they could
allowed.
cross here. I think we
Yeah.
went through this on the,
Right.
on the last
They
hearing.
can, they just can't
Can't go
go this
left.
way.
They
They
can't
can
go
only go that way.
Oh, right.
Are you, from what I understand, and we should ask, I don't believe they can cross this barrier right here, this line here. That was one of the first questions.
This
Is that
barrier?
correct? You can't cross that?
That's correct.
So they
That's-
can't go
that's
this way?
Port
That was one of the
Authority
first things we
control. This
asked.
can't be
Because there's a
controlled.
fire control, it was a...
Port Authority.
This one section of Port Authority area is not at all accessible,
And they can't go straight down?
and they cannot go down
So there's no
Teleport.
way to get back to Teleport.
So the
is what you're saying.
Teleport, there is a,
Only through here.
right. Up to what section of Teleport can one access? Can public access?
You can come down here, and the blockade that's set up by the Port Authority here for their satellite dish array is right here, and that's where the U-turn happens. That's where we provided the photos showing that this is monitored both by the Nicotra safety, by school safety, by police, and the Port Authority police, all here. So that's where that U-turn happens at this dead end.
Okay.
So this area is off limits, this is off limits, and the promenade is allowed, but this area is off limits here. So that's why when we spoke to the orientation here. I also just don't see any feasible way that you could sit there and tell people that they can't come to the parking garage from this side unless you built a concrete barrier
No,
here,
you
which
have a
creates all
drop
sorts of
gate.
access issues.
You have a drop gate.
Oh, so you can't enter the garage, so if you came that way, you would have to keep going?
There'd be
The
some
drop
kind,
gate would be in the garage. you
but
mean.
everybody who's using this garage becomes a regular, right? These are commuters who are coming to this garage, right?
But you could use that argument to say that they're not likely to run over kids regardless of which way they come, because they're regulars, and they know that the kids arrive at a certain
No.
time, and kids behave a certain way, so I mean,
I would just say, I mean,
You know,
I'm gonna-
I just want, this is the thing I want to say. Every single time we have one of these hearings, the response is, we can't, we won't, we refuse. This is a problem, that's a problem, we won't. Instead of real solutions. And it's very, very frustrating because I feel like we're dragging out of you a stop sign. We're dragging out of you, I don't know, some hatches on a floor plan, instead of a real solution to deal with the real safety issues that DOT has expressed on top of me expressing them. And
that is an utter mischaracterization. We have responded responsibly to all different things. If you want to go back to the school application, the
don't wanna go
Nicotra's
back to the
paid.
school
No, that's fine.
application.
Well, the only reason this application is being held hostage is because of the school
It's
application.
not being held hostage.
Yes,
You
it is.
didn't follow the compliance
Because the
requirements
school,
for
the elevator
school.
was replaced at significant cost. That was added. The elevator was replaced, okay? Going back there. All the additional security cameras were put in. All the additional security staff. The fact that we put in all those extra lock doors. For this particular application, we have responded to every single request of DOT. Crosswalks, the stop signs, the school crossing signs, which were of our own accord. With respect to the garage, we proposed the mirrors, the speed bumps, the arm bar. We also proposed, it's not shown on this plan, but 2 speed bumps here to slow down traffic around the parking garage. We've gone above and beyond, responded to every single concern. The one item that we're having issues with here is with respect to the sidewalk, and we presented reasons as to why it's not feasible based on numerous other city agency approvals. DOT is late to this review. There's all these other approvals. We also are having issues with it because the professionals associated with this believe it creates an unsafe condition where you're having pedestrians walk through the center of a parking lot, which is an unusual condition. And we're also providing firsthand testimony to the fact that in a sample school, that this is a theoretical issue raised by DOT, that when we have an existing school right next door and nothing happens on South Avenue, which is a busy street, as corroborated by Commissioner Shabeta, individuals aren't going to stop there. This is one single issue that we have a problem with because we believe it is more unsafe and it creates greater danger. So I really take issue with the fact that we are fighting when so much has been responded and so much extra cost has been put into this application, and it's really unfair for the chair to state that. I would say at this time, Mr. and Mrs. Nicotra would like to make a statement, and then we can have closing remarks.
I'd appreciate it if you not lecture us, if you have something else that you want to add about.
I would never lecture you.
Well,
I'm just reading a statement. Madam Chair and Commissioners, we are Lois and Richard Nicotra, and we are the developers for this first-of-its-kind iconic project located at the Corporate Park of Staten Island. We have worked almost 7 years to get to the point of where we are today. The foundation for Corporate Commons 3, as well as the steel and concrete for all 8 floors, is complete. The glass curtain wall continues to be installed, and the glass is on site. In addition, the parking deck foundation has been installed, and we are awaiting the arrival of the precast structure scheduled for delivery as early as next week. We are hoping that the grand opening for this project will be early fall 2019. Our number one concern has been and continues to be the safety of the children at this school. This school has been in 2 of our office buildings located next door for 10 years without any safety issues. As we stated in the past, this school is named after us, so we are personally committed to the safety of these children, and we will be personally involved in any way we can, even financially, to make sure these students have the tools they need for a great education and to succeed in life. The safety and success of this school on Staten Island will be our legacy. The DOT did state, as did you, Madam Chair, that they had no problem with us removing the roof on the parking deck. However, if we do not receive approval from this board, it just means that we will be forced to spend the money now to add this roof. If we have to do this, we will, but please note the things that we have planned for this project may have to be eliminated, such as the rooftop farm, where the children can learn about planting their own vegetable garden, outdoor classrooms, walking trails, a table grape vineyard where we will donate the grapes to food pantries on Staten Island, the placement of an already designed 30-foot outdoor sculpture that celebrates the empowerment of young minority girls, and even our second socially responsible restaurant, which donates 100% of its profits to Staten Island charities. We respectfully request that this matter be resolved. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Dale? Just, can you give me a little bit of a history of the entire development of the corporate commons? Because as I'm looking at the Google map, what I see is that there's a huge street network that was created along the corporate commons. Was that as a result of the development of the corporate commons that these street networks and these drop-offs and left turns, exclusive left turns and all of those were designed? Because it went through the EDC review process, and that's why I'm asking it.
Yeah,
State your name for the record.
Richard Nicotra. The teleport was a development that was built 40 years ago as a satellite dish area and data center. It failed miserably. They actually bifurcate the corporate park. So our 2 buildings are on the right side, and the Port Authority and their DOT people designed how we drop people off and get people out. The other side is totally off limits to us. They're afraid of people, with data centers and satellite dishes and whatnot. So that's why when the parents drop their kids off, they have to make a U-turn. They can't continue to go straight.
So I think what I'm trying to get at is that it seems from all the various dedicated left-turning lanes and everything off from South Avenue and Teleport Drive, when the corporate commons was being built, it seems a lot of these parking factors were taken in, and they were making sure that the vehicles were going to come in from the other Teleport Drive, not the lower Teleport Drive, and making these specific left turn lanes and right turn movements. I'm looking at the Google Street View. and kind of that was, I'm just trying to understand, that was factored in the original design of the entire corporate commons. And if you can kind of just give me the confirmation.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what it seems like, because
Yeah, well, the Port Authority is very thorough, whatever they do. Besides having 3 sets of security there, making sure that people are coming and going in the right way. These 2 buildings were empty for 10 years. No one was there. So again, we're there for 10 years now with the school, not one incident. And the Port Authority does have this, this design that has worked, and it has worked beautifully. We have done everything anybody asked us to do. We were here the last time, and you wanted us to put a gate by the loading dock. You wanted us to change the interior. It really hurts to say that every time we ask to do something, we say no. That is so far from the truth. We have done everything. And in fact, when we went to DOT, all of us, after asking them for 2 years, we had a good meeting. And actually, somebody brought up this idea about a sidewalk in the middle of a parking lot, and even some of the DOT people said, "I don't know if that sounds like a great idea." So we came in and we even offered, speed bumps, which they didn't even ask for. We offered the arms, meaning that at the end of a school, the arms go down, and then those people at the parking deck, they have to go right. They can go by the school. That was our ideas.
No, it was actually mine. I feel that you have been very responsive, frankly. So, I feel sorry that you feel that the entire board is not taking you seriously.
No, we don't feel that.
Commitment.
We don't feel that.
I see the commitment. I have been around long enough, fortunately, unfortunately, to see that there are times when DOT gets the call wrong. Okay, and I'll give you an example. I live in Riverdale. There's a street in Riverdale with no sidewalks. There was one house that was applying for a GCL waiver, and they insisted on a sidewalk. On a 400-foot long street with no sidewalks, there is now one 20-foot sidewalk. It makes absolutely no sense. Sometimes DOT does things. Some of them think that this would serve a better purpose, but in reality, it doesn't. So I'm willing to look beyond the DOT requirement here, because I've looked at this situation for the past couple of months, and I trust my own analysis enough to know that this is going to be a good plan as it is, and it doesn't need to be retooled at the last minute in a way that may not actually do this school and the students a benefit. I just don't see it. So I think that the plan as it is should be fine without having a sidewalk through a parking lot, which isn't going to be a continuous sidewalk through the parking lot anyway, because you've got drive aisles, so you're going to have breaks here and there.
Right.
So why encourage young people to go through the parking lot, especially when you have 2 sidewalks?
I think
we have an 18-foot promenade and another sidewalk. But there's a sidewalk to no place, because they're not going to go to South Avenue, because there's no buses, there's no reason to go there.
But in the event that somebody were to literally slow the car down and shove their kid out on South Avenue and keep going, there would be an opportunity for them to get to a sidewalk. It doesn't have to go through the parking lot. I could be the only one here, but I'm confident that this plan is going to work without the sidewalk going through the parking lot.
I want to add to what Commissioner Otley Brown has said, and I think I definitely don't think a sidewalk through the parking lot is needed, for not just for the safety of the children, but for anybody, because children, as you pointed out, the children are currently being dropped off, and there is a set pattern of movement that the parents are used to. All they're going to do is take that one more step and go to Corporate Commons 3. And I don't think by having this building located in a different location than 1 on 2 is going to change their behavior pattern in a way that DOT is anticipating. I honestly think people are creature of habits, and they're going to stick to that habit, try as it may. And I definitely don't think parents will encourage their children to go through the parking lot when they can drop their kids off right next to those schools. So I definitely agree with Commissioner Otley Brown. I don't think there's going to be an issue, and I think DOT is overthinking it as if it's like a public street, and it is not. It's a private parking area, and as your documents have stated, the hours of operation for an office building and an hour of operation for a school is different. So the amount of conflict that is going to happen even at that location is going to be less. And you have provided ample security to minimize even those conflicts. So I, too, if we were to take a vote, I would also vote in favor of this.
I understand the chair's position. When we first did the circulation, we didn't take into account that parking lot.
The garage.
The garage. But what the,
But the garage would have been permitted as of right.
Sure, that's not what I'm going at. I'm talking about circulation.
That's not the question. We didn't take it into account.
We didn't take into
know that it
consideration.
was there.
Whether or not that it was in the papers as it stated, I'm sure it was. We didn't take it into consideration. I'm sure it was. We didn't take it into consideration. I'm fairly certain that the speed limit on South Avenue is higher than the rest of the city. It's not a street that people stop. There are law offices, they kind of work it like malls in the Midwest, where you shoot into the location as opposed to waiting outside of it. I think it would be a person would have to be very imprudent to stop and let their children off of it.
You have a curb cut added now, and it's gonna create slow down zone before that curb cut. The car is not gonna come with 35 or 40 miles per hour speed and get to the driveway. It's gonna slow down. So, and remember, you have a stop sign here, or you have a traffic light here. So
I think that the parents that are impatient.
A slow down zone is gonna be created here.
I agree, that may be true. I just don't see a stopping zone where you're going to let your children off of when there's a...
There's no sidewalk and it's a parking lot. Would
There's
you
no-
let your
There is a
child-
sidewalk. There is a sidewalk.
No, in the parking lot.
No, on South Avenue. there's-
No, I know, but when you look down that driveway, you're gonna be like, there's no parking, there's no sidewalk here.
It just seems
It's
imprudent.
not like you're gonna say to, really, if you care about your kids, you're not going to
I
drop
wouldn't
them
do
off
it,
and
but
tell
somebody else
them,
might.
walk through a parking lot. When there's sidewalks, I could see if there were no sidewalks entering in. But you've got two options for a sidewalk, for your kid to take a sidewalk
Okay,
in.
can we move off of the sidewalk? I'd like to
Well,
ask
no,
I'd like to ask another question. So I'm looking at Google satellite. I hate to always plug Google, but it's the only satellite view I can get too fast.
Bing.
Bing. It never gets there fast. I never can find it, etc. So, and it's not their fault. It's just me. Okay. So there is this. So who owns corporate 1 and 2? Who actually owns those two buildings?
We do.
Okay. Do you own the parking lot in front of those two buildings that's between the parking garage and corporate 2? Is that 2? The one on the bottom?
These two.
No, the ones on the other side of the two buildings. On corporate 1 and 2, 2 is the bottom one, right?
2 is this one, this is corporate 1.
1, okay. On corporate 1, do you own that parking lot? The one on the left side, to the left of it?
Here?
Yeah.
No. Port Authority.
I don't understand that. How does that work? You,
Port Authority has a height
no,
or something.
let him answer the question, please.
You have to come, Mr. Nicotra, could you, the mic?
Take the mic, yeah. So I don't really understand that. Why is that a separate control from?
Well, let me go back.
Yeah.
The city owns the entire property.
Okay,
The Port Authority leases, or has a lease from the city. We don't own any of the land.
okay.
We just own these 2 buildings,
And the right to what?
to lease the buildings.
To lease the buildings
And
and-
then we lease the buildings for tenants, and we lease the parking lot.
And so who's parking in the part that you said Port Authority is controlling somehow for some reason? This is the part I don't understand. Why does the Port Authority have control of that parking lot that's to the left?
If I could, this references back to a previous submission. There's a utility corridor that runs through here that the Port Authority wants control to. But this parking could be used by vehicles visiting, but because of the Port Authority utility, there's restrictions on access to this particular
You're just talking
lot.
about the green area. I'm talking about the parking lot there.
But I think some of the utility corridor, if I recall correct from the diagram, I don't have it in front of me, it's a portion of that lot, but it's not something that, as owners of these buildings who are on this Port Authority city-controlled space, that they have access to adjust. That's
That they have access to,
Adjust or revise, it's the Port Authority.
And of course, they sent us a letter saying you can't.
no, if you're speaking, you have to have the mic in your hand.
And we went to the Port Authority, and we asked them, as you wanted, could we make the entrance
No,
here?
that's not my question. Let's just stay on the parking lot. I just want to understand, why can't you use access to you can use access to the parking lot, can't you? That parking lot right there.
Yes.
Stay on that, okay?
Yeah, to the back.
All right.
To the back of
So
it.
here's my question. Why can't, because I'm just looking at the satellite view, and it connects directly to your parking, to that new extended roadway. Why can't you simply open that little landscaped area on the bottom that's right above the word drive?
We've been through this before. You asked us to go to the Port Authority.
No, I asked you about something else.
No, you asked us to go to the Port Authority. We asked the Port Authority, could we make an entrance here?
That's not what I asked
And could we make an entrance there? And they sent us a letter, which we gave you, and they said no.
You're not listening to my question, I'm
So
sorry.
if I understand
I'm very
correctly,
frustrated.
you're speaking about this particular bush here above the letter T, Teleport
Yes,
Drive? Correct.
correct.
Okay? If you recall, when we presented the U-turn information, that's where the U-turn is, right there. And the Port Authority, from basically the letter R over, blocks off access. They don't allow access from here to here. In fact, the only
From
way
the
you can
letter
get
R of drive or of
this area.
teleport?
Teleport.
I'm going to defer. I don't have the
You're not
exact
sure.
U-turn, but the U-turn is right here, okay? And that's where they block the access, and this is all Port Authority controlled.
I
And in
understand.
fact, the fire department's the only one who has access to this gate so they can get access. This is basically, I would say, essentially from the letter E over is no-go. That's Port Authority. Because the satellite dish array is all down here.
The entire
But I'm just trying to, I'm just
Yeah,
talking about
this is where the blockade
going-
is, if you reference that photo.
I'm just talking about going straight through the green space there, right up close to the building.
But this would interfere with where they don't let us go. So there's
So
a
that's the thing.
U-turn.
I don't
There's a
have
U-turn
that
here.
drawing. I know there's a U-turn. I'm not talking about the U-turn. I'm talking about going out and then making a left and driving on Teleport.
So you would say, why can't we put a curb cut here? Because if we did a curb cut and anyone turning left would run into the backside of the blockade that the Port Authority sets up.
Now you're saying the blockade is at the letter E on drive.
It might be at the letter V. I'm going to defer because I don't have this very specific plan.
Well, I'm looking
But this
at-
whole area is controlled. If you remember back to the circulation plan.
Shouldn't I see that barricade on the picture here? I don't see the
It's
barricade
the
there.
barricade is not a permanent structure. It's what they set up with, what is it, cones and blockades and cars block. And we provided photos showing this. I mean, I would say, I understand these questions, but 7 years have gone into this development with many professionals, including city professionals,
You know,
various agencies.
Let's just
in this
stay with
plan.
the relevance. So the relevance is, I'm concerned about the kids, right? The relevance is, you were supposed to have gone to DOT for child safety.
And we did.
It seems, and I learned now that the cars can come from through the parking area to the right, and they can come through, et cetera. And I'm looking from satellite and seeing that there is a very direct way to get to Teleport, and I don't say that you turn right at Teleport, I say you turn left at Teleport, and I don't know where that blockade is because it doesn't show it on the satellite, but I don't know where that is relative to anything. So I don't know where that is relative to anything. So on satellite view, it doesn't show.
That is area that we're not allowed to access,
No,
and the
so
Port
if it's
Authority is
back
supported by
here,
letter.
So if it's back there, it's far behind. See,
It's
I'm
not possible to create a curb cut here. That is our statement.
That's your statement without verifying the actual location of the blockade.
It's not possible. The Port Authority is there. They don't want us to change that. They've got all those security there. The other thing too is what purpose would this serve if you had individuals come here when they still have to get to this particular school? And this is also a lot that's not part of either application, the school or the parking garage.
What purpose it serves is the parking garage, because then enter and exit directly from there. directly up and around and not have to interact with the kids who are crossing that little crossing area.
We can't put an entrance here, we can't put an
I
entrance here.
didn't, oh,
I think.
I really am.
All right.
Madam Chair, I'm also a little confused as to why we are asking the access from that location and how it serves the,
okay.
I'm trying to follow your argument.
I'm
and
closing
trying
the
to
hearing
understand.
and then I wait for DOT to have any further comments, and I'm closing the hearing, and then we vote on it. And if you don't want to cooperate, don't, and then we vote.
Then I would like to make a statement and say that we have cooperated with DOT through the whole school application. We reached out many times as supported by Project Manager Prenga, and we continue to reach out with them. And also, I will state this clearly for the record, without any equivocation. Regardless of what happens with a particular close and a vote on this, we'll continue to work with DOT and all city agencies until this is complete in construction. Just because, we disagree with DOT's position on the sidewalk doesn't mean that we're going to continue to use them as a resource. Commissioner Collada, who's the Borough Commissioner, Department of Transportation, has been an active resource through this and will continue to rely on him as an active resource. So everything that DOT has asked for has been provided, but for the sidewalk, and we also threw out many additional items with respect to school safety. So I want to make it clear that no matter what happens, we're going to continue to work with DOT. We've worked with DOT. But for this particular application, for this particular issue, we would agree with the decision to close.
Why it's hard to provide this sidewalk? Is it because you already started construction, considering this bicycle scenario?
I would say 3 reasons. 1, it's infeasible, the time it would take to go back and go further.
Infeasible is not a hardship. What is tough? What is hard? What makes it
But I would also say this.
possible?
I would also say this. We also disagree with the assessment of DOT as to whether it provides any merit. We think it creates a situation that would avoid these existing sidewalks and creates a false incentive to walk through the center of a parking lot, which I can't imagine any parking lot where you want to incentivize people to walk through it. And then also, we have testimony from people who have been associated with this site for 10 years. This is not just a purely theoretical exercise when we're talking about South Avenue. There are schools. There's South Avenue. No one drops off on South Avenue. So essentially, this is DOT crying wolf for a situation that's not going to happen. So why build something for that's truly realistically not going to occur?
Yeah, but I believe nobody drops off from South Avenue because there is no access from South Avenue to the parking lot.
No, there's a direct drive-through and a great parking, but I don't think we need to do this anymore. We're done with this, okay? Are there any speakers?
Doing a motion to close?
What?
Any speakers?
I asked. I
Oh,
just
okay, I'm
asked.
sorry.
Okay, so I want to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
And I just want to say, there are solutions that are more than signs, architectural solutions. And if you had an architect who was participating in this, you'd have somebody who would find the solutions instead of no to everything. And you may think you're cooperating, but that's not what I'm hearing. I'm not talking about the school design, that's a whole other project. I'm talking about the parking garage issue. And so please don't confound the 2 different applications. Okay, so can we put this on for a decision?
What are we're waiting for something from DOT or?
Yeah, I just want DOT to have a last look. And,
I don't know when we would anticipate. them getting
We
back
would
to us.
respectfully request a vote now. We don't think that DOT, it's fair to have us wait any longer when DOT is sending last-minute letters and we've been responsibly replying to them in a prompt fashion. At this point,
I don't want to have a discussion about this anymore, the hearing is closed. Okay. Maybe August. Nazar isn't here, Shit.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose we just do August 6th. What?
This is just not right.
What's that? You're not satisfied with this, is that what you're saying?
I can't vote on this now.
Okay,
I can't vote on
next week.
this
Okay,
now.
Can we put it on for next week?
I don't know what's next week.
24th.
Okay, we can put it on for
Put it
next
on for
week.
decision for next week. Thank you. So the decision will be next week, July 23rd.
Okay.
Are we taking a 5-minute standing break?
Yeah.
3-minute standing break?
5 minutes.
5 minute. Okay. Okay, we're back on the record. This is July 16, 2019 zoning calendar. New cases, item number 1, 2018-67 BZ, 7406 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon Loeb LPC. On behalf of the applicant, we attended yesterday's review session and heard the board's comments. As a threshold matter with respect to the Sanborn maps, to be able to establish that this building is the same building that existed before 1961, we are going to look at other sources of obtaining the Sanborn maps to see if any of the copies are clear. Also, looking at the copies that were submitted, it may just be a factor of the red highlights showing the actual site may be obscuring some of those lines. So we will look to make sure that we deliver a clearer version of the Sanborn
No,
maps.
it was corrupted data.
It was corrupted data?
You can't read anything.
Okay, so
So
in that case,
Specifically, these are 1950, 1977, 1969, 1980. It was just
Okay.
corrupt, this is garbage.
So we will look at the file and if not, reconstruct it and provide that information. With respect to the air conditioner that Commissioner Ali Brown raised, so we note that this was a topic of discussion at the community board, specifically had questions about that. This air conditioner was also legalized at some point in 2018. And so this has already been reviewed for compliance, and since it's been existing for quite some time, there haven't been any record of any kind of issues with noise.
What do you mean by legalized?
When we were at the community board, one of the members of the land use committee saw the piece of equipment that was indicated on the plans and the community raised some questions about it, and the community board had asked us to provide them with a letter that can affirm the legality of they were concerned about how close it was to the residents. They asked us for a letter to show that the air conditioner is in fact legally there. And on reviewing it, which is much with the procedural history of this particular building, that the architect went back to look. And although he believed that it met all the requirements for a unit, he could not say that it was legally there because it was never filed for.
Okay, so he's since
So
filed?
he has since filed, and DOB has since approved the existing air conditioner to be there.
Can you provide the?
Sure, we will provide the filing.
Thank you.
For that. But as the air conditioner, much like the enlargement, has been there for a long time without any issue. We also saw the fire department inspection and their record, and with respect to the sprinkler in the stairway, we are more than happy to provide that sprinkler. It comes out to 8 sprinkler heads from the domestic line in conversation since, and we're fine with that. With respect to the use at the first floor, that presents a more complicated issue. We've brought this to the attention of the client, who's the landlord and the owner of the building, and we are going to ask for some time to address that issue and determine exactly what the use is, and if it is not a permitted use, either file the paperwork to legalize the use or discontinue the use.
Yeah, I just want to note, the fire department had a comment about it needing a PC special permit. This isn't a district in
Yes,
which.
we're aware that it's
Great.
not eligible for a special permit. So we have to determine exactly what the use is, and if it is a PCE use, then either the use will have to be discontinued or find some other way of making it legal other than the special permit.
Be a variance, right?
Right, conceivably would be a variance. We'd have to look at the findings, knowing that the board has very, very sparingly issued variances for PCEs in districts where they're not permitted through the special permit. But in the event that we would not be able to legalize the use, we would have to discontinue it.
Okay. So, are there any speakers on this?
Yes, they're neighbors.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, come. Please state your name for the record, and you can sign in when you finish. And you'll have 3 minutes. each separately or together? You're one?
You're going to say the same thing.
Oh, okay.
So,
State your name.
You want to move the
sorry,
mic down a little bit?
Eva Mikalakis. We were concerned about how the structure would affect the light for the building behind it. 474 74th Street.
You're directly behind this building?
Yes.
So this is not an application to add anything? It's an application to legalize what's already there. So when you look, what floor are you on?
It's our father is the
Owner of the
landlord
building. Oh, he's the person who submitted the letter.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So, right, so the building already is built back to, I don't know if it's the property line or close to the property line, right? So the ground floor. That's all this is for,
Oh,
is to
they're not-
legalize what they already did, which was
Okay.
not done with permits.
Oh, okay.
So I think you thought the expansion will be above the
Yes.
first floor. No, this is just legalization of what's already built on the ground floor.
We
Okay.
thought they were trying to expand the rest of the building.
Okay, okay.
Concerned about
Oh, no, 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 no. So
Okay.
it's really, it's just what you see is what they want to get.
Okay.
So we hung
Okay.
out with you guys for about 10 hours.
Thank you. It's
And
been really.
learned a lot.
We
You
really
learned
did.
a lot. You saw like all the
And it
interesting.
became night court, so it was a
Yeah,
lot of fun.
So sorry, you could have actually asked about this
Well, yeah,
probably before.
We could,
but
yeah, we could answer the question.
I didn't know that's what it was.
Yes.
The letter just said
Just
that,
as an extension. of
yeah.
horizontal
Right,
extension.
okay.
So-
Not that you'll ever need to do this again, but you're welcome to come and look at the application materials that are in our office. That way you could have seen a drawing that shows, oh, wait a minute, it looks just like what
Yeah.
there's there.
Okay, all
Your
right.
community board also has those kind of things, but hopefully you'll never have to deal with something like this again.
Wonderful. It's nice meeting all of you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Oh, okay. All right. So other than the Sanborn question, which is just your threshold question, I don't really think there is anything else, right?
Yeah. The use on the
The use
use in the
is-
fire department.
Oh, right, well, the sprinklers, right, but for instance, so fire department said that once an application has been filed, so you would need to file the sprinkler, okay.
And revise your first floor plan to show the sprinkler heads, I assume?
Yeah, so,
And as well as the as-built condition of the first floor.
right, and, all right,
As Commissioner Shita's note, yes.
yes. So then we should give you time to actually file the sprinkler drawings?
Yeah, as well as really, I don't think we need before October, November, in order to solve the issue of the use.
Yes, okay.
So you'd like a date in October or November?
Yeah.
Is that what, okay. We can split the difference and give you, it's up to you. We can give you October 29th, November 19th.
October 29th is great, I can remember that date pretty well.
So the submission date for October 29th is October 9th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 2018-149BZ, 23048 146th Avenue, Queens. Okay. Right here. Yeah. And the architect going to speak? He has to sign. Also speaks more. Is the architect going to speak? But we should swear him in anyway, just in case. Okay, so anybody in your team that you think may want to speak, may have to speak, should raise their hands and be sworn in. Yeah, I mean, just in case. Okay, you have to be sworn in. Yeah, okay, so let me swear you in first. Raise your right hands. Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions? Okay, so you can go, Mr. Duarte, and start, and then you guys can sign in if you need to come on. Just be careful, Mr. Duarte. Does he need a chair or anything? It's a chair.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, staff. My name is Alfonso Duarte for this application, which is a request, a cold day, a request to obtain a special permit to erect a one-story, one-room enlargement to an existing one-family dwelling, two-story building located on a corner plot of 40 by 100 at 231st Street and 146th Avenue. The building was purchased by a nonprofit organization called CUSAC, Quality Service for the Autistic Community. On the second floor, well, before that, autism basically was kept in a family closet until Hollywood produced a picture called The Rain Man with Dustin Hoffman, which brought out the whole thing about autism. The second floor of the one-family dwelling consists of 5 bedrooms. There's one large bedroom with 2 occupants and 4 small bedrooms, one of which has 2 occupants, and this is the reason why we want to build another room downstairs so that each can have their own quarters. Okay. Members of CUSAC are trained to help the autistic person achieve their full life potential by improving their communicative, I have all this here, socialization and functional skills. They are taken on field trips. Some have gone to technical schools, some have gone to community colleges, and some have worked part-time in department stores. The room that's proposed to be built is really taking the place of an enclosed porch so that the footprint of the building is really not going to be changed. And this whole situation, allowing each individual to have their own bedroom, is really a win-win situation all the way through.
I just want to correct, the footprint will be changed a little bit.
Pardon me?
The footprint will be changed a little bit. The bedroom's in a little bit different location than the porch, but, you know, close enough for argument's sake.
Okay. CUSAC provides support to people with over 10 different languages, provides services for over 2,000 minors and adults in Long Island and New York City. The enlargement will have no effect on the community. As I said, the footprint will basically be the same. I attended the community board meeting, was very well represented by the community, and in their report, they approved this whole application 33-0 with no minority report. So if there's any questions you may have, I have a representative from CUSAC here, Mr. Andrew Linden, who can answer any questions you may have more than me. But I would like to point out that I believe something came up about the certificate of occupancy. And item number 7 of the document list indicates the certificate of occupancy that was issued in 1970 under an alteration, 1159 of 65. That alteration involved adding the second floor of the one-family dwelling, which was 1 story, and made it a 2-story building.
Okay.
If you have any questions for Mr.
Yeah, actually, I have one question. Thank you.
Just please state your name, sir. Andrew Linden.
Hi.
Hi.
So my only question was, we totally understand the idea of needing this bedroom. The access to the bedroom is through the dining room. So I was wondering whether, because if you're the person who's in that one bedroom, where everybody in the whole house is in the dining room, it might be either disturbing or noisy when everybody's there and maybe the person wants to be alone in his or her bedroom. So I was wondering whether it might work if you think it's a good idea. It's not a direction, it's just a question.
Sure.
You're already adding a little side entrance that goes directly into the dining room. I was wondering whether if you extended that little side entrance to create sort of a terrace, that to provide an entrance from the outside into that little bedroom, either in addition to or instead of the entrance from the dining room. That might be a bad thing because now you're not in control of whoever. Just throwing that out.
Sure. The individuals, the way it's set up, the dining room, it's a large dining area. We would actually cut off an area where there'd be space just internally without construction, where there's space without disturbing the rest of any individual's dining. We wouldn't want an outside entrance just because of the level of supervision that the individuals would need. We need staff to have access in the event there is an emergency or
Okay.
behavior where they can intervene immediately.
And at the same time, you didn't want like a little corridor or something that goes directly into it because it would cut into...
Yeah, we didn't feel it was necessary.
Okay, all right, that was just a question. I don't think there were any other questions. Did anybody else have a question? No? I think that was it.
Did you need the Sanborn map?
Yeah.
Yeah, we needed, we did need, right.
We need to establish that this building existed in December 1961. That's a requirement of special permit.
Yeah, unfortunately. So, otherwise, we would have been able to, so, unless you could come up with it really quickly, we need to establish that the building existed in 1961. Now I'm trying to...
The C of O won't work, the one
Yeah.
that's 1954?
Wait, there's a 50...
Yeah, August 10th, 1954.
Okay.
What does it describe it as?
A one-story and cellar dwelling with parking area for one car accessory use.
And then you said, Mr. Duarte, that in 1970 a floor was added, right? 'Cause it's
1965 alteration application.
Okay, so maybe we can use that. All right.
One
Everybody
story,
else?
I'm sorry, just, and the 54 CO is in our record?
Yeah.
Great.
Well, it's also sort of, it's on biz, so it's available to...
Understood.
right,
Having it
yeah.
in our record is better.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. All right, so we can do that then. All right, so are there any speakers on this? All right, so I'd like to make a motion to close. What? I don't know that that's, it's not, I don't know that it
Yeah,
matters so much that it's designated incorrectly. It doesn't change what it is. What's the?
That there's no, you asked
Yeah.
yesterday, didn't provide second floor plan of building and should, need to.
Again, I think that, given that the change is only on the first floor and there's no additional room that is being added to the second floor and no change being made, we just wanted it from the completion of the proposed
So-
plan.
Yeah, that's
So
the
I
part
leave it up
I'm
to-
not
I-
so good with, that we don't have a complete set of drawings for the building. That's probably not a good thing. So we probably do need the complete drawings. Unless they were submitted by mistake. So do you remember whether there was you're the architect, correct? No?
You're the architect. Come.
You're the
Come up.
architect, correct?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Can you come?
Just
come-
state your name, sir. Avinash Malhotra.
Hi. Do you have a full set of drawings in your hand?
The ones that I did, yes.
So, is there a second floor plan in there?
Yes, there is.
Yay.
It sounds like it was an error while
I think
creating
it
the
was a
PDF.
digital error.
So they just doubled them.
May I approach you?
Yeah. Right, okay. That's what we're missing. So, did you submit this?
They should be submitted. and we
Yeah,
should call
no,
them
my
back.
question is, did you submit the hard copy
Hard and also the disk.
and the disc? Okay. So I suspect that it was submitted and there was a problem, but I don't know what else to do because we don't see it unless we have the hard copy in our hand.
What's the?
Right.
As part of the solution.
No, they're not signed and sealed, so I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need you to submit a signed and sealed full set.
Actually, we have a copy of what was submitted to the board.
Oh, you do?
Can we see it?
Is it signed and sealed?
Not this.
The one with the cover sheet.
Here, the drawings that were submitted to the board are signed and sealed.
There is a second floor plan. Yeah. This is a submission.
It could have been in the digital submission, maybe something went weird.
So this is something I don't know how to respond to because there's a cover sheet here, zoning BZ calendar submitted August 2018, or signed and sealed, I mean, whatever. There was an August 2018 something or other. But it's just not stamped submitted. The copy that they're giving us isn't the one that's stamped submitted.
We could accept it.
That was an extra copy.
I don't know, Carlo, this is your domain, I don't know.
I mean, if the record has it clocked and stamped at
We
that
don't-
date, or
we
we
don't
can
know.
accept this one as a submission today,
I
even
would
if it's
just
redundant.
caution the board when we've had instances where we haven't looked at plans and we're approving plans off the fly. There have been instances where that's bitten us in that, and on the other side.
Yeah.
There's room on the calendar next week. If Mr. Duarte, who has these drawings, can submit them, the board can look at them, then we can stamp it, all set, make a vote next week.
No problem, next week is fine.
Okay.
You know, sooner the better.
Right,
can
understood.
For a long time, Mr. Duarte.
Of
Very
course.
helpful. He broke his hip, so we had to
Oh.
reschedule.
That's why you were postponed.
okay.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, if you can
Okay.
submit by Friday,
Yeah.
that would
Okay.
be fantastic.
And then, actually, as long as you're at it though, since you're going to submit, can you change the designation of what you're calling the rear yard? It's a side yard. Let me show you on the drawing.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a side yard, because
Yeah.
it's a corner lot.
Exactly. Just change that
I'll do that.
designation, okay? And make sure, double check when it becomes a digital file, that all the plans are in there, okay?
Right.
Okay, so
Okay.
Mr. Duarte, could you copy me on the email, copy Carla and I? Because Jella's not here this week. Okay, copy me, so that I
Include
know
her
it's
on the
in.
email?
All right? Email me a copy when you send it to submit,
Right.
okay? Okay, just make sure, yeah, plus submit. So there'll be,
And also email it.
okay?
What's the date of the CO, 1950 what?
1954
And then there was another one issued in 70, wasn't there?
to 1970.
Yeah.
1971 is I can't find.
You don't have the 1971?
Right.
He's gonna get, he'll say,
Even on Biz, you don't find that?
I didn't check the biz.
All right, but so
if
that's
you architect, you have a copy, could you?
of the 1970 CO?
There is a copy of the 1970 CFO here also. We submitted that also.
Okay, well, can you,
We'll take a look, we'll take a look.
Yeah, we have it here.
It was submitted as part of the document.
of the original application?
Okay. First and second floor is good, okay.
Okay.
It's
That's good.
unfortunately not in our,
So I think when things were scanned or however it was, it might have, if you're using a photocopy machine, it skipped some pages, it might have done that.
We will submit the whole package.
Okay,
Wonderful.
great,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you. Okay, so submit it as soon as possible.
By Friday first, for just, do you want to?
No, I'd say sooner if we can,
So
by
as long
Friday
as-
so that we can review it, otherwise we can't see it, right?
As soon as possible.
If you
We'll try to do it in the next day or two.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
great.
So should we come back here Friday, ma'am?
No,
No,
July
just-
23rd.
So it's next week, next Tuesday is we'll close this and decide, right? So next Tuesday you come back or somebody comes
Yeah,
back?
just somebody has to.
Yeah, anybody, it doesn't have to be all of you. And,
Anybody can
but
come.
please
You-
submit,
Yeah.
yeah,
fine.
submit the paperwork by Thursday so we can get it into a record that people can review, okay?
Thanks.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
Should we close?
No, he's going to submit papers.
We don't have the oh yeah, we did the threshold. Yeah, I think we can close. We have the threshold, right?
yeah, the
The CFO determined the threshold. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Item number 3, 2018-167BZ, 1133 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn. Oops, sorry, wait, wrong, for some reason, yeah. No. Manejame, okay. Raise your right hand. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board or respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. David Rosenberg of Sheldon LaBelle PC on behalf of the applicant. Unfortunately, I do not have the architect here with me any longer, so I will have to have him respond to all of the board's comments regarding the plans. In a subsequent submission, we understand that the yards must remain the same and that the retaining walls must be shown and diagrammed and dimensioned to make sure that they are in the same place. We will also supplement the character studies to show them on a map, as well as for the rear yard issue, for the second floor rear yard issue to justify the 25-foot rear yard at the second floor.
And also, the elevation above grade, all
Yeah.
elevations have to be in NAVD 88,
Yes.
and they have to be shown.
In speaking with the architect today, somehow the survey that he was working with does not show elevations. So I don't know how that happened, but we're getting those in a survey, and we'll be able to show them using NAVD 88.
Okay, great, okay. Oh, and also you're going to justify, you're going to put the FAR and open space studies on
On
the map?
maps, yes.
And then you have to justify the requested one FAR, because I don't know
Yes,
if
it will
you
be
can.
exactly 1 FAR .000.
No, but before you do that, you have to justify that a one FAR fits within the neighborhood character and doesn't
Yeah,
alter
and
it.
as we show, there are a number of BSA approvals in the area, and I believe some on the social block, that were from time before they, when the board would grant larger than 1 FAR.
Okay.
Well, there, as far as the notes I took, there are 11 homes on the social block that had the BSA special permit, allowing over .75 FAR. Not necessarily all of them were over 1 FAR, so you just have to.
Yeah, there were
help us
sporadically.
walk us through that.
Yeah, there's one, I think it might be one block off the social block that was approved at about 1.06 somewhere, but we understand that it's going to be 1.00, not more, and that we will have to justify 1.0 FAR with the neighborhood character.
Okay, okay. All right, how much time?
I think we need to go into September for this one, just to make sure that the architecture work is done right.
Could we do October 3rd?
Yeah, September 11th
September
submission.
11th submission?
October, yeah, I'm just thinking with the holidays, yeah, October 3rd is okay.
None. Okay, so hearing October 3rd for submission at September 11th.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 4, 2019-36BZ, 12 West 21st Street, Manhattan. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Oh.
This is the PC.
No, I know, I'm looking at it.
Good evening, Todd Dale for the applicant. So from review session, I believe the one issue note raised was the inconsistent notes numbers. This morning, late this morning, we submitted revised plans. I don't know if they made it to SharePoint, that corrected it so that the floor plans match the table on the first floor. I think 3268 was the figure.
Yes, but there was also inconsistency about the cellar. It was 3168 in some places and 2960. Do you have a copy of that? You don't? Okay.
It was done remotely, but I
Let's
believe
see
that
it.
if you look at it,
I have
I believe it's now 3268, 3168, and it matches up with each of the floor plans. I can look on my phone. But
Yeah, go ahead, grab it, please.
Which address is this, 21st?
This is 12 West 21st Street.
Yeah, I know.
3268 first floor.
When was this submitted?
It said this morning.
From our office, Adam submitted it this morning.
Yeah, I submitted it this morning.
You see it?
Do you have it, Tony?
Wait, let me get it.
I don't have it.
The new submission, yeah, where the heck is it now? Oh, wait a minute, I have to do the other
Oh,
one.
wait, I do
It
have
came
it.
in.
I take it back, I have it.
It came in, and I forwarded it to you guys, I think.
I have it.
Yeah,
Were
Rory
you
sent
looking
it.
for the
Rory even
proposed
asked me.
plans?
Looking for the plans and looking for confirmation as to what the total square footage of the PC
It's 3268, the first floor, 3168, the cellar,
Great.
and the latest submission has
6436?
has 3168 cellar and 3268 the first floor. So the floor plans match the table on the first floor.
Thank you.
The total is 6436?
Gross,
That's that's,
yes.
Gross, not just
Yeah, the
zoning.
zoning analysis, I think, just references the 3268 that was submitted also. I'm not sure.
All right.
When did it open?
I think we put that in last of June, I think was when we
June
noted
of
that it
this
opened.
year?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
So after the hearing was scheduled, they tried to wait, but then they did open in June.
Okay. All right.
okay, I don't know if there
No
was
known
anything.
issues. They actually have a PCD right above them, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so we got, was that?
And I had asked whether fire department was aware that this was a legalization.
Yes.
That was a yes?
John is saying yes from the audience.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a letter
And we don't have any people from the public here, so the notification to tenants must indicate there's no problem. Okay, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Thank you.
And a motion to grant, that was
Not
just a
yet.
close.
want it.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
All right, now, thank you.
Now you can go.
Now you-
Thank you.
Okay, oh, shoot.
What?
Sorry, 1 second.
She did the wrong, she filled out the wrong sheet.
I put the
Because it's
wrong,
all out of order.
no, no, no. What I did was shoot. All right, let me just cross this out. Sorry. Caught me. Item number 5, 2018-150BZ, 2215 Homecrest Avenue, Brooklyn.
So I just wanted to say, I got a call from the applicant yesterday asking, after having reviewed the review session, whether it might be advantageous to get a ZRD1 from DOB first. And so she'd like to postpone this first hearing until she has her ZRD1 about what kind of building this is. And then she'd bring her architect and all of that. She has requested September 17th.
That's
and
enough time to get a ZRD1? No.
She requested
No.
September 17th or October 3rd.
I think October 3rd, you don't get a ZRD1 in the summertime that fast. And this is a hard one, actually, arguably.
So on October 3rd, submission is 9/11?
September 11th.
Okay.
And just note for staff, this will be reflected as a new hearing?
So that's postponed?
So it'll be
Yeah.
a new notice, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, and that
I'm putting that on the vote sheet so
A new
Muriel
hearing notice be
knows.
sent to the applicant.
Yeah, I have it on here, so Muriel knows. New notice.
October 3rd.
October. Oh, not September 11th.
No, October 3rd.
This is about the definition of a semi-attached building,
That's true.
semi-detached building.
Okay, we done? This concludes the public hearing for July 16, 2019.